Welcome everybody. Welcome back to Game Changers Stage 1, Week 2, Day 5 here. I'm joined by my co-caster Berke today. How are you, Berke?
Fine. How about you, Jaren?
I am fine. Now today we have really exciting matches coming up. But before we do that, let's kind of reflect on what has been going on yesterday with the matches. So we have yesterday's results screen coming up shortly on our screens. Yes, in yesterday's matches in Group B, GT goes and has won 2-0 against Valiant GC, and in Group A, Nasser Ignite has lost against Giant X 0-2. Now, again, just these matches have been really interesting. All four teams have been really, really strong, and this has also changed the standings, which we'll be seeing in a short while. Yes, as we can see here, we have both relegated teams and teams who have advanced to the playoff stages. Now, Giant X and BBL Queens, Nasser Ignites, GT Goes, and Falcons Viga, they have all advanced to the upper stages here to the playoffs. So congratulations to them. But our matches aren't over. So we still have the upcoming matches of today. But before we do that, we're gonna excuse me, we're here to cast the upcoming match of BBL against Carmine Corp here, and we have a caster prediction screen coming up to see what our casters predicted for today's results to be. Let's see now. Okay, everybody has chosen before BBL here. What do you think about that, Berke?
As we can see, the Queens are the favorite of this group, but they have a unlucky situation starting the group against the Giantex. Because the Giantex playing very well at this group, they've never lost any match, and 4-0.
Mhm.
They are going to be playing very extra on their matches, and Queens is only lost against Giantex, and they win all their matches. So they're gonna be the favorite normally,
Mhm.
and we're gonna see the results of the matches.
Yeah, today we have again a best of three coming up. So to see that, we will have a screen where we're going to be seeing the map veto here. The first map you'll be having is Carmine Corp selecting split, and BBL have picked the side defense there. In the second map, we have BBL's pick of Sunset with Carmine Corp starting on defense, and as a decider, we have Icebox with Carmine Corp starting on defense. Now, what do you think about this map, Ulberke?
Every game changes matches. Teams are always try to get the win against the enemy's picks map, and now the split is Carmine Corp's favorite map, and
Hmm.
probably BBL Queen is gonna be to take the first map from them and try to make a mental advantage. After that, the second map is Sunsets, Queen's favorite map. Queens is always dominant with their comps on the Sunset, and they don't lose any map, I think, in the Sunset right now.
Hmm.
Probably the split is the early decider for that. If the Carmine Corp lose their maps, probably Queens don't give a chance on them.
Yeah, and Carmen Corp is a team that's already relegated in this stage. So, again, just going into this, our predictions, the caster predictions have been mostly on the BBL Queens side, as they have also um, just advanced to the further stages of this match. Uh, just to talk about the maps here, we're seeing that Carmen Corp's pick of split, they have won this map with like a 41 percentage of success here. So that is really good for them. And since that since we see it as their first pick, it's definitely on their stronger side. But to evaluate BBL Queens on Sunset, we have 100% win rate for them actually. With when they're starting on attack, we have 69% win, and they're starting on defense. We have a 65 percentage of winning here. So it is like their home turf here, back, yeah.
Yeah, Queens is always the taking their places the first and try to get the score advantages before the halves.
Mhm.
And they're always they're taking like that. Only the Giant takes the on the stage, but
Mhm.
generally they are taking the score advantage before the switching sides, and after that they took the momentum and closing the map too fastly. And this point is split very important because split is always the planning on the mid control and rotating fastly on the other sides before the taking entries. And this side's queen is always playing the very aggressive on the mid and
Mhm.
taking the player advantages. And after that, they take the round very fastly. And
Mhm.
so we're gonna see the gameplays and teams try to play their games. If
Mhm.
the Carmine Corps playing their games, they maybe took advantage, but Queen's stats are very high for this map.
Yeah. And on this map, I think they usually go for like a breach and raise and omen and cipher, especially. This has been kind of their signature play, signature composition. Meanwhile, on Carmine Corp side, they always played the Silva, raise, omen, cipher, and the breach. So again, we're seeing like a really similar, almost a mirror composition here. So on that feed, the abilities that are going to be used are going to be pretty similar. Uh, but what do you think about the current state of the agents in Sunset?
After the Cypress huge update, Cypress always the favorite agent on the all over the maps, and especially Sunset is signature hero for Sunset Cypher because in
Mm-hmm.
the B defense, no one can break the no one can break the trap. On only Sova or Race, maybe a KO picks
Yeah.
counters the Cypher, but other things cannot break the traps, and Cypher is always taking advantage on the site. After that, on the when we go to the A, Cyprus in the elbow control, main control with camera and cages, and teams are always very hard to enter the site when Cyprus holding that site. Uh, and the race, by the way, is on the now in the meta right now with
Mm-hmm.
Cyper and Race.
Definitely.
Always we are seeing the both of them, except Sky's adding on them.
Mm-hmm.
These two or three heroes always we have seen in the every maps, every team's comps, and they are very strong right now. And but again, and especially Cyper, it's very defensive right now. It's only the important things for him.
Yeah, again, to thank you for that evaluation back, yeah, on Sunset. Now let's talk about the first map that we're gonna be seeing here, which is Split Carmine Corp's pick. We have as agents for BBL's pick, they have gone for a double initiator pick here, like a lot. They have gone for the Breach of the Sky pick. We have seen them play that quite a lot actually. But on Carmine Corp's side, we usually see them playing like going for this double controller with the Omen and the Viper here. And they have a change of duelists. But whereas BBL Queens are choosing like a duelist like Jets to be their stronger pick here on Split, Carmen Corp have chosen Raze a lot in this map. So Becky, just evaluating the current status of the map and the current meta here, would you go for a double initiator or a double controller setup, and which duelist would you choose to be your go-to agent on this map?
As we talk of the A side, the double controller is the more advantageous. But when we're talking about the B side, two initiator is more important than in the attacker side, especially. But in the BBL Queens, players are always the very high firepower, and they are always what I say. They are always the trust on them. Their aims and peaks. But the other side, the Carmine Corp is more playing more guarantee on the sides, taking the every positions, closing the every angles with smokes, and
Hmm.
taking the very little places for the plant and defend spike when they are attacking, and when they're holding the defender side, they always close their enemies visions, and queens always try to take to get some visions with the two initiator or the stuns and flashes. And I think split is playing more aggressive than the two controller. I think the two initiator is more advantageable in the split. That's my opinion.
Hmm. Yeah, okay. I kind of agree, kind of not, but let's see now. BBL Queens, they on Split, I have talked about this, I think, but they have 71 percentage of winning this map, whereas Carmine Corp is stuck at 41% here. It is their mapping, so it's expected that they're gonna be the hopefully the victorious here. But let's see now. We'll be going into agent select in a few minutes, I believe. But um just to talk about any predictions here, you have already predicted back that BBL would win as well as our like fellow co-casters. But do you think some, revenge play could happen here? Do you think Carmine Corp could win Split and Sunset?
I think it's split has so much surprises on the both teams because if you lose the game control, whatever
Oh
you
yeah, we
get.
have I think Agent Select here.
Ah,
Excuse me for interrupting,
no, no
but
problem.
yeah. Yeah, okay, we have actually passed agent select, unfortunately. But to look at the composition here, okay, you're having again Omen, Sky on both sides, as well as a Cypher pick here, as well as the Rays. Okay, BBL Queens have surprised us with their picks here, but we have the difference of Breach and who else? Viper here. Okay, again, that's thing we were talking about the double initiator against double duelist. Excuse me, double controller. We're gonna be seeing which one gets the upper advantage here.
I think as we talked about, Queens is choosing the two initiators because they are always take the main controls on the defender
Mm-hmm.
sides, and as we can see, they took the mid control again, and
Mm-hmm.
now Carmine Corps try to take the mid
Oh,
control, and they're pushing on the heaven.
okay, yeah. They have kind of established a presence here. Chimera Corp not fearing this at all, but Matrix goes down just like that in the hands of Alkia. They're still in mid though. Again, Glenn's just picking up that weapon of her friend. Now they're just you can see in the map, BBL Kings, they're letting them have mid pressure here. Okay, Felipa has three
Three,
kills. Just like that. Okay.
Nero, and
Ooh.
Fall. What a
Yes.
play! What a play from Felipa.
Yeah. Just a really strong way to start off the map. BBL Queens with some heroes from Felipa are getting the pistol round here. You can see that they're kind of going for like an anti-eco situation here. Anya, excuse me, Anva, who already has a Vandal in hand, is gonna be really dangerous here. Meanwhile, we were gonna mention this in Agent Select, but it has really too fast. So, but let me mention, Chanel has currently an injury here, so she cannot join the match today, and Anva is there to play instead of her. We wish that Chanel recovers in her health soon and rejoins the matches, but we'll be seeing Anima perform on this map here. Meanwhile, Proxima, another player of BBL, just gets the first opening kill here, and you can see Carmen Corp trying to go for the speed push instead here, right now.
Yeah, they are taking the orbs, and maybe if they have a chance, maybe to get the plant on the anti-eco. And
Oh.
that's that's the important thing for when you are playing eco, taking the plant. Maybe if you get some kills, and now they're gonna take some information from it with the cyber camera. But
Mhm.
Philippa is on the vent now.
Okay, Felipa, do you guess this? Swing out. Okay, gets the kill onto Swidoka. Really interesting here. She's still stuck in that corner, but Anba will be there too. Kind of contested pressure. Okay, Nilo gets one kill onto Felipe though. Still, not that bad considering where they are. Right, currently 4-2 right now back there.
Now Philippa is get 6 kill on the 2 round, and now Emma gets and Alkia gets the last one.
Mhm.
Uh, they are lost nothing except the one ghost and Felipe, but nothing
Mhm.
important. She
Yeah.
gets a 6 kill, and they're gonna full buy right now as a bonus. And Carmenko must be played a full buy, and this is very important for them because you have to get some advantage on the map on the full
Mhm.
buy, and you have a gun advantage. But if the queens get the bonus, they probably get a mental advantage. And now Vance is setting up on the A.
Mhm. Yeah. Now let's see how this third round goes. Currently, BBL have the advantage, 2-0 in the scoreboard. You can see now in heaven, BBL Queens are kind of establishing a presence here. Okay, the flash does not connect, so Carmine Corp, they're just waiting for the usage of utility here. So clever.
Yeah, and now Carmine Copies try to get again information from it, but MS Boombot get the information, and Felipe is setting up the stun, and Sandal with Alkias try to push, but no one here, and Matrix get Alkia, but Emma gets the trade, Glance gets the trade too, and now 4 versus 3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, making the situation right now 3-4. Glance joins her teammates, and it seems like it's gonna be an A hit this time. BBL Kings, they still have players over towards B, but let's see if they can manage this. The commotion is heard and the rotations are coming in, but they should have a good side wins though in this elbow situation. Could be dangerous, like it is swinging out. Nilo gets down their counterpart here.
Now 2 versus 4 retake for the Queens. Probably they gonna try their chance because they're in the bonus.
Oh, Proxima,
But
yeah. She
Nilo.
has tried to go for a play there, and Felipa just jumps over that utility by Cypher. Okay, catching Glenn's notice actually. That's unfortunate for them, but it's just a one-player loss. If Felipa does not commit for like a heroic play here, it could be really rough for her and swing out. Kirpia gets the kill, getting Carmen Core their first score of this map.
Yeah, as we talk about, Carmine Cup gets the round with the gun advantage, and when they are fighting on the mid, they get a mid fight. They won the fight and have a player advantage. After that, they rotate on the game to the A, and they get to vents before the lost no one.
Mm-hmm.
After the plant, Proxima tries try her chance, but Nilo gets her. After the Felipa tried to get one, but they played flash pick and gets
Mm-hmm.
around with securely. And now
Mm-hmm.
the both teams are gonna full buy right now.
Yeah, let's see if Carmen Corp can keep up the momentum here. Alkia, with her teammate, is in the same positioning. Matrix gets the better of her though. Alkia goes down, unfortunately, in mid. Now pushing BBL Queens kind of make a play here. Felipa just commits to it, slings out and gets the kill onto Matrix. Now the star duelist of Carmen Corp down. It's a 4v4 situation. Let's see if I can have it. Vens again, the clash connect, swinging out. Nilo gets the kill onto her, unfortunately. And Carmen Corp have the sights.
Yeah, when you lost your sniper, you have lost the side control, and Nilo pushing on the C10 gets Felipa. So extra, and 4 versus 2 again for Queens, and Proxima is on the vent position. Glance is taking
Oh,
peek
yeah.
and found Proxima. Anma is the last one. She's on the city.
Okay.
Maybe get some kill.
Anna. Let's see what she can do now. Okay, swings out. Okay, there's a player in an elbow though. Sweetoka gets the better offer and makes the score even here, 2-2. Is a comeback on the play here, Racket?
Yeah, because as the entry matrix is always get the mid control and try to get some space for their team. With this advantage, Carmine Cobb is always end the game in the 2 round, lost on the A side, finished on the A side, and Vance cannot practice as she wants, and it costs round for the queens, and now they must be a half eco or mix eco, and probably Carmine Cobbs gets a 3, I think.
Yeah. So now BBL Queens has to play this carefully. Alkia has been committing to that really heroic plays in B and mid, but Wens, I do not think she can manage to wend off A alone. And you can see here on the map, they're going for a daring play here. Speed of splash could really count here. Swing out. Okay, Nilo gets the kill onto Wens once again. I think that's like the third time she has killed her. Yeah, okay, Nilo tries to get more here. If Olivia escaping with just 11 HP. Oh, this could be really not good here for Felipa. 9 HP in heaven. Okay, Proxima kind of taps back though.
Caps come from the Proxima and she saves. And now 3 versus 3 and Sky is a very low HP. Enva, I guess Speedovska. She was a low HP and she died now. Creepy on side. Glance found the headshot on the Enva. Glance gets the
Wayne.
2. Even the paranoia.
Oh, Kia, what can you do here? Sees one player, is not sure where Glance is, though Glance will be getting the plant down. And Alkia's noise should be
Spike
heard.
planted.
She's dropping down. This
One
double swing
enemy
out.
remaining.
Alkia almost does it. But Carmine Corpia shuts it down in the end. Getting one score above BBL Queens here.
They play very clearly and they never take a risk in the two round streak. And now Queen's gonna take the timeout. The timeout is very important right now because you lost a three round and streak. And Carmine Corp in the clutches, they are always play the very guaranteed double peaks, flash peaks, and playing very connectively. But the other side, Queens is always the have a player disadvantage on the retakes positions, and
Mhm.
the A side is so powerful for the planter time because when you try to retake, A side is not an easy place for the retake, and elbow position so important. And Carmine Cops gets the elbow, gets the plant, and holding the old corners. And Queens have a problem when they're retaking on the A, and now probably they discuss about that.
Yeah, yeah, surely, because just when it seems that they're about to make a heroic play, score the round, Karma and Carver are like, nope, just Nilo swings out and gets the kill so many times onto Vens. I think it's like an Achilles heel for them. Vens cannot manage to kind of belt off A alone. And you can see in the map, Felipe will be joining her in these efforts in A, just to not give it off. But Karma and Corp, again, just before the timeout, they have won quite a bit of times in A, just getting the spike down. So they will be going for a possible A hit again. Let's see if BBL are prepared for Matrix just swings out here. Felipa! Okay, the shots do not connect. Nilo gets the kill on Felipa. Thanks to Matrix's push here. Vance, okay, the
I know
shots does not
exactly
connect,
where
but
you
this
are.
utility. Okay, Vance gets 2 kills just like that.
What a nice shot from the Vans. She gets the carbon and gets the 2 kill, and Proxima try to come to help. But the glance and speed also found the Vans. Career found the Enva too. And now Queens is again player disadvantage on the A side. Alkia
Spike
is on the
planted.
CT.
Yeah.
Creepy on the main. Glance is under heaven. And Fox coming for
Ooh,
the elbow.
okay.
Nice
Clean
shot.
shots by there by
I've got
Alkia
your
will
trail.
invest this Seekers here. Again, Seeker on Seeker. Both teams have used it now to confirm the positionings. Omen and Omen, Sky on Sky, the swing out. Alkia, will she guess this positioning though? These
Last
players,
player
okay, Alkia
standing.
gets both of these kills. Scoring, I think, a 3 kill.
What a
Yeah,
lineup.
just
What a lineup. She gets
explosive.
she gets the two of them. And now Queens gets around after the pause.
Mhm.
That's very important for them because when you take the time out and discussing the problems and probably you found the solution about it and you have to be win the round after the pause. When you lose it, you're gonna be the mental damage. And this is very important for them. And now Queens gets around. What a nice elbow push, and they get the prize about it. And now the Carmichael is going to the timeout.
Yeah, let's see now. I think, wow, that was such. BBL just took their time out and one round after Carmine Corp take their own. It's really interesting here, actually, to see the call out by the coach Law. I do not think that they want BBL Queens to have more scores down the line, so this is kind of a preventive timeout.
Probably
Yeah.
the Carmine Cubs coach is thinking to don't give any streak to the Queens and slow the game to take the timeout and repair the connection about them.
Hmm.
And after the timeout, probably the both teams are playing their games and with the full buys. And by the way, the Queens has a breach ult, and the other way, Carmine Cubs has the raise ult. If the Matrix is playing on the side directly with the ult, probably create a chance for their team for the plant. And we're gonna see it after the time's out.
Hmm. Let's see now whether Carmine Corp have used this timeout for good. Anva will be farming these orbs and B really early on. Matrix has the ult online, the showstopper, but it doesn't quite find anybody here. She just tries to find somebody, it just does not connect onto anybody though. Wins.
Come
They're
at
really
it. I'm
clever for
afraid.
this. Nilo, okay, will she be able to get through these cages? Yes, she can. Okay, Vance though gets a kill on the
Spike
glance
down
through the
A.
smokes just like that. Really interesting. Carmine Corp have control of A side now. Oh, Proxima the clap back though. This works really nicely. And the spike will go down in the hands of Vidoka in the end.
Even if the Carmine Cop lost their chances with the Razor's ult, they get the site, and now the Breach ult comes in. Nilo is under heaven. Nilo's get advanced, but Enma gets paid too. Matrix on the elbow again. Nate comes in. They must push. Matrix found the
One enemy
Alkia.
remaining.
Two kills! Two
Enma!
kills, but Enma just explosive right there for BBL Queens. Scores them their fourth round there. What an unpredictable play.
She get a kill with the 2 blast.
Yeah,
Uh, we see how the Razor's ult is very important on their
yeah.
teams. The Carmine Cops waste their chance, but Queens use it very well, and they get around with the ults.
hmm
What a
Currently,
blast.
currently sitting at 6 kills here. She's playing this really good. It's just such a good substitute for her.
Yeah, after the failed passive first round, the kill at kill places it. She joined the game, and that's important for the team because when your entries don't in the game, you have the big problem. It creates scores, get around, and they need to be their entries. And now Enma is on the game for the BBL Queens.
Mhm. Felipa tries to swing out and find some kills here. She is right in that there's Nilo and Glance here just waiting for this push out, this investment of this utility here in Matrix. Again, you can see in the map, BBL kids, they don't really care about mid in the situation. They're only caring about the Haven pushes, and because Carmen Pro will have to get to side and have the spike down, so it's not in their priority currently to defend that. Oh, you can see that Nilo has the kill, but Matrix is dealt with. Okay. Really, really cool usage of ult. Man still gets the kill though to
Spike
swing
down
out.
A.
Glance deals with her in the end, but the damage is already done. 3 on 3 right now. BBL Queen is looking for a hard and fast retake here.
That's so important. If the Glance don't get the kill, probably Vance to clear all of the site, and probably the round is gonna be the end. But now Alkia gets
Oh,
Glance, but Nilo gets 2. Just
Nilo!
oh,
Okay!
what
Explosive
a
right
play!
there by 4K by Nilo. Guys kind of stopped there, fixed her aim and went back in for the kill. Really, really good for her. Now, we're having a really even map here, Banke.
She's playing 13 on the 5. Such a high
Yeah,
score for a Cypher player on the attacker side.
yeah.
That's very important and so critical for their team. On the other hand, Vance trains everything on the side, but Glance get trade and try to secure on the side. But the Nilo is the hero of this round for the
Mhm.
Carmine Corp.
Yeah. Yeah, right now, just let's see now, Carmen Corp. They have been really good. Nilo just playing Cypher like a pseudo duelist here with those skills, just like you mentioned. Plans to swing out, tries to find something in B. They're kind of trying to lure BBL Queens here in this position. And they're just waiting. They're not too eager to swing out because, Carmine Corp, they can really land these shots really well. You can see from Nilo, from Glance, they're such good players. So they're not getting overtly aggressive here.
Carmine Corp is playing very safely, even the ecos or the full buy rounds. By the way,
Oh.
the Ryupia against Proxima, and I'm talking about the Carmine Corp, they are always the play very guaranteed. Don't push on the side immediately. Wait on the mid or the vents or the heavens for the gets entry. After
Mhm.
that, they are playing on the side. And by the way, they are pushing on the B side right now.
Mhm.
And
Oh,
Creepia gets
kill.
Alkia.
Really nice there.
30 seconds left.
30 seconds on the clock. They have to do something here. Get the plants. Double kills by BBL.
You
One
know,
enemy
Emma
remaining.
is disrupting them with Bucky, but Speedowska kills her with a
Spike
bite.
planted.
Now Vance is on the heaven. 3 versus 1.
Mhm.
She's on the catwalk. Trying out some spam on the smoke, but no one is here. 2 is on the backside, 1 is on the plant.
Mhm.
Just jumps in on the side. She's in smoke, but Ryupia gets a kill, and my cops found the fifth round on their teams, and 5 to 4. They get
Mhm.
the score advantage right now.
Yeah, and Carmine Corp have that Viper's Pit and Neurals have to play around with currently. Having saved their utility for this, now going into the ninth round, we're seeing a pretty even matchup, I think.
That goes
BBL
there.
Queens, they're kind of faltering. We
Yes,
expected a
this should do.
stronger matchup for them here,
This
for them
goes
to
here.
perhaps like end this half in
That
9
goes
to
there.
3, but currently seems like they're struggling.
Yeah, they are always the struggle on the side, but
Time to hunt.
they always found a way. And now, by the way, the Speedowska sends the dog for information to the heaven, and Nilo pushes with the dog, but no one is here. And it's change control on the heaven.
Hmm.
And now still no one
My
shows here,
tower is
but now
destroyed.
she wants a glance now.
Hmm. Yeah, let's see now. Wins. Still on the site. Waits for Felipe again for this push. Meanwhile, both of these players, Matrix and Glance, are in heaven just waiting for these BBL Queens players to rotate over. Right now, I think they have only tried to hit B side once, so Vence should be
Stage
ready
3.
for it. The just triggered, the swing out, hits Matrix down just like that. Now, they know that she's on the side, but she's still to be dealt with. Face going off here, Smioka.
I'm
Back
going to
away,
try
okay,
it.
swing out, Vance gets a clean kill on the Glance. 4 to 2
player
right
standing.
now, and
Spike
gets the
down
kill.
A.
Kirpion have left alone.
30
Spike is
seconds
out of
left.
reach here. She can't just go for a quick grab here, but her positioning is also noted by the help of Scam. And they're not too eager for it. And 20 seconds on the clock. She has no choice but to face all of these four players. So she cannot rotate. She cannot do anything. And okay, this double close fire. She almost gets the kill, but it is done for BBL Queens. Once again, makes score even.
The BBL Queens' play styles on the A side, left Vance alone in the side. She tried to get one or two kill. If she gets a one or more kill, it's very big thing for them. And yeah, we have advantage. But when they lost the Vance, they try to always the -1
My
retake
fight.
plays. And a little bit
Yes,
of
this
gambling,
should
but
do.
it's a game style for them. And Vance is working very
This is a nice spot.
very well
This
on the
goes
side.
here. Yes,
She gets a
this should
2 kill in the last round, and Queens gets the round.
Get him.
Yeah, and we're right now. Again, farming these orbs, she has her ult ready to showstopper, and Neurals have to play around with here for BBL Queens. Kind of singing advantage here for them. Nilo, they're already inside. Now BBL Queens, I think they're going for a hard retake here. Let's see how it goes.
Spike planted.
Seekers are online. Catch some of those players.
This time it's 5 versus 5, and Viper Speeds are coming in. On the other end, Queens has the M ulti again. This is very critical. If you hit the... Now, by the way, Matrix tried to lurk, but ran away again.
Dangerous. Yeah,
Yeah,
okay. Anma got the kill on the glance. Proxima there to follow it up. Anma just on site, just eager for these kills. And this neural tap about to reveal the positioning.
Last player
Remaining
standing.
players, Carmine Corp just goes down like that. Proxima, 3 kills to finish it off. And it's a flawless round for BBL Queens.
Flawless.
what a clean play from the Queens. And first Emma's shot after the Proximus gets 2 kill.
Last
Even the
round
pushing
before the
Viper
switch.
speed from the Viper Cypher. She gets her 2 with shorty, and uh, they get all of them with easily and lost no one. That's very important for the economical advantage, and uh, they have a very
Oh, this is a nice spot.
economical advantage because the all Command Corps player are gonna the half
This goes
armor
here.
and one
Yes,
Spectre and
this
one
should do.
Guardian. That's so critical for Queens. They have a gun
This is a nice
advantage
spot.
too.
Mhm.
And now we're gonna see the last round before the half. And Emma is on the B main again. Getting the info with the Boombot and pushing on the orb. All of the teams are always farming the orbs before the defense of the entering the site. They try to always get the as soon as possible for reaching the ultimates. And
Ooh,
now
okay.
Proxima, she gets one and fall back.
Yeah, I guess the kill and just backs off to be safe. Alkia will have that heal going on for her. Now, 4 to 4. Both duelists are down in the situation. They will have to make do here. Carmine Corp with their double controller.
Where is
Sky. Okay,
everyone
Nilo.
hiding?
How's the ult? Uses the ult finally. Neural staff reveals. Positioning of BBL Queen, seeing that there's only 2 players here. I mean, it's just a do or die situation here. And Creepia, in the end, gets a kill onto Proxima. Alkia left alone on the side. Not for quite long, though. Okay, the 3 kill by Alkia. Onto Alkia by Creepia, excuse me.
Spike planted.
Philippa still in heavens. She's unchecked, but that will not go on for quite so long. Okay, her positioning is now accounted for by Nilo. Wens again swing out. Gets 1 kill before going down. Philippa, what can you do here? 1 to 3. You have to commit to it. You have to fall down here. Okay, gets the kill
What a
because
shot!
Vidalka. Excuse me, Philippa.
What a play!
Explosive 3 kills. Oh my goodness, Philippa. Just being the hero for BBL Queens here. What a clutch.
What a 3 headshots! She gets both of them, and after what the
Switching
transfer
sides.
from CT to CT,
So good.
such a nice play from Talifa. She's the silence after the get 6 kill for the first places of the matches, and now she's back again and do the developer things that gets 3 kill and gets the losing round to turn on them, and now Queens has a 2-round advantage after the half.
Yeah, oh my goodness. Philippa, I cannot get over that play there. Explosive 3 kills in the blink of an eye. Secures BBL Queens. Their 7th round. Now we're ending the house on a 7-5. 10 seconds on the clock. Sides have changed, obviously. Carmine Corp now on the defender side, while BBL Queens, we're going to be seeing them on splits. And the attacker side, let's see now. Sky, the flash out. They're trying to establish some presence here in B main. It's not quite deterring Carmine Corp, though. One player, QP, I think, just rotates over to B just to be safe. But all of these players of BBL Queens have now rotated over to A for this hit.
And now the Carmine Corps is using the 2 controller advantage with using the Kuripia on the mid position with the Orc now. By the way, the Queens are pushing on the A side. All of them speed. Oscar sends a flash from heaven and Glance is hard with a chance, but
Spike down.
Oscar founds them. Vance from speed Oscar and Glance from Emma. Vance gets a trade, and now Vance gets 3! Now Nilo is the
Okay.
last! Proxima gets 8th round. When
Yeah,
we're talking
just-
about the BBL Queens plays and Carmine Corps 2 controller plays, but the Queens are pushing on the side very fastly and gets controls very quickly, even if the 8 comes from the heaven, but not work, and Queens gets around. This is so important for both team because the Queens try to continue the streak, Carmine Corps try to stop them, but now the Queens get the 8th round and they go on Antico.
8-5 right now. Kind of, having some methods, but not going too overboard with their buys here, just to be safe. Alkia will commit for this dog to clear. Be main. Okay. There's Sky though. Speedoka kind of caught up. She wanted to escape that, but didn't really want to give BBL Queens a lot of information, so she had to swing out and break that. Carmine Corp, we're currently having maybe a wrong call out here because we're seeing them all rotate up to 8. This is a huge gamble, and unfortunately, it's not the side that BBL Queens are planning to hit.
Yeah, they are left side to the retake, and now the Queens has a chance. They are pushing on the empty side, and they get the plant, and they have a 3 weapon advantage.
Yeah. You can see on
Carmine Corps try to get some damage on them, but 5 of them comes from the city, sorry, 4 of them.
Yeah. This pressure will be heard by Anima, who's sitting here just waiting for these players when already gets a kill on the Curpria in mid. A huge start for this. Right now, Glenn Speedoka, they're just waiting for exit frags here. Unfortunately, they do not have the strong weapons to have a retake of the sites. Yeah, and exit frags just do not work here. BBL Queen's really too smart for that. Man instead goes for this pinch play here. See if she can find anything. Okay, the round is already BBL Queen's, and she wasn't able to find those kills. Carmine Corp have already chosen to die to Spike, all of them. And yeah, it's good for their economy in the end, but BBL Queens, they seem to be going strong right now as they have switched to the attacker side.
And now I'm back, I'm sorry. The
No, it's
queens
okay.
don't lose the round and they get Antico. Even
Mhm,
losing no one, 3 Spectres are still here. And
mhm.
Philippa and West is carrying on team with 25 kills from them. And now they are going to bonus as the defender side. Carmichael's try to get around with full buy.
Yeah, let's see now. Nilo
My eyes
has
are
that cam. Okay, it is spotted though. She wanted to still have that pressure. Spidoka getting caught in this paranoia. Meanwhile, Nila goes down. Trades just keep happening. Alkia, will you be able to find those kills? Yes, she can. Takes down Spidoka just like that. And BBL Queens have the side right now. Spike will go down in the hands of Felipa, Carmine Corp. All
Spike
in heaven
planted.
right now. All of these 3 players going for this retake situation here. Let's see if they can make out of it. Vance is here in ramps, waiting for this push out. Okay, they did not expect it. Matrix gets the kill. Vance,
Okay.
good on her own, gets 3 kills just like that. These Cyphers in this play today are amazing, Berke.
The round ended without any move from the Carmichael because the Vances holds his positions very well and she gets a 3 of them easily. She shows a very easy on this position. That's very critical when you are holding the site from the before the retake. And all of the Carmichael's players are trying to go on the main, but the Vances says no, and she gets around. And 10-5, Carmichael is going to the eco again.
Yeah, right now, BBL Queens obviously have the economy advantage on their side, going into this round with full rifles. Feel like Carmine Corp only sheriffs in hand will try to make best of what they can. Mila, okay, is spotted unfortunately in the situation. Okay, Anma spots 2 players like that. Paint shots to stop this push in heaven from BBL Queens. Anma though and Kia get 2 kills, making it a 3-4 explosive start of the round, and it just started and it seems to be over. Wen's in mid currently. Carmine Corp, okay, wins, getting the kill on Svidoka in the end. It's a team ace round for BBL Queens. They're under 11 score right now, and wow, the map, to remind to our viewers, was Carmine Corp's pick, so it's not really a fortunate situation here for them. Yeah, we have a timeout starting out by Carmine Corp here. Just to talk about the situation here, 11-5. Carmine Corp have been really good in just going for these hits here, but I'm not sure now. Since they're on the defender's side, it seems like they're currently having a trouble just defending the sides here. We're currently having all the issues for Bakia, but she will be coming in really quickly.
Oh, sorry, I'm back again.
Yeah.
My mic is closed. Sorry for that.
It's okay, it's okay.
As I told Aldo before the match, the Queens is always try to get score advantage before the half, and after they get the advantage as 7-5, they keep the streak with the 4 round, and they very close the end of the game. And Carmichael tried their chance on the eco, maybe get some close kills, maybe found some gun, change the fate of the game, but Queens is playing very strong right now. And now, after the timeout, Carmichael tried to stop the Queen's streak.
Yeah, now BBL glance. We'll break the spot just in case. Carmichael wanting to let BBL Queens know that, okay, there is some pressure here. Okay, the swing out though, Kirpia. Yes, kill. Glance there to follow it up.
One enemy
Oh
remaining.
goodness, Carmine Corp were really good in this round. Glance now left alone. Excuse me, the other way around. Proxima was left alone in
Proxima
that
is
fight.
alone,
Yeah, Omen onto Omen.
and the
She
Glance
was,
is the winner of this fight.
yeah, she was really good in that fight. Wow. 11-6 right now.
6.
Yeah. How do you think we will end this map, Berke?
I think the Carmine Cup tried to come back, but if they lost any round and Queens is the only one round, probably they don't have no more chance and they're going to close the game very fastly. This is very important for Carmine Cup until they get the economical and psychological advantage, until the
Mhm,
Queens lost control of the map. If they don't control, lost control, probably they're going to end the match very quickly.
mhm,
And now the Matrix is sending nade, by the way. Emma is on the mid. They try to get mid control again for the rotating the game.
mhm. Let's see. It seems to be a slower round before Anma just initiate this kill on Kirpia in heaven. BBL Queens right now, BBL Queens when they were on the defender's side, if you back, yeah, they just let Carmine Corp have mid here, but it's not quite working in the situation for Carmine Corp because BBL Queens they just keep getting these kills, keep having these pushes. Right now, Carmine Corp have realized that it's not gonna be B hits, so this players on A have to be ready for this push. Anma goes in and gets killed. Speedoka already though. Nilo now stuck alone inside. Has to make a swing, has to make a play for it. Gets 2 kills just like that. Anma, okay, there to follow it up, there to clap back. Now, 3 kills for her now. Spike
One
is
enemy
out of
remaining.
range. Okay, Matrix, the showstopper. BBL Queens right now left alone, only down to Althea, and the showstopper isn't even needed. Blends there to have this retake.
In this retake, the Emma get a 3 kill, but on the way Nilo gets a 2 kill and Matrix comes to help with the 2 kill, and BBL Quiz players lost all of them immediately and only one player on the site. They don't get a plant. They don't let them to the plant, and Kamekops gets a second round after the timeout. The things are going to good for them, I think. And two teams are going to be wasting the last on their manis, but Carmine Cops had a little bit advantage on the situation.
Let's see now. Creepia once again checking for some pressure in mid, but BBL players are just going for and mid hits. Just through and through here. Okay, making a pressure onto A. Swinging out, Nila gets the kill. Alpha, it was still dealt with by Spioka here. Let's see now, Nilo. 20 HP gets the kill to Elkia. Is traded though by Proxima. Felipa on the side does not realize that Matrix is also there to follow it up. When it's currently all stuck in this unreliable situation. Kirpia has last word in that fight, making the score 11-8. Now, Carmen Corp have been really performing so well back here compared to what we imagined them to be.
Yeah, the timeout is working on them, and Queens is try to maybe have a little bit problem about the closing the game. As we can see, the Enva lost her chance with the ult, and she caught on the trap. That's very critical for them because you lost their entries when they try on the get control of the site. And the other way, Nilo is back on the game with the aim power, and she's
Mhm.
controlling of the A side, very dominant. On the other hand, Glance's metrics is always the comes 8 when the retaking side, and Queens must take the timeout right now.
Mhm.
Probably they try to play changing the game plans for the last places of the game, and Carmine Cops try to keep on the streak and catch on the Queens and the score table. We're gonna see what's happened after this timeout. Carmine Cops continues their streak or Queens is say the no.
Yeah, Carmen Corp. It is their last matchup here in this group stage. So they just want to make a play here against BBL Queens, want to prove themselves, see if they can do it. Split their map pick. Right now, they're 3 scores to catch up to BBL Queens. And they seem to be doing alright so far, getting 3 kills consecutively. It has been a really good strike for them. All right, now this heavy push here happening. Matrix is there to shut BBL Queens down in mid. That heal will also be coming in for her, fortunately. And the spike is retrieved onto B main without much trouble.
On the eco round, the queens try to find some extras with the pushes, but Matrix is hold the mid very strongly, and now Proxima is changing her chance. But Creepio is on the vent now, and Matrix is crossfired with two of them. This very hard position for the queens for get some advantage. And now she gonna
One
see the
enemy
Proxima.
remaining.
Matrix gets three, Creepia gets Felipa too, and now Vance is the last one on the B main.
Oh, okay.
She misses chance, and only Sheriff she has.
Yeah, Vince. 1v5. An undoable situation here, isn't this close quarters? Matrix catches her though, and 4 kills for her, making a flawless round for Carmine Corp.
Yeah, they're on the flawless and they don't lose anyone. That's important for the economical advantage. Uh, as I talked about, the Carmine Corps gets the now some economical power. They have a lack of the lose in the round, maybe one, because they don't see the any eco right now.
Mhm.
They're gonna full buy even all over the match, I think. And things are not good for the queens because they are lost the 4 round again and again, and they don't get the advantage, map advantage, and they must be gets this round, or the Carmine Cups gets a draw.
Yeah, Carmine Corp. I mean, coming back from 7-5, it is a really good place that they're in right now. Not undoable. They still have 2 more rounds to go, though. Let's see if BL Queens are wanting to make this count. Matrix get the kill to Anva, and Alkia has a
I
trade,
know
but it's just a second too late, actually. Alkia, the spam, she just already has made her way through Neural Theft to stop this push.
got your
For
trail.
Carmine Corp, glances paranoia, blinded in sight. So much utility being dumped
Alkia,
to her face. Alkia gets to get last kill there. Now 4-3. What can these girls do? Let's see now. Carmine Corp, will they be able to prevent BBL Queens reaching their map point here?
the glance is the only one defender on the B side, but they lost her very quickly, and Queens get the advantage of the site, and they try to check the Vance, but they fall back again and focus on the site. Probably the Vance is gonna be lurk, but Alkia is trying chance, but
One enemy
Vance
remaining.
is coming. Felipa gets two of them, and Vance
Oh,
gets the last
No one
one.
to interrogate.
12 to 9 for Queens. After the 4 rounds, Queens get the
Match point.
round now. They're gonna play the match point.
mhm. Yeah, really unfortunate for Carmine Corp actually, because again, it was their map pick. They were really confident going into this.
That
Getting
goes
round
there.
after round, but BBL
This
Queens,
goes
they
here.
seem to be really in their element today,
Hit them.
especially.
That goes there.
When at first I thought, they, had time just getting into the game because they kept getting killed by Nilo, especially in A, but they recovered so well here and making these play here for BBL Queens. And then reaching their 12th score when it's already so daring. Look at that, swinging out.
The Carmine Corps taking risks with the pushes from the sides, and Matrix gets on the close mid and glances on the ramp side.
Okay.
Felipa and Emma is on the mid, but they don't gonna check probably the Matrix
Do they?
position.
Okay. Matrix coming down. Gets 1 kill. Okay. Showstopper is there. This
Stopper.
could be exclusive. Gets only 1 kill. Gets 4 kills. Excuse me, 3 kills and gets out of there. The damage already done to BBL Queen's Proxima. Right now, Nokia has to do everything for this retake. The spike is already in reach. They can just get it here. Boombot has tagged them. Fortunately, but it's 2-5. Carmine Corp will not want to let this go here. A gunbarrel out of place. Matrix Exeter gets her 4 kill and Glance steals the ace, but it's a flawless round in the end by Carmine Corp.
Yeah, the Matrix gets the mid control in the close positions, and the Queen's players are don't check the right side, and Kurupia gets some distractions and take the attentions on her. And after that, the Matrix gets the first kill. After she used the showstopper very well, gets the kill, and found the third kill. And very extra positions, she's run away without take any damage. After that, she gets a 4 and glance the close round, and now 12 to 10. The Queens is gonna be the half eco right now with 4 Vandal, 1 Bulldog.
Mhm. Let's see. You got Queens going for a full B head actually. Mid hasn't really been one of the stronger speeds here going. It splits Nilo. Okay, be there to stop this dog. Anma, satchel out. Okay, gets tagged. Unfortunately, Nilo takes her down. Duelist of BBL Queens. Now the swing yat has to be committed to. Their plans revealed. Felipe and Elkia there for the push. Viper Spit has to be invested here in the situation. Speedoka playing it safe here. Wins. Okay, maybe this is undealable for them. BBL Queens kind of opting out for this slow go back around. Maybe they're gonna go mid or A here. What do you think, Berke?
They don't take the they don't want the entry on the Viper speed and rotate into gate. Even the Emma catches on the trap and they lost their entries, but Queens get the player advantage on the B side. After the Viper speed,
30
they
seconds
get
left.
secure on the B side, but all of them left on the A side. And now Queens rotates off the game very easily. And Elkia found Sleepy. Elkia gets third. But the Felipa close the game.
Remaining.
Ooh, okay. BBL Queens now on for the
Attackers
win here. They get split, and it's their first map of this best of 3. Wow.
Yeah, the Queens gets the enemy's peak right now, and they have score advantage right now.
Mm-hmm.
On the other hand, we're gonna see the sunset for the
Mm-hmm.
Queen's peak.
Yeah.
Uh,
We will be
they,
back to cast that match with Zach, but thank you so much, Berke, for joining our broadcast today.
you're welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much. Your help has been so, so good. And we'll be may perhaps seeing you in late matches, but we'll be taking a short little break as your cast is, and we'll be right back.
See you all.
Welcome back, everybody, to stage one and to this matchup of Carmine Corp against BBL Queens. Now, Zach will be joining me. How are you, Zach?
Very good, very good. I may have not been casting map one, but I was there for all of the action in chat.
Yeah.
So definitely a bit of a banger map. Heartbreaking for K Corp that they weren't able to make that comeback on split, but they got very, very close to it at the end.
Mhm. Yeah, at first I thought it was a really even matchup, but then BBL Queens just came back, just going for these hard and fast pushes. I mean, their coach was really, really helpful in getting reevaluating their strategies. They tried hitting mid at first, but then they were like, "Oh, this doesn't work for us, so we'll just go for direct hit." Just this reevaluation tactics that I really like from BBL Queens.
hmm One of the tactics that I particularly enjoyed from BBL was, like you mentioned, the focus towards the site. And I think K Corp also had a couple of those moments. Like you saw how they were kind of struggling to entry onto any site that Wens was holding down. So I think the call
Yeah,
in those later rounds became just like, all right, we know the Cypher is A, let's just not go away, guys. You know what? And it
yeah,
worked for them. So
yeah.
definitely pretty good. I remember like I forgot which tournament this was. It was the one that Optic won. So I think it was Masters Reykjavik as well, like 2 years ago. Uh I think one of the players from Optic in the finals was like, yeah, we were playing against Aspas. We just didn't want to we they made that like, this huge comeback and they were like, yeah, we're
Maybe
just gonna go to the site that Aspas is in there and they won.
maybe
So
it was luck in your remembering because it was Fnatic against
no, it was
Loud,
Optic
maybe.
versus Loud. It was Optic versus
Oh,
Loud.
okay.
I
Yeah, yeah.
remember this because I was watching the interview and I was like, wow, you guys really won a trophy because you avoided one guy. Like it just
Yeah,
blew my mind.
but
So
some players are just like that. Some players they just do not want to be getting in, especially in game changers here. We can talk a lot about these players in this, especially in BBL Queens, because all these players, Proxima, Wens, just they're amazing here. Just getting into sites, also defending the sites. It's
oh
been
my
a
god, wins.
really good stake for them here.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like so many of those rounds, like you saw the impact that Wens was able to have just off the back of her setup, right? Whether it was getting
Hmm.
those opening kills, being an absolute menace on site. Um,
Hmm.
of course, it was just so incremental in shutting down the utility, and you can see the adjustments of the tripwires as well. In the beginning, they were in a different location. They moved in later
Yeah.
on,
By the
but
way, we
yes,
have agents like
I
coming
was just gonna
up
bring that up.
here.
Yes,
Yeah.
map number two, Sunset. We have our agent comms coming up here, so let's see what we have cooking. Um,
Alpia on the fade. Yes. That
yes,
Turkish on Turkish. I
Turkish fate.
love that. Yeah. Turkish players and Turkish agents I just love in this game actually. And
Teşekkürler Alkia.
yeah,
Kate taught me to say that.
teşekkürler. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So your Turkish is really good by the way. Better than mine probably.
My
But
one word of Turkish, guys. A Turkish person that said it's good. Let's go. I have been vindicated.
yay. Yeah, approve Turkish. I approve you as a Turkish person.
Yes.
But yeah, just to focus on the match here, you're seeing a pretty even comp here. This just to we have a fate on solo change LBC, but the rest we're seeing it to be pretty even here.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of agent comps, we're not seeing anything super flashy, I would say, cooking. No Yoru, sadly, or
Mhm.
we're not gonna be seeing, a double spicy double duelist comp that we've seen come out of some of these teams here. But at least today, like this is a really good agent comp. I think Glance, of course, being on that Sova gives you that versatility to play around the Cypher just because of the fact that you can break those shock darts by investing a
Mhm.
cheaper piece of util, like a shock dart instead of your full paint shells, which takes so long to recharge.
Yeah, and getting that info is as well will be really crucial for the team. Bibelku is going for a hard B hit here on Anwa, currently blinded by this paranoia. Torpedo swing allocate deals with Vans just at
Right
the start of
click.
the round. Oh, okay. A lot of kills going off left and right. BBLQ is now 3 out of 3. Spike will go down in the hands of Alkia.
Yeah, now trying to set up in the post plan, but this flank is huge here. Both Glance and Matrix waiting for that Cypher to go down, pushing through, and BBL, they were just not ready for it. They kind of depended on that tripwire, I think, towards the latter half of the round, and with the kills and trades coming through so quickly, no real way
Yeah.
for them to reposition, get themselves in a better situation for a post plant. So K-Corp, they take this pistol, but you saw how early on Matrix was pushing mid, right? Like 5 seconds into the round, she's almost in the attacker spawn, man.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, this will be a problem for BBL Queens if they do not, catch on to Karmic Group strategy here going into sunset. Which is just like, if you have mid, kind of you're pretty much able to convert the round no matter what. So Matrix definitely getting use of that situation.
Oh,
But
the force.
yeah, BBL Queen, you're seeing them going for a hard A at this time. You're seeing the satchel and the faded tools you play here in A. Glance is stuck alone in the side, only with a guardian in hand. Too many angles to check, cannot deal with, unfortunately. And Kurupia will also go down after getting 2 kills. Wins now 3 on 3. A really similar situation as to last round here.
Yeah, they have the site though, and they're gonna be able to get the spike online. Still don't feel safe enough to plant quite yet. Perhaps hoping for K-Corp to get a little bit more aggressive here. Finally, Dark Cover comes down. Speedoka takes down a huge kill onto Proxima. 2 players left for BBL, and it looks like they're pushing CT, probably looking to a rotation to that B site.
Yeah, they will also. Okay, they have currently have retake outside, but look at BBL Queen's positionings here. They're just going for
Defender cosplay.
B-side. Yeah. Yeah, I thought for a second that the attackers were inside then. I saw the play, I was like, hold on a minute, this is not right. And Vance will get the fight down. Set up will be happening here. Still 28 seconds from the camp, but Anva will be catching onto this
No
rotation.
way.
Gets 2 kills.
Player
It's not
standing.
good for 3 though. Nilo, right now 20 HP. Cypher and Cypher will have to go for this retake alone. Now BBL Queens, when there's a lot of places that she could have hide, but she just faces the fight just like that and gets the kill. Secures the round for BBL Queens.
I mean, I can hear the comms in the chat there, like, yo, she's low, she's 20 HP, one shot, one shot. Like, yeah, but in this case, they were actually one shot, not like when your teammates called that they're one shot and they're like full HP, you know, and you tell them, you ask them how much damage they've done, and they're like, oh, I did 51. Like, that's not low, man.
Yeah, it's just the second round not quite working out for Carmine Corp just yet. But let's see, 1-1. Going nearly even, and we were start at the even of split also, so expecting a similar play here. Wens, though this really daring eye gets taken down. Nilo suddenly 12 HP, has to play this carefully right now. Alkia also spots Kurupia. Is also blinded by the paranoia. Anwa is already on the side. Okay, it's not managed to get the kill to Kurupia. It is dealt with by Vens though. Nero set online to reveal Carmine Corp's positionings here. It will be tough.
Surprised they invested that in this situation, but yeah, despite the close range, Wens tries to go for the swing off the info. Not able to confirm the kill though, but the gun is just a bait here. Speedoka able to find one more, but finally it will be BBL to come out on top in this bonus round of swords that they were able to pick up off the back of that anti-eco that they stole away. Now looking at the ults here, Kurupia, the only one to have the From the Shadows ready to go here, but for BBL side, they are 2 off of that showstopper, and they're still in this bonus 5 kind of situation, where they're not really opting to invest too much.
Yeah. Let's see if Carmine Corp are looking to punish that bonus. Because you're still seeing a sheriff in the hands of Wenz and Felipa. I mean, not really reliable to just run and gun, but BBL can surely make something out of that. And what you're seeing here, going for this daring play is that Matrix at the start of the match had tried to do. Nilo, let's currently focus on her, and meanwhile Proxima has made her way over the side. Unfortunately though, Nilo's Doka had the kills. And what kind of tries to clap back here. Okay.
Nightmare's over.
Emma gets another kill onto Kurupia. 3 on 2 right now. Matrix. Okay. Wait out. Matrix gets a kill onto Wins. Unfortunately, now the spike also out of reach. Anwa has to do everything here for BBL Queens.
Yeah, the substitute stepping in big shoes here, having to play instead of Schnell. Still though, on a 3K, will have to ace clutch like you mentioned, but she has the tools for it by sure, including that showstopper and that boombot for some information, and she has so much time to work with here. And of course, another isolated fight here. Anwa gets it for free, and that's the clutch here. An 8 for Anwa, the substitute shining so hard for BBL. I would be excited too. You go, girl.
Yeah, amazing start there for BBL Queens. Just amazing there. Anwa pulling up a 1v5. Looking to be the hero of BBL Queens here, setting to their 3rd score of this map. I mean, it is their map pick, and they have, if I'm not mistaken, 100% of winning this map.
Yes, they do. I was gonna bring it up.
Yeah, I mean, they're a force to be reckoned with here on this map. But Carmine Corp, let's see if they can clap back here. They have a Guardian and a Bulldog in hand. Let's see if it will be enough for them.
They're starting off aggressive right now with the showstopper in the hands of Matrix. Again, taking up the space, but position gonna be spotted out for free thanks to the Cypher camera. And you can see how, off the back of that, they're quick to run away. Our BBL, they want nothing to do with this. Camera gonna be broken though. Matrix still holding onto the space that they took very aggressively early on.
Yeah, let's see now. No kills being had just yet. But you can see Matrix, they're really daring position into mid. I wonder if BBL Queens will be ready for this potential flank setup here. Svidoka calling over this rotation onto A. They have caught on to this. BBL Queens slowly making their way over towards. They do not want to go for fast pushes here because it has been really shaky for them. Now Spidoka just reaches ulti online to deter BBL Queens with this push, but it's a minute here on Matrix. This flank
Oh,
could
the
be
flank.
huge. Wins. Okay. She cannot quite. Can she jump over it? Nope. It will go for a break. Okay, the swing
Oh
out.
no.
Felipa deals with her in the end.
No more
This takes care of Nello as well. So that's now 3 players that are down here for this K Corp side. The remainder coming in from CT. Once again, a 1-for-1 trade. And in this 2v4 with the clock ticking, it might be better for KC to just save whatever they can. They did invest into this round, even though a couple of players had a bit of a shakier buy. So yeah, K Corp going in for the save here. And BBL Queens, they will get themselves a successful 4th round. But looking at the way they played, right, you made a really good point there about how the aggression has been working out for them. And their adaptation to that has been so good, right? They're playing the whole map control. They're getting that early pick before committing the spike. And most of all, what I've been really impressed is how they are at smoking out the site that Cypher isn't playing. Like throughout this map, they've been incredibly good at picking that out.
Yeah, and the spike will be exploding here, getting BBL Queens their 4th round of the series. Now, they looked a little shaky at the start, honestly, Zach here, but BBL Queens, they're kind of going strong here. But what do you think? Do you think Carmine Corp will be able to kind of get BBL Queens pick?
I mean, they have to if they want to push this to a map number 3, but I am a bit skeptical about that. Despite the substitute, despite everything that BBL have going against them, I think that the momentum is in their favor. And more than that, like, I'm a person who goes by the statistics, right? So if there's a team that hasn't lost this map yet, despite it being picked a few times, I would say it's not like they played it like once and they won it, so
Yeah.
that's why they have a 100% win rate. I think that it's definitely going to be a very uphill climb for K-Corp this map for
Ooh.
sure. Especially with Anma finding a kill like that. What?
Yeah,
Okay,
onto Matrix.
Spidoka,
Okay, the
what?
clap back by Spidoka though. She's just
That's an
waiting.
aftershock.
Excuse me. Ridiculous kills going on here. There's a kill through the spam through the smoke. Amazing kills going out 3-4 right now. BBL Queens having the advantage of the numbers. Felipa will try to have this opening here. Okay, catches Spidoka before she can commit.
Oh no.
One enemy
Splash.
remaining.
Okay, Vance. Nah, Vance is just too clever for that.
spend it.
Catches Neela as she was trying to rotate, marking the 5th round for BBL Queens here.
Gonna be calling the timeout as well from the K Corp side. A little bit late, but probably a good time to call it in now that they're in an eco. Not much to work with here for the K Corp side, aside from the sheriffs and a couple of ultimates, which I think could be the impact maker. Depending on how these rounds play out, we have seen these very incredible thirsties coming out of our GC teams before. That said, though, I think for K Corp, the area in which they're really struggling is map control, especially towards the later half of the round. They're able to get aggressive early on because BBL is playing so passive, right? They get aggressive early on, they get that mid info, but they're not able to hold on to it successfully and make a move off of it because of the positions that Wenz is holding, especially like we've seen in the last couple of rounds. Their lurks. Look, I am a ratty Cypher player, and I can tell you, I have never seen anyone do it better than Wenz has been doing at this map. She has been such a rat,
Yeah.
and I love it. I'm here for it.
And you saw how Vince played in last map also in Split. She kind of looked shaky in the start, so I wasn't quite sure if she was able to, perform so well on the Cypher, but she is doing so well right here. Already getting the Neural Theft online for her teammates as well. We have From the Shadows and a Rolling Thunder available for BBL Queens to use. And now let's see if this timeout works out well for Carmine Corp. The second map, the first map already going to BBL Queens. Now they
like
have to
what
do everything here.
I like what I'm seeing out of Kuripuya there to be able to invest in the only hero Vandal. That kind of weapon could be the difference maker in a lot of these rounds. But knowing perhaps that K Corp have a lesser buy here, BBL, they're definitely going to be heating up very quickly, taking space early on and going in for a direct commit onto the A side. The darts and the utility as well will be taking care of those pesky trip wires. So just no need to really peek at all. They get the spike down and now they can play post blood. Once again, Matrix on this flank situation. And once again, Wentz just watching for 3 players this time though. Gets the first, looking for a little bit more, gets the second as well. And with the backup from Proxima, they clean house.
Oh yeah, just looking explosive with those kills here. BBL Queens, Proxima. Right now, looking at the last kill of the Kuripia here. Do they get their positioning though? Anma seems too ready for it. The swing out. Okay, she deals with it. It's a flawless round for BBL Queens. Do they ever stop, Zach?
It's BBL Queens. I don't think they do.
Ah, yeah. I
It's just
mean,
BBL things.
yeah. I mean, Becca was here earlier, and he kept referring to them as queens. I was like, yeah, well said.
They are our
So
queens.
yeah, there are queens here. But just to look at the bias here, Carmen Card, they're not seeming to be so far behind. Obviously, BBL Queens have like 7K, 8K on each of these members here, but Carmen Corp, I'm hoping that they can do something here. It wasn't their most favorable map, we knew it from the start, but starting on defense, it was their choice. So let's see what they can make out of it. Krupia, they're going for this hard retake you're seeing on the map, kind of
Oh
letting
no.
BBL Queens have the side here. Okay, Anma gets the kill onto Nilo all of a sudden.
Spike planted.
Nero tried to get a little bit greedy there, wasn't able to win out the 1v1, and with that neural theft no longer being a factor, this retake, it's going to become much more difficult to piece apart. Rolling Thunder now invested by BBL to create some additional pressure here. Creeper at least able to find Proxima as she gets a little bit aggressive, but again, there's just so little time here, and K-Corp, they might be better for them to just hold on to their guns. That is if BBL lets that happen. They're going to be coming into sight, though, still looking to desperately make this retake work here. 2 players left for BBL. K-Corp, they have the advantage in the numbers, but the time, it's so low here. They're able to get the defuse at least a little bit. Wens, though, looking to deter it, but K-Corp, they will manage it in time. The last couple of seconds, they make it work. They rush site as a group, and the trades go favorably. And finally, after 6 rounds, they get 1.
Yeah, just going against BBL Queens, it's not an easy feat. They were already a qualified team here for the playoffs, BBL Queens, so they're kind of feeling in the moment, they're just really, they have nothing to lose in this map, and they have already won split, which wasn't even their map pick. And since they have 100% chance of winning Sunset, I mean, it just doesn't get better than this for them. Carmine Corp have kind of started to clap back, but let's see if they can get above and beyond BBL Queens here. So they got 4 rounds to catch up. Anva in mid. Okay, does not commit to it though. Maybe they have caught on. Carmine Corp, that's BBL Queens have been going for these fast pushes here, especially mid. Okay, Matrix. Oh, the timing there just misses. Actually, kill. Okay, they now get the memo. They have a flank players here. Matrix has to go back down. Proxima has to kill some Matrix. I do not think they were expecting that at all here. Sudoka tries to get some kills. Okay, it's good for Van only. The trade's happening here. 3-4 situation. Glance kind of clapping back here. Neural thefts invested. And Carmine Corp, your positions are real. So this will be pushing BBL Queens to go for a fast A hit here.
I'm kind of surprised we didn't see the aftershock out of Felipa. To force glance out of the corner, maybe take the fight. But yeah, I think with the 30 seconds left in the round, it's better for BBL to go in for this positioning. They break the Cypher tripwires, able to get that plan down on the site here. No advanced positioning really gonna be taken though, and they did invest a lot of those ultimates in their post plans in the previous round. So looking a little bit more difficult here. Just looking to play contact now as they head into CT. Drone from glance gonna spot out the flash and tag a player here. Anva still tries to go for the swing. She takes so much damage and will be forced to satchel out. Greatway in the meantime goes in for a flank on side, but gets spotted out by Felipa. That's a huge kill. And now BBL know exactly where these last 2 players are.
Yeah, just using that utility, the reach utility, just delay this push here, delay this defuse. Felipa doing everything she can, and Anma the swing out, gets 2 kills, and secures the round once again for BBL Queens.
That was such a nice round out of BBL, right? They lose a couple of players early on. It's a 4v3. They lose Alkia. And the call there to go to the opposite side, to get that spike down, to push CT, and of course, just the masterclass that we saw coming out of Felipa on how to use Breach Utility. Look, I can play every agent in the game because of me filling in my rank games, except for 3. And Breach is one of them. And I feel like if I watch more Felipa playing, I can learn that too.
Yeah, Felipa just an amazing player here. An asset for BBL Queens. You can see Orchidea here, just awesome player. I mean, just we're talking about like the Turkish potential here. I'm not saying that because I'm Turkish, obviously. I may be biased, but
I'm not
still.
Turkish, and I'm biased to Turkish players.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, just you cannot deny the potential they have right here. Nightfall going off to tag some players of Carmine Corp, but they're all going for this flank push here. Mate just getting that kill. Okay, Bilkins are having these, trades going off, but the site is still seeming to be theirs. Look at that.
Yeah, 3v4 K Corp, they have the advantage. And once again, we've seen this play before where BBL kind of decide that for at least half the round, they're going to be the ones cosplaying the defense. Matrix picks up a gun. I think that this is going to be heard by this BBL side, but they're not getting super aggressive off the back of it. They still have some time to play with the round. That said, though, a push like that is going to be punished here. And once again, it's going to be Matrix caught by the Haunt, taken down to such low HP. Still, though, able to get both the kills. The ace itself will be denied. And Anva once again left in this clutch scenario. 1v1 here. Expects the position, not able to get the shot, though. And it will be Nilo for the clutch and the Thrifty to get K-Corp back into this.
Yeah. I would be really sad if Matrix's 4 kills didn't pay off for Carmine Corp in the end, but luckily they secured the round just like that, making it a 3-7. Hope isn't all too lost for the team. BBL Queens, they have this really explosive potential going into rounds, and especially on the attacker side where you can, switch the outcome of the rounds. It's really a hard situation here for Carmine Corp, but let's see if they can keep up the momentum here.
They have certainly put a nail in the coffin at BBLs, at least for a couple of rounds here. But yeah, 3-7, BBL still have the lead. Now looking to get aggressive as Matrix. Showstopper gonna be popped, but not gonna connect. And sorry, Anva does in fact connect. The aggression from Matrix does pay off, but only for 1 kill. Kuripuya there for another crucial trade, taking out Anva and retaking that market control. Now BBL once again slowing things down a little bit. They are one off of the Rolling Thunder. Wenz is taking a lot of damage though, and Nello, despite the Cyber Cage, quick to confirm that final kill. Proxima does have the from the shadows if they need to make a quick rotate or get some information. But BBL, they have to find a pick now.
Yeah, 3-2. Currently, an unfortunate situation for BBL Queens. Nilo, you're seeing the map. She's kind of ready just in case if BBL Queens try to attempt for this A hit. It seems like they're wrapped around through market though. There's no Cypher utility currently stopping them or ready to mark them. Let's see if they can go for this flank situation here on the Carmine Corp. Kurupia is checking this angle. Let's see now this old drone being invested to spot these players in the market. Is it too late though?
Oh,
Philippa gets
no.
the kill at the glance all of a sudden.
One
Kurupia,
enemy
oh, there for the
Last
trade,
player
but cannot
standing.
get the last kill.
Spike
Proxima
down B.
gets a kill. We'll have to still deal with Nilo though. 8-7 HP.
Oh, it's an open plant.
Yeah, Nilo. Does she guess this? Proxima
It's timing.
doesn't have an idea. Failing Nilo.
Oh my god.
Kill just like that, securing the 8th round for BBL Queens on the series.
Okay, that was
Last
disgusting
round
to
in
come
the
out of
half.
Proxima. I know we've been talking a lot about Proxima over the last couple of days, but think about it, right? Think about the shoes that this player has had to fill on BBL to be able to not just do all that Mania could, but also show up in your own right. Like, Proxima has been great throughout this entire stage, and I am personally here for it. I feel like even during her time on Navi Celestials last year, she was one of the players to watch out for, and I'm glad that she is getting a chance to really prove herself now in this top of the group right now. BBL once again though getting aggressive early on. No showstopper this time, but they have the
Oh.
Rolling Thunder.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder just messes immediately getting into the site. Now spin through the smoke. They're trying to find something here,
Spike planted.
but still 5v5 situation.
They got the trips though.
Yeah, they still have the trips going on here. Carmine Corp has to just step into the site because time is kicking.
Yeah, there's so much utility as well in Proxima already on this wraparound here. A late flank to come in and does find incredible value. 2 kills already. Matrix and Kuripuya though go huge in their own regard. And now that's the Omen ult committed to try and get some information. They spot out a couple of players towards a main, but not quite able to confirm the kills. Even as the dark cover comes through, Proxima goes down here by Kuripuya, but the shorty in Alkia's hand, it's gonna be enough to do the damage. And with just 1 HP left, Matrix struggling to find the shots, but Alkia with the 3K will deny any chance of preventing this 9-3 half for
Switching
BBL. A
sides.
dominating half for sure. But for K-Corp, at least I gotta give them a little bit of hope. They got the 9-3.
Yeah. Turkish player on Turkish agent. Let me some, love that. Althea getting 6 kills for her team, securing down the ninth round here. Now we're on to the pistol round. BBL Queens have swept out for defender side. We could be seeing the ninth curse going on here. We have talked about a lot about it in the past, but do you think it will happen for Carmine Corp here?
In my analytical opinion, no. In my copium opinion, yes, I would like to see a map 3 between these two teams because they've both been so good in their group. But 9-3, if they win this pistol, I'll say maybe. Otherwise, no. The one thing that's going for them is that this map does tend to skew a little bit more attacker sided, at least in terms of stats here. And of course, cyber utility you gotta be taken care of early on, thanks to those shock darts, and they've taken so much side control.
Yeah, okay, Proxima wants to go for the swing out. Is being stopped by this utility though. Matrix already gets the kill until Vance. Really unsuspecting here. The smoke drop down. Nilo cannot manage to get the kill onto Proxima. Right now, 4-4. Matrix just waiting for these remainders of BBL Queen to arrive inside. It's paranoia to blind her. Damage has to be done. 2 bullets. Okay, gets the kill still. 3-on-2 right now.
remaining.
Unfortunate for BBL Queens. They're now left down to 1 player. Felipa gets the kill,
Aw.
but Glance secures the round. The pistol round goes to Carmine Corp. Maybe the first signs of a comeback here.
It could be. I mean, this is really the round that they needed, for sure, to get back into this because now we're looking at a likely 9-5 here, especially since BBL were the ones on the defense and K-Corp got the plans. We're not going to be seeing any force antics coming out of them like we did in the previous half. So unless something goes horribly wrong, this should be a 5th round for K-Corp. And 5-9, suddenly things don't look that bad, right? It's definitely something that you can build upon for the comeback. I think that for K-Corp this map, it's nice that all of their players seem to be like dialed in. Kuriboy, of course, very, very consistent throughout this entire tournament, I would say. But Matrix, she had a little bit of trouble on that split map. But for Sunset, she is here to play.
Yeah, let's see if Carmine Corp can keep up the momentum here. Anwa, only with a classic in hand, going for these daring jump peek here. Hearing this owl drone though, they have to kind of step back. Glance! She has to stop here with this old drone. Matrix though getting the kill here. Getting 2 kills. But Philippa deals with her now 24 HP. Is not able to do much. I do not think BBL Queens were expecting Bulldog going into the second round of this half here, Zach.
Yeah, I'm definitely inclined to agree with you there.
Spike
Just a little bit
planted.
too much for them to bite off of. And 2 players left right now, BBL. They gotta decide whether they want to go for the exit or die to the spike, but it seems like the choice has been made for them here. Glance, XG2 player here, now on Carmine Corp, really proving that they are getting more than their money's worth with the experience that she
Yeah.
has. Really nice way to cap off the round here. No losses, really. And seems like they're gonna continue playing for the bonus here. No force to come through, which I'm surprised by because Matrix is one off of the showstopper. They could try to make a round out of this.
Yeah, the champion going for these champion plays here. That was so flawless here. The shots connecting. Now, Carmine Corp on their 5th score. BBL Queen's still stuck at 9. See if 9 Cures is on the play here. This round, I feel like will be determining that a lot. So, Matrix only has a ghost in hand, I believe.
Doesn't have that rocket though.
Yeah, to play alpha if you're right.
Could be what they need to really open up the space on this site if they decide to go for the commit here. Matrix could just go in as like a kamikaze agent kind of, it's okay if you die as long as you get something with the ult and get some space. That's good for the team.
Yeah, I mean, the duelists usually going for these
my God.
distraction plays here, but Felipa gets the kill onto Nilo just like that. Again, that showstopper we're talking about. Gets the kill onto Proxima. Wins, suffers some HP damage, but Matrix already inside. Gets 1 kill before getting dealt by Benz. He's already killed though by Trivia. Now 3-2. The spike will be planted for Carmine Corp and they will be going for this retake situation, but can they pull it off? Is the question.
Contra Malkia. Gotta be spotting out Glance at the very least. They know there's a couple of players around here, and it's a free 1v1 there, but still immediate refract to come through. Malkia, though, never counter out in the clutch. Last year, 17-year-old prodigy on the duelist. This year's more flex player, but still showing up for the frags when she's needed the most. It will be BBL to confirm their full buy, but a really great round for K Corp because even though they lose it, right, they managed to do so much damage to BBL's bludgeoning economy here. Like, their buy is going to be so awkward this round.
That play was so awesome. My jaw was still dropped. Okay, but okay, yeah,
Understandable.
wow, yeah. I'm way too impressed. I need to just take notes for my rank crash here. But going into the 16th round right now, Carmine Corp kind of got 2 points for themselves with BBL Queens as they had the last round thanks to Kia right now. Let's see if something changes for them. The momentum has to be kept up. Matrix gets the 2 kills. Okay. Oh, it's not good for 3 though. Philippa shuts her down before that happens. Lilo though is quick on her feet. They want to get this kill. They can. Philippa is already down now. 4-2 here. BBL Queens again have to go for this retake with 2 people on the line.
Yeah, just Wens and Proxima left. They've been very incredible in the past, but a 2v4 is going to be very, very difficult. Not even able to get that first one. Proxima at least trades out for sure, picks up the Guardian once again, but 1v3, it seems like it's a question more of how much damage can I find rather than whether I can win this round. You do see Proxima just playing around the utility here and waiting patiently, trying to get these fights isolated, knows that Glance is behind this box, knows that they have to come out soon. So yeah, exits, however many Proxima can find, it's going to be great for her. Spots out Glance, not able to quite confirm the kill though, and peeks into 3 people. Yeah, that will be all she wrote.
Yeah, unfortunate right now for BBL Queens. When Carmen Corp really go hard and fast with these side takes here, it seems like BBL Queens are just suddenly caught in the situation. They don't really know what to do, but they're going for these retakes, and Carmen Corp are already ready for it. I mean, just like you said at the beginning of the South, this kind of is a attacker-sided map here. So on defense, you kind of have to do just whatever you can to be able to score these rounds and get those kills. And right now, it seems like BBL Queens are having an eco round, only sheriffs in hand.
Yeah, not much to work with in that regard, but they've taken up once again this early mid control that we saw so much of coming out from K Corp. Nello, though, aware of it, there for the punish along with Matrix. 2 kills to come out, neural theft as well, and that's going to reveal the remaining BBL positions now. Carmine Corp know that both of these sides are looking quite empty relatively, and they choose to commit towards A.
Yeah, Glance sending it that. Okay, Anma in 1 HP situation here, just really unfortunate, and they do not have a healer on either side of this team, so BBL Queens, they have to go for this. I do not think there will be much to do here with the Sheriff, unless somebody makes a hero play. I do not think, and you can see the situation here. Some 2 players are trying to go for a flank. Okay, the shoulder peek here is dealt by Matrix, and takes down his cage. Will be playing the base here, which is 1 HP. Okay, Glenn shuts us down in the end. It's a close round for Carmine Corp.
Yeah, 7-10. Suddenly, things looking much, much, much more competitive here for sure. And BBL, right? The only round that they've been able to kind of win on the defense so far was the one where they were going up against disadvantaged weapons, and they barely won that out. It took a clutch from Alkia to do it. Now, economy, great for both of these teams. Finally, for K Corp, of course, they once again have that showstopper as well as the Rolling Thunder on Speedoka. But for BBL side, this is the swing round that they can convert. They have 4 out of 5 ults, and Alkia has only 1 missing from hers. So they have a lot of ults to work with. They just need to kind of figure out how they want to play. So far, at least, they've been able to kind of just go for these straight outs one by one. Anma, though, going aggressively early on, finds that first kill. A counter showstopper gotta be popped, though, trying to get Proxima, but Proxima TP's behind.
So unfortunate. That's it, the trade though. I mean, we have 3-on-3 BBL Queens. What is happening here? We're seeing a really different BBL Queens from what we saw when they were on the attacker side here. Oh goodness, really unfortunate in Glance. I think we'll be spotting out this player. Okay, also marking Anma, the speed utility. Suffers damage and Glance gets the kill. Now Felipa is already spotted in the market. Wens will have to go for this rotate here. I mean, whatever side they hit, they're gonna be at an advantage because 3-2, and there's a lot of ults to play around with here, actually, Zach. the Rolling Thunder, the Hunter's Fury for Carmine Corp, and Neural Thefts and Rolling Thunder also for BBL Queens. But they have to do everything in the situation. Philippa gets
No,
2
Felipa.
kills.
Player standing.
The damage
No
is
way.
done. Now, which side will be the
30
victorious here?
seconds
Speedoka gets the plant down. You can see when the
Oh,
approaching
no.
gets the kill from the behind, and BBL Queens reach their 11th score of Sunset.
They had no business winning that round, I'll be honest, but the fact that Felipa in that corner was able to spray down 3 people and kill 2 of them just made that round so much more viable for this team here. The gamble that really paid off, and for K-Corp, well, it's not too much of a loss. They did come in some ultimates in that round. They used the Showstopper, I believe, as well as the Neural Thefts in that previous one, but despite that, they have the Hunter's Fury for a glance in that post glance along with the Rolling Thunder for Speedoka still if they want to execute onto a site. So huge ultimate still online for K-Corp, but BBL Queens 2 rounds away from not just winning this map, but also taking the series. They still have 4 ults as well. So it's just ults for ults that you're going to be seeing BBL looking to trade happily.
And going into these last ones, okay, Gwen's just kill that Fade Utility without even looking. Wow. I mean, that's something that just comes with experience here. Alkia goes for the Skull's contact here. Okay, will not be caught. Alkia also gets a kill on the Matrix. Damage is not quite done as well. Alkia still alive and strong in A side. Just kind of pushing these players to go for mids. Nilo gets the kill on Anva, not quite crossing over the strap bar just yet. But still, 4-4, the trade's happening, and Carmencore will be rotating over to B side.
Yeah, but already look at this control on this A side. Felipa's towards mid as well, holding down the rotation, catches out Nilo. A huge impact frag that leaves Carmine Corp feeling just a bit more vulnerable as to where exactly these players from BBL will be positioned right now. From the Shadows going to be invested by Proxima for some quick backup here on the site. So 3 players from BBL now on site here. Recon destroyed. It seems like they have no idea of this, and while the Rolling Thunder is invested, there's a counter available from Felipa. Everybody on site just concussed, blind, caught in cages, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown by both these sides. But despite that, BBL, they hold strong. 1-for-1 trade once again. BBL, they keep the numbers up until Glance brings it down to a 2v2.
Yeah,
Oh, the
okay!
crossfire. No,
Oh,
no.
the crossfire just heads it for BBL Queens right now on their 12th score. And it
Match
should
point.
be their match point here, Zach. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Okay, that was a chaotic round. Let's just say
Yeah,
that for real. The
That's
amount
the
of
word. That's the word I had in my mind actually. Just pure chaos. Rolling thunder. I mean, just you cannot see anything, you can't hear anything. You're concussed. You don't know what to do. Really unfortunate station here by Carmen Corp. Suddenly, BL Queens reverting that, push for themselves and getting these kills. It was really crucial now. Now that Carmen Corp has already lost their map pick of splits, and this is looking to be the last match of playoffs, possibly.
at least for this particular group, yes, it will confirm or not which teams will be going. That said, though, that last round, right? I really was thinking about what K-Corp were doing because they were in a 2v2, but because of Proxima's ults, they had to take that 50-50. They didn't know if Proxima was on site or behind them. I don't think she got a kill on site there, so they weren't quite sure about it. I think the paranoia might have been the giveaway, but maybe they just wanted to take that contact 2v2, and unfortunately, the positioning from BBL was just a little bit more advantageous in that aspect, that they were able to get that first peak kind of. They had a better position to confirm those shots and trade out. So yeah, that will be the one round that gets them to 12 here. Overall, though, ultimate-wise, BBL still have the Neural Theft and the Nightfall from their Fade, and unfortunately for Carmine Corp, nothing really close to coming to fruition except for the From the Shadows for Kuripuya, which is a very good ult, just not the best one that you really want. It's more of a individual clutch situation ult kind of thing than something you can use generally.
Yeah, now looking to be the last down, perhaps, for BBL Queens of Carmen Corp's matchup here. Gwen still has a cam in mid. Carmen Corp kind of, after this timeout, have decided to go for a mid push here, breaking that utility in mid. Matrix slowly making her way towards B. And now a context play is about to be made by Nilo, calling out this push here, daring push for BBL Queens. Anva. No, so much tension is happening in the map here, Nilo. Will she be able to get the kill? Yes, she does! Proxima just marked like that, invulnerable. Wins. Right now waiting for that smoke to drop will really unfortunately gets marked by this
Ooh, huge kill.
paranoia, the blind. BBL Queens now left down to 3 players.
Oh, that Neural Theft as well. The presence of Ryan from Nilo to go for it. That's going to detect this BBL stack towards the site and probably get some damage. Flank as well. Going to be caught out, and Nilo in perfect position to pick up the pieces. Now just Philippa left. She's been incredible before, but she knows a lost cause when she sees one. A 1v5, she wants nothing to do with that. They're just going to be going to the opposite side. Maybe looking for an exit or two, but main priority here is to hold on to the gun or catch the rotation if that comes through. If they do decide to come Hunter, but yeah, you can see K-Corp. They're like, yeah, you know what? We want a round. We have 4 more to go to get this to a possible overtime. Let's just make sure that BBL have no economy to work with. And Nature's just
Also,
jumping around the map. Yeah.
they're just waiting for Philippa here. They want that ace for Nilo. Okay, just play here, but Major, okay.
Nilo dies? No!
Excuse
Oh my
me.
god.
Philippa looking so explosive, just getting 3 kills just like that. I mean, Carmen already won the round here, but still, Philippa not quite backing away from a fight. They're still on their 12th scoreline, and she shows them that she's not a force to be messed around with.
Yeah, for sure. 8 to 12 right now. 4 rounds is all that stands between these teams, and I think a comeback is definitely doable as long as K-Corp, they keep this kind of up. I think a lot of the rounds that they've been winning, it's been off the course of these individual heroics that we're seeing from their players, whether it is last round that we saw Nello coming out, or Kuripuya, who's been very consistent. They look to go aggressive now, though, BBL, and in the mid, they take the fights. The Sheriffs at high noon, they sing out stronger, and they get a couple of kills, taking the numbers.
Yeah, really amazing here. And you can see the pressure they've established in mid. And Carmen Corp want nothing to do with that. They're potentially in their last round, and you do not have the people's advantage here. And Spike still in hand. They're just waiting for BBL Queens to ride out. They know that they're in eco, so might as well get a kill or two before this retake happens. Speedoko will get that plant down. Kurupia just waiting for these entry frags.
no.
And Mel will shut her down though, and Glenn's only blinded. Okay, gets the kill onto Anma. Oh, this is crucial neural theft to reveal Carmen Corp positioning, Philippa, and also Death Bits. Excuse me, what I'm talking about. Carmen Corp all of a sudden killing all the players here. Wins. 1v2 situation, what can you do here?
Does have a rifle that they picked up, knows what these players are towards CT, has a cage to work with as well for some additional pressure. Gotta be trying to get half the defuse through to make sure that's the case, but that recon from Glance, it will save the round and deny any clutch possibilities for BBL here as K-Corp. They get to 9. Gap between these two teams and overtime, it's 3 rounds right now, but that previous round, it got way too close for comfort, especially if you were a K-Corp fan. Finally, BBL question gonna be calling a timeout here. The first one I think we're kind of seeing from BBL's side.
Yeah, 9 to 12 right now. They seem to stuck here. We saw that when they were on their 10th scoreline, Carmen Corp just kept getting these plays here, these kills on the side. So BBL Kings, even though they're like 3 rounds ahead of Carmen Corp, they're kind of struggling to just put an end to this match. So that is to be evaluated by this coach, the question. Now, wow. Again, we talked about the 9-3 here. It seemed to be doing alright so far for Carmine Corp, honestly. Let's see if they can take us to an overtime with this timeout. But again, we as casters had predicted that BBL Queens would be the victorious ones here. But Carmine Corp not really going away without a fight.
They're definitely not giving up here. I know that that's been a bit of a rough stage 1 for them, with them not being able to close out any of these games. But that said, a lot of these games have been very, very close as well, if you look at K-Corp's record. So it's just a bit unfortunate that they haven't been able to really like find that crucial win. Like, they took a map off of Giants, and Giants have been 2-0ing like half of the teams in that bracket. So like, I'm inclined to say that they're definitely a team that has a lot of potential. They haven't been having the greatest time today for sure, but or overall, I just feel like they need more time to gel as a roster, and that's kind of the point, right?
Yeah. You're right in that. Now, 5v5, let's see which team have had the more valuable timeout here. Lance marks a player in market, but the round is going pretty slow until Philippa and Matrix face off here. Philippa gets the better end of it. The timing there so crucial, and Matrix just doesn't catch.
Yeah, just ships crossing each other in the night, unseen. BBL still though with the numbers advantage, and look at how they're stacked up here. The high-low setup for Felipe and Anva Kuripoya, the player to walk into this. They turned away at the wrong time though. That is so crucial, and the timing is perfect for Kuripoya to get both of these players and give K Corp back the numbers advantage. Glance taking a little bit of chip damage. They know
30
that
seconds
Felipe
left.
is playing towards this angle, and BBL once again, they're in that unenviable
Spike
retake position.
planted.
Felipe looking to get aggressive early on, gets punished.
Yeah, Speedoka just predicts Philippa swinging out there. Now when and Proxima left alone. Also, just British utility not being kind to them at all. They will be doing everything here to get one more round. Proxima gets a kill onto Nilo. Looking dangerous. 3-2 right now. Speedoka still on the side. Smokes to deny them any information. Looking out. Speedoka gets 3 kills. Shut it down. Carmine Corp are on their 10th round of Sunset.
2 rounds now standing between these teams, and a possible overtime here. BBL, they really don't want to let it get that far, but once again, they're in this position of having to force the eco here on this cusp of giving Carmine Corp their 11th round. And K Corp, they've been playing these eco cycles really, really well, getting aggressive when they have the ultimates, kind of like pacing them out throughout. And once again, we're on for the next cycle of ults here. Nello and Speedoka both having that Rolling Thunder as well as that Neural Theft, the ults that can really find and make or break around here on their side. But once again, we have the counters on the opposite side from both Felipe and Alkia. Felipe in particular has been such a star for BBL on this map, right? In terms of positioning, in terms of impact, in terms of clutches. It's great.
Yeah, you are right. Both of these teams really looking strong here, actually. BBL Queens for having 100% of winning sunsets. They should not have given 10 rounds to Carmine Corp.
Find you.
Yeah, I mean, look, all of us casters predicted BBL, but K Corp is intent on proving us wrong. And I personally, I would like it if they could at least find a map here against a team like BBL. I know it's been a rough season for them, and this is their last game of Group A, so it would be nice if they could win it on a win, but it would be nice as well if they could avoid just that 2-0 that's been such a danger. Now, able to get the plant down on this A site. Paranoia comes through, not connecting with anyone. A counter aftershock as well, which will connect with a lot of these players. A flank as well, though, for some additional pressure here. Felipa finding the first one, has the flash, and the Rolling Thunder. Glance, though, gets aggressive here, able to find the punish. 1-for-1 trade on site once again, and BBL, they're left down to 2 members. Take that one.
Yeah, now making it a one
my.
man. Okay, the skill will not be had. Okay, no, you just okay. No, 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 no.
When's
Oh,
is like, When's is like, look, we both suck. I give up. Let's just go to the next round.
What just happened? I mean, we were on week 2, day 5, and I've never seen anything like that. Just, oh my god, somebody clip that, please. Oh my goodness. Nilo. Nilo and Vance just there for the gags, honestly. Wow. I mean, just you have to have fun in this game. It's not just about the competition and just what happened here. Okay, Vance just realized, okay, I cannot win this fight. Might as well just have fun with it, you know? And now Carmine Carbarni let us score. Anma starting out strong though. Matrix swinging out, trying to get some kills here. This will not be had, unfortunately. It does some chip damage on Proxima. Neural Theft revealing the positioning of BBL Queens.
Huge out there to come out, and off the back of it, I'm excited to see what Carmine Corp are going to be doing here. In fact, they're getting quite aggressive towards mid, but Wen's just waiting for it, and after that frag, that's going to be the call for the Nightfall to come in. Glance gets the plant down, hit by the Rolling Thunder, trying to get out desperately. Kuripoya going aggressive, only finding one, and the Rolling Thunder, it is good for the kills. Only one player left. Nilo caught by the utility, has a camera on site, but it's going to have to be a massive clutch to come out of this player. Gets the first onto Proxima, but it's a 2v1. The spike half stuck, and BBL, they confirmed their win. 13-11, 2-0, perfect fashion here, and they will be, of course, moving on to the playoffs. They were confirmed already before, but it's nice to have a win to cap off your group with.
Yeah, Carmen Corp unfortunately finding no win here at all in the stage. Really unfortunate for them. But since our Group A matches are over with today, you have the standing screen coming up to see what all these teams have done here. On the left,
Mhm.
you're seeing Group A. Giant Techs have 4 wins. BBL Queen sitting at 3. Nasser United 2. Neon Blade on 1. And Carmen Corp on 0, unfortunately. But, GG's to all of these teams. They have just put up such a fight of resilience. And, they're to be congratulated here.
Yeah, I mean, Carmen Corp, I feel bad because they were able to find a map against Giants X, arguably like the forerunner in their group. So it's not like they're a bad team by any means. I just feel like they need to kind of like level up in terms of just playing as a team, because a lot of the times you saw how isolated a lot of these fights were. Like the trades were just overall better on this map for BBL, I would say. And of course, individual heroics. We saw them coming out of both of these teams here, whether it's Nilo for the 4K, whether it's that clutch that came out of Alkia, a massive one to kind of keep BBL in that map feeling competitive. And I mean, this map is a 13-11, yes, but remember, it was a 9-3 half. So it's definitely kudos to Carmine Corp that they have the tools that they need. I just feel like they need a bit more time in the season to get things together. And hey, that's a nice thing. This is stage 1 of Game Changers. We have a lot of the year left ahead of us.
Yeah, you are right in that. And we have Group B matches coming up. We have G2 and Falcons Vegas matches coming up. So that's going to be really exciting. Zach, you'll be casting that match with Billy. So it is like bye from me. It was such an amazing time just casting these matches with you guys. I'm really fortunate and glad to be here with all of you. And we're seeing a lot of these fun matches to cast here. So it has been such a fun time here to cast this match for the community. And thank you guys all so much for watching. We're not
Yes.
done yet. We have Group B matches coming up with Zach and Willie to cast back. We'll be back to cast the match of G2 and Falcons Liga quite soon. But don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back.
everybody, and welcome to the last match of Stage 1, the group stage for Game Changers EMEA. My name is Ovi. You've seen me on the broadcast earlier this week, but we have a new face with us to end off the week. Billy, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good, thank you. I'm so excited to have finally made it on the broadcast, the last day of the group stage, but beyond delighted to be here with the rest of you.
I actually cannot hear you, Billy, so I'm sure we'll get that figured out, and I will double check. I figured out how I fixed it. Don't worry, that was on me. But can you repeat what you said?
All I had said was I am absolutely beyond delighted to be here with you guys, Zoe. I mean, it's been an amazing run so far in the group stage, and yeah, I'm excited to have somehow squeezed my way in on the last day.
And for arguably one of the most contended matchups for Group B as well. So we can already introduce that, which is that our game is G2 Gozen versus Falcons Vega. Both teams currently enter undefeated here in the group stage, but it won't be that way after we leave today, Billy.
I know, that's the thing. You've got both of these teams pretty much playing for bragging rights at this point, right?
Mhm.
Finishing at the top of their groups. So going into that playoff stage, it might give them that extra step and that extra bit of confidence based on who comes out on top this time
Mhm.
round.
No, completely. And I mean, we already know kind of who the front runner is, who's expected to win, which is G2. So as we look at our caster team predictions, I'm sure it will be no big surprise per se here. And I know you really were saying that you expected to be a 2-0. I expected it to either be, a 2-0 with like double digits for both maps or even go the distance to a map 3, but all of us here, I guess none of us are believers in the Falcons Vega squad, at least for taking this series overall. But they definitely put up a fight. I mean, they've beaten some other really strong teams, Billy, and this is going to be their true trial.
Yeah, absolutely. A team, like we said, that haven't really dropped a series in the group stage so far. But yeah, seeing all of our casters there with the G2 prediction is no surprise at all to either of us.
Yep, but we are going to go into our map picks and vetoes now, which is where my kind of confusion lies, Billy, because G2 is completely changing what they normally go for. Their Instaban has been sunset the entire group stage, and not only did they let that slip through the cracks as that decider map, but neither of these teams, Falcons Vega or G2 Goes, and has played Breeze at all. So that's going to be a complete kind of unknown for both of these squads. So, what do you make of hearing that information about the last 2 maps, and what do you think about Split being that map 1?
Yeah, I mean, Sunset, I hope we get to Sunset. I don't know if we will or not, just based on the
Mhm.
fact that we've not seen G2 play Sunset as of yet. Breeze as well, going to be a certainly interesting matchup for sure, given that we've not seen either of these teams play on it yet. But Split, I'm surprised Falcons went in with that as their first pick, giving G2 the opportunity to start on the defense to begin with. So yeah, I'm really interested to see if we get to that third map. I'm also excited to see what both of these teams have been cooking up on the breeze.
I am too. Hoping we don't just kind of see what every other team has been going with. I hope we get to see, a Yoru or another spicy agent pick. But starting out on Split, and we do have information on these 2 teams for this map in particular. We will have Falcons Vega starting out in the attack. G2 goes in on the defense. But they do run slightly different compositions, Billy. They both have adapted towards that double initiator, but Falcons Vega goes more towards the Sky Breach, while G2 goes and has completely abandoned the Sky amidst the nerf and have gone for that Breach Fade combination. What do you think of the differences between the Sky and the Fade pick?
I like the sky in the sense that you can have the information gathering. But as for the fade pick on the split, I like that they can pair that up with the raise. Obviously, they've got their breach as well alongside that, but really set up these sort of crunch plays. I want to see a lot of those crunch plays denying space in mid when they're on the defense. So, yeah, you can get the kind of information from Sky, but I think G2 have kind of got that firepower approach where they can just play off of their information and fight for those spaces should they want to take them.
Yeah, I mean, a common kind of strategy I've seen with having the Sky pick over, say, the Fade or the Breach is that their utility is a little bit more equipped to have a solo hold of Ram's control on that B site so that your Cypher can truly hone in either on, that A site and, main control, or they can be that solo B player if required. So it'll be interesting to see, if that Fade can kind of fill the same role or if they are going to be kind of that pocket agent with the Rays pick. But we are going to be jumping into the game here soon. So I personally am just so excited that this is the match we get to end with because for all we know, right, Falcons Vega could have lost a match previously or anything that wouldn't have made this as kind of high of stakes without having any stakes. You
Yeah,
know, I mean, one of these teams not going to be undefeated anymore.
absolutely agree. And I think even just looking at the experience from the players in both of these teams, G2, this is my first time coming onto the broadcast. So it's my first
True,
sort of
true.
deep dive look at all the different pickups that both of these teams have had. And I just want to touch on the fact that we've got Game Changers Championships experience in both of these teams with the Eva pickup on Falcons, who previously played for BBL Queens. And of course, G2, you've got your Petra, your Mimi, and Vanya, who they also picked up from BBL Queens. So you've got a lot of experience coming into this match alone.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited to see the Eva and Vanya clash since they both were on BBL Queens. But we are jumping into the agent select, and so far, no surprises. Exactly what we laid out before is getting followed through on. So, I mean, what else can we do to break down this agent pool, Billy?
Yeah, I mean, as we said, we kind of already touched on the agents that we expected going into this matchup. I liked your point as well about, the Fade being able to hold ramp, even the Cypher as well. Like, it's going to be interesting to see how they're using their Sentinels and which site they're anchoring.
Mhm.
Amy has to be one of my favorites and one to watch, arguably one of the most talented Sentinels in EMEA Game Changers. I know I touched on that in the cream room before we came on, and I shared my excitement for the pickup of G2 Amy here. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how these Sentinels anchor each site and how they deny this double initiator comp.
In addition to that, right, the controller here being the Omen, it is kind of the go-to nowadays. Astra kind of being abandoned by most teams. I personally love the Astra just because of the lurkability you have with that global, utility usage, and that consistently can strengthen your post plant. You have a wraparound mid, and it's planted for heaven, so they can play their gravel long enough to get into that position. Versus that's not as much of a variable here. So with that, who do you expect to see lurking for both of these squads on the attack, or do you think we're not going to see any lurk plays at all?
On the attack, I wouldn't be surprised if we've seen Sandra lurking. I also wouldn't be surprised seeing a couple of Omen lurks coming out there. I think these players are confident enough to be taking those fights on their own should they need to be, and they'll be relaying that information back to their team also. So yeah, I think we can expect to see some lurks, and I think that Falcons, if they've done any sort of VOD review, they'll know that G2 used those crunch plays with the breach, with the raise, with the fades to punish any set executes that they might have in their strat book.
Yep. But as we jump here in to the start of the first round very shortly, you can see that instead of having a solo Cypher Lurk player towards that A site, we have this guy in the back pocket to kind of reinforce or sell this fake with a guiding light, maybe with a Trailblazer, while the real efforts look like they're going to be centered towards this B site. And look at the early aggression actually coming out from the side of G2 Goes, and they go for that orb, starting to charge up that Rolling Thunder and then fall back. So not having that initial aggression from Falcon's Vega side might cost them that fake out that this is an A exec.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, they have all the information on B site anyway, with the Cypher anchored over towards there. And that presence has pulled Rez into it just ever so slightly, kind of getting ready to give up that heaven control that they've got.
Now, the true hit onto the B site comes through as rotations from G2 Goes and react just as fast. Luckily, the Cypher and the Sky were able to make it over to the party in time as well. So they're going to be here to reinforce the site hold, as now that post-plant utility, that retake utility from G2 Goes and are going to clash, and Toki is actually going to draw first blood for the round, but quickly traded out by Petra, so numbers remain equated, and now the real fault lies of the players on site, and Falcons Vega finding one after another leaves Vanya in a 1v4, but they've drawn it down to a 1v3, and if some players low, it's going to be they just take the fight to take the frag and take the round for Falcons Vega.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Falcons there. It looked as though they had a sort of pistol strat set in mind that they wanted to execute with, kind of drawing those early rotations out from heaven fairly easily, which meant G2 had to give up that space. So all in all, lovely pistol round from the side of Falcons there.
No, completely. And here comes the eco strat from G2 Goes and the reaction, right? We can see that we probably have Mimi set up for an aggressive fault line here. The rest of the squad going to push up. But look how deep you can see that the Cypher and the Rays are. They're kind of expecting it here. Like, they've done their homework and are reacting beyond it. The trap wire, further validation that this is the follow through. G2 goes in, is going for Petra the first to swing, but they're only swinging into a ghost here. So even if Toki does fall, they only get a ghost. And with them getting 3, I think that's a fair trade Toki is willing to take because they also have gained the B site, they've gained the plant, and now the
Enemy remaining.
But Sandra's just there. She just knows. Like, she's fully aware of this eco strat that G2 have picked up. And yeah, just waiting for them to come in through sewers there. And to be honest, not much you can really look into with that one. Obviously, G2 had a set eco strat in mind that they wanted to follow through with. Picked up a couple of kills, so sort of worked out for them. Now I'm just going to be looking at what they're actually bringing into this round to farm up those ore bolts and yeah, just kind of reading what Falcons are doing on their attack at this moment in time.
I am quite surprised that we didn't see, a rifle buy coming out from either Sandra or Toki, because that's kind of the goal of keeping, a pistol or 2 in your arsenal for that second round conversion. So the fact that it is all Bulldogs, we'll see if it is enough, to pack a punch to take down these rifles for a third round bonus conversion. But this early mid take, right, it's kind of gone unignored by G2 Gozen, other than Mimi maybe having some semblance of a control over vents from this position. Maya's gonna be on the luge if they can get this frag off of the guiding light, and so far the shrouded step is not enough to deliver. Mimi tracks it, gets the frag, and that's all semblance of that A control gone. Then again, though, it kept the members for G2 Gozen there, so B side only 2 players.
Yeah, G2 kind of just comfortable enough to let Falcons sort of take mid there, but also have the read on it. They've got their 3 players over towards A still, and they've not really started to rotate over towards B, even now that the execution is coming in.
Ooh,
That is a
paranoia.
disgusting shot from Toki there.
Exactly. The paranoia doesn't land, so they punish that, but regardless, the frags, the trades land in no team's favor. 3-on-3, but it did buy the time, that little scuffle for the rest of G2 Gozen to rotate over the contest as soon as Spike has been planted. I mean, Mads can't even get off of the spike. The players can't even contest Heaven, and Petra has finished the round before it really even has gotten started. And albeit they get the round, that's going to be kind of an expensive buy round for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think G2 maybe putting a little bit too much trust in their anchor players there on B, which is fine. We're early on in the map. We're still getting a feel for what certain players are doing and what sort of executes they're going for, if there's any sort of baits or fakes or anything like that. But yeah, maybe just confident in their retakes, which is maybe a little bit of foreshadowing for what we've got to see on the rest of this map here. But interested to see this next round coming up. The Falcons are going to heavy stack towards A and play it out by that.
Yeah, and this judge was a hard contest, I would say, from Rescue to keep that mid control, but Falcons Vega not vying into it, especially when they have something as powerful as a Showstopper online, can be a huge entry tool here if needed. But I mean, like I said, it's if needed. Mads V gets the initial frag, opens up the site because you don't have that breach utility to stall out the hit. I mean, you can see here Amy trying to punish off that trapwire contact, but it's not going to come just yet. The rotation from mid, though, does follow suit, so ramp control is still in, and G2 goes in his favor. The backstab gets one as well, so a 2v1 here as Spike is planted. They know where Vanya is coming from. The question is, how do they address it? How do they play the situation together?
Yeah, lovely little crunch from Amy and Rest there to kind of crunch that ramp position, but Vanya in a 1v2, Spike ticking and unable to follow it up, unluckily. But again, we're just seeing G2 playing so passively and letting Falcons in onto these sites. We've got the explosive satchels coming in, either up mids or out there onto A site, followed up with a breach stun. It's like they're just coordinating, playing off one another. Good macro, good micro. It's what we love to see.
Yeah, I mean, I want to point out Mimi, obviously they tried to take that initial fight to bring that aggression, but without any utility, without anybody for the trade, it was kind of an unfortunate fault to get first blooded in that situation. But this round, it's in save here, so we're going to see one of these additional eco strats from G2 goes in. But again, it looks like the side of Falcons Vega was prepared, but Toki not, since this fault line kind of divided the members that were supposed to support them from market. So that weapon collected. Sandra, information gathered, they're still pushed up here just a little bit. And there really hasn't been a reaction thus far from Falcons Vega.
Yeah, Falcons just kind of taking a pause to see what G2 next off of that initial push down mid, now that they're on a eco buy. But it looks as though they're steering towards B main, and G2 have the read on this and are prepared should they need to be.
And there it is, that hero weapon that was collected. Vanya finding a frag onto Eva. Luge able to get a trade back in their favor, but I agree with you. This read from G2 Ghost was so strong that with 25 seconds left on the clock, I either don't want to see them rehit or I need to see the investment of this Rolling Thunder. And it looks like the latter decision has already been made. Mad V invests it. So now the player backside left on an island. Mimi gonna have to hold on, and when they're concussed, not much you can do here, but
30
Amy
seconds
could have the
left.
timing on the
One
wraparound
enemy
pillar,
remaining.
and they do a frag off of Luge, so a 1v2 for Mads. Last remaining, and they line up. Madsby knocks him down for the clutch and for a 4th round, and even the plant following the round end.
Yeah, lovely stuff from Matt there just to finish up the round. What was once looking a little bit shaky for Falcons off those initial picks from G2 there. And Vanya coming in with a bit of a hero rifle that round. And I mean, there wasn't much more that Amy and Rest could do. They paired up towards the end there, backside, and did what they could. But Falcons, another round on the board for that side.
Yeah, no. Very great rebound, especially after, like we said, not only does G2 goes and get the initial first blood on the eco strat, but then they get the read over to the B site, and they show no signs of wanting to stall out this momentum that they've established. A really fast showstopper up to take Ram's control. Fortunately, it's read by Mimi. They narrowly avoid it and then start to filter back in. They expect that the Heaven control's been taken, and it really hasn't from Falcons Vegas. So Nightfall not going to catch anything, but the trap wires do catch Sandra off guard, not without Toki's paint shell punishing. Now the reaction
Spike
comes in
down A.
4v3. Site control pretty much denied as Spike is out on the open, but Toki in kind of an off-angle position. They might be able to find Vanya here. Nope.
Yeah, we never count Vanya out. She hits those shots. But either way, trades coming in back and forth. And I feel as though Falcons have really sped up the pace this round. And it's all come down to a 1v3 where they really need to slow it down now, aware that the 3 players are on site, and really just hoping for an over peak off of G2.
They have a Spike in their
30
possession,
seconds
right?
left.
If it was on site, it'd be a completely different story. They would have to brave this triangle of death, but I'm guessing we're going to see that rotation, and luckily it's kind of unimpeded from the G2 Goes and squad at the moment.
Yeah, not much time left on the clock though, and I think what Eva was looking for here was
Angles.
hopefully an over peak
10 seconds
to at least
left.
get one before the rotation came in, but looks as though we're just going to go for a save on this round and play out for the next.
They're up 4-1. Makes sense to take that Vandal and the lessons you learned from that round. And I mean, in addition to just kind of, like you said, no kind of overextension from G2 Goes in there after they had denied the site control, they also were more proactive on that rotation. And that's kind of the reactions we wanted to see from them instead of how passive they were previously, just giving these sites up, giving the retake scenario to Falcons Vega. So I hope we get to see that as well, kind of continue, because the reads have been really strong from G2 Goes in thus far. It's just they feel like they come a bit too late in the rounds.
Yeah, it feels as though that round they had a plan in mind with how they knew they wanted to take back that site with the ults they had in hand. Whereas when they don't have those ults, they may be looking at a little bit more, not so much lost, but having to really rethink what they're doing mid-round instead of having these sort of pre-round strats cooked up. But going into this one, we see Falcons making some pressure on B main and looking to get even a slither of information out of G2 Goes in. But that smoke just completely denies anything from them. Skydog going in, however. And yeah, just kind of stuck in B main at the moment, which is why they're looking to regroup towards mid and see what they can pick up there.
Yeah, but an early rotation again from G2 Goes, and mainly Mimi from the A Heaven. Full trust in Amy there over on the A site, and that makes this dangerous if Falcons Vega decides to go vents to the A site, but instead, an early showstopper from Rescue finds Eva. Sandra, you know, the other side of the sword here with the B main crunch they had initially lined up now. Follows through, opens up the rotation, but even then, the neural theft gonna completely spot out that all the players are here, and Falcon Vega eager to take that fight, but Mimi and Amy return in kind now. A 2v3 lined up, so it's winnable with only a judge to work with. The Aftershock forcing the fights, and Sandra with a 3K for the round is able to show that even if the G2 players are on that site, Falcons Vega will take the fights, win them, and the round.
Yeah, I think it's just an aim difference in that round, honestly. Like, G2 had the reads, they clocked on to the fact that Falcons had started to regroup towards mid, looking to be split on that round, but just were completely unable to shut it down. You even had Amy running over onto site, able to pick up a few on site, peeking from CT that round, but alas, it just wasn't quite enough for G2 in the end.
So now, another eco strategy coming out this time, expecting mid aggression potentially out of Falcons Vega. I mean, the mid eco strat almost worked for them the first time they tried it, so might as well try it again. I do like Mi's position. It can kind of slow down the B main execution as well once that trapwire contact is made. But I mean, when you have a double satchling Toki into the back of sight, not much that those trap wires can do. So instead, they have to set up for this flood retake strategy, that dark cover, more just hiding the inevitable. Or is that lie beyond into heaven? So here comes the utility, and let's see what G2 goes and can do.
I really wanted to see an Avengers assemble all jumping out of that smoking heaven there, but I didn't think we were gonna get it. Oh, lovely little look from Sandra there. And to be honest, G2 could have taken their time in with that Toki, jumping right out onto site alone for a couple of seconds there. They could have taken the fight, but no, decided we will jump out of the smoke and have an Avengers assemble. But either way, timeout coming in here from G2, and they're probably quite disappointing to have only picked up 2 rounds on the defense so far. So what do we make of that, Sobi?
I mean, I want to touch on that last round first before we look forward. And I completely agree with you. I think that the Avengers Assemble strategy was going to work if Sandra wasn't on that lurk. That backstab kind of pulled the frags back into the favor of Falcons Vega. And I feel like Tempest, what could they be saying here? I mean, the rotations kind of went from too passive to now too eager in their regard. And I feel like the fact that it has just been such a dominant kind of showing from Falcons Vega, like, there's already had to be 3 eco round strategies, and there's only so many eco strategies you can pull out beyond like ones you don't expect to see in this kind of league of play, like you know, like 5 members backside B or something very very stupid. But I mean, sometimes you know an unexpected strategy like that might be what is needed. My only other point, I guess, would be that they do have that neural theft online, so maybe that early information can kind of guide the momentum to these rotations. But then again, like we said, Amy is more that anchor sentinel. They're not going to be the one going out for those first bloods like we expect Rescue to do, maybe with Mimi or Petra at their side. So hoping that's what we get to see here, because that is something else. Rescue, other than I want to say the showstopper play into male, hasn't really gone for the first bloods on these buy rounds. Like they do on the eco rounds, like when the rest of the team is behind them, but it is a gamble that sometimes pays off in your favor.
Yeah, it's a good point. They have been playing very defensively. I mean, they're on the defense, but I know not seeking out that first sort of interaction or any sort of engagement. Not even early round, not even mid round. They're kind of just playing completely passively so far on Split. But they obviously have set ideas in mind. Timeout taken, time to refresh and focus and get back into this one. And Toki already hitting us off to a good start for Falcons.
Yeah, and the Seekers following suit not long after should guide the mid-round strategy for Falcons Vega pretty strongly. For example, Sandra able to lurk up Rams uncontested, knowing that Seekers revealed no one was present, but it is all just a ruse. Vanya was tucked away into CT, so able to shut down that attempt. The only issue is that draws the rotations to A, while the real execution point is coming through on the B site. Toki as well taking their time, not wanting to trip over the trap wires this go around, but the patience here from G2 goes in, ensures no casualties fall in suit, and it will be a plant and a post-plant retake for G2 goes in.
Yeah, 4v4 though. Numbers are there, however G2 need to start making their way back into the site to defuse this bomb that's starting to tick away. We do have a lurk coming out from Amy, but are they aware of it?
they were, but the timing might not be right. I mean, and with the acceleration coming in from the Heaven players, the Rolling Thunder won't deal with Amy, only temporarily kind of incapacitating Rescue there. Heaven, and suddenly Mad V is trapped in a corner with a high-low exchange to be taken. The win frags won't go in their favor, and G2 goes in following timeout, following losing that first blood, are able to rebound and get their third on the round. And all right, I'll ask you, Billy, do you think we're gonna end this as a 6-6 half?
I mean, I want to say that timeout was the calm, cool, collected pause that perhaps G2 needed. But looking into it as well, Falcons have burned through quite a few of their ults now, whereas G2 are starting to pick theirs back up again. So that could change anything in a round, having some of these ults coming back online. You know, we're not far away from Mimi's. They're halfway through all of them, so anything goes to swing around.
No, I completely agree. That's something that Falcons Vega, is adopting, kind of like an EG strategy. As soon as an ultimate comes online, they want to invest it to get that round sooner rather than later because they trust in these first bloods and frags they're achieving to get them charged back up. And Toki has been insane with these first bloods, finding Mimi as the victim again, but Rescue able to retaliate, able to even the playing field back to a 4-on-4. And I mean, honestly, at this point, I would want Amy to try and get over here to get the neural theft online to confirm how many players are here in mid, but the Boombot should validate there's at least 2 present. Paint Shell reaction gonna appease that B Heaven pressure for now. But even then, I mean, you have Sandra, who hasn't given up A main control, so that's still an option. And they've left now the Omen Lurk player in Vents as well. So this is going to be a great late round strategy. So all the pieces in place, Billy. We just have to see how the execution follows suit.
Yeah, I think what I'd like to see is perhaps a Prowler going into Vents here. Just so that they can crunch that mid player, but Petra is too busy focusing on main, focusing on what's in front of her. But is still aware that there could be one in Vents. Perhaps I have just bitten my tongue.
Curse them. Your first caster curse.
But Red is ready for them to come out here and pick up quite a few there. But unfortunately, Amy falls and is unable to pick up the pieces of that round.
No, 6-6 is sad. But, I mean, that was a big change, I feel like, the defensive strategy from G2 Gozen, right? We talked about how Rescue was kind of one of the last members, I would say, to the site for a retake attempt to get set up. But that time they were standing on the site, fighting for that grounds, and doing a pretty good job. But, like I said, Luge on that late mid-round lurk truly was the final nail in the coffin to dismantle that initiator hold on Ramstead. Eva with the hero plays too. I mean, that can't be overlooked there on main to get the frags back in favor after what Rescue was able to accomplish.
Yeah, absolutely. But G2 coming into this one on an eco, and I like that you mentioned as well, Resk really standing their ground on the A site there to pick up some of those kills, and I was hoping we'd see more of that from G2 because to me it looks as though they are just playing very passively, but on an eco, so no surprise that they're all kind of stacked towards A here. A completely different eco from what we've seen from them, but it's just giving Falcons a completely free B site to get the plant down and get set up for post plant.
I mean, these are the kind of gambles I did want to see out of G2 Gozen. So I guess I got what I wished for, but unfortunately, it is the wrong site. Then again, though, they have the showstopper and the neural theft online for these retakes. My only issue is that aggression from Falcons Vega gets a 1-for-1 trade, quite literally delivers the corpse needed for this neural theft information gathering. Mad V as well tries to deny that space, but it's just a weapon donated. Showstopper in, but the paranoia from Luge is beautiful to deny its impact. Now, though the numbers aren't in their favor, time is dwindling. Bonnie is just going to stick it all the way. The neural theft might not come in fast enough. The sprays aren't landing, but Eva, again, the hero that Falcons Vega needs. A 3K on the round, an 8-3 so far for Falcons Vega, Billy.
Yeah, Falcons did not want to be letting that one go just then. Vanya almost picking that up. I genuinely had my hand over my mouth thinking that she was going to clutch that out there, but I mean, even from G2 coming in on that retake there, it was just beautiful. You could tell that they were coordinating and taking those peaks together off of that breach stun initially to take that CT space back. So it's not like they're not doing the right things. They have the right ideas in mind. It's just how they're executing them.
got your trail.
It looks like they're trying to kind of reform what they did on the A site, which is this steadfast hold of the site. And Vania's frag potential is going to reinforce that strategy here. They walk away with numbers advantage, with the site hold still intact. And this round, right? One of the early individuals to fall is actually Sandra, too. So they don't have that kind of backdoor option of the A site or that lurk play. So they don't even have ultimates, right? Which has been that plan B go-to time and time again to bail them out of these sort of situations.
Yeah, and speaking of ultimates, Vanya just using there to pick up some information just to confirm their suspicions that Falcons might still be heading towards B main. And I mean, with the Sentinel of Amy on A site, she has all of that information there as well. So G2 are going to look to just stack on B here.
Now, rotation gonna come through towards that A site. I mean, a lot of ground to make up because, as I previously
30
mentioned,
seconds left.
Sandra was not holding those grounds to the trapwire with a spy cam. And Amy, this is their chance to shine, as you highlighted, Villian. Kogi is just gonna completely steamroll them. So site opened up, Showstopper brought online as well. So that now is a post-plant strategy that they can lean into. And I'm also worried about Eva. Look at where they are here. If they don't have the care to clear them out. And they don't. They snatch over. Oh, I thought they were about to snatch right past. And they. No, what is that? There's somebody. Oh. The ultimate cell. Send a rocket at your teammate. There's no way they clear the corner.
The ultimate bait for your teammate. Like, where are my ranked teammates that do that? Hello? Oh, goodness. Yeah. I mean, that round, we needed to see more impact from Amy there. It was kind of all on her shoulders, really, to swing it. But like you said, Toki, she's had quite a map so far. So yeah, it's honestly, it's been kind of spicy so far. I can't lie to you.
All right, and Billy, I love asking this to people that I cast with for the first time. Are you a believer in the 9-3 curse?
Am I a believer? Do you know what? It's not over until it's over, is what I say.
Okay.
So
You're
it
just a
can
believer
still
in any
happen.
comeback.
It can happen. It can happen. It can always happen. Mentality is like one of the largest parts of Valorant, in my opinion. So of course it
agree.
can happen.
Yeah, and with a team like G2 goes and that is as kind of structured and as, I guess, experienced, that definitely I feel like can be a big portion of the kind of round outcome for them. And so far with this pistol as just demonstration of that, they seem to be on the upright charge. A 4v3 as the spike gets planted. Some beautiful entry frags from Vania, but Amy doing the Sentinels work, doing the Lurkers work, able to get one, so that's one less initiator. A lot of impactful utility no longer a factor in this retake. I mean, yes, the Trailblazer gets Vania, but Vania concussed, can hit those shots. Now, it's just a perfect close and a pistol round in their favor.
Yeah, lovely little pistol round from G2 there. And of course, Falcons were cautious of the fact that AB might have been creeping up behind them and grew on to that. But yeah, lovely little pistol going on there. I think G2 played that very well. You know, they got in space, they got into the site, pardon. And yeah, they were in their positions, they knew what they wanted to do, and Vanya lucky enough to pick up that kill despite being stunned from the Skydog. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they play out the attack and if they continue to go for these fast sort of executes that we just seen on that pistol round.
Well, for now, I'm trying to weed out any initial aggression similar to the eco plays that they had run on their attack second rounds. But again, look at the response. It is beautiful. They have completely outplayed, I would say, the squad here that is Falcons Vega. And even Amy doing a really good job clearing out this A main aggression. But Luge able to, you know, outmaneuver in that regard. Able to collect the Bulldog, so that'll be a good kind of weapon to lean into on this retake. But even then, Vania keeping them pinned here in sewer so they can't be a part of the fight just yet.
Yeah, it looks as though it's going to be a 3v3 going into this retake on site, but I think Vanya's possibly just... Oh, I thought she was going to miss the timing on that then, but here we are going back into it. Again, everyone just sort of in their positions, and Vanya ready to come back in and support her teammates where need be.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and Petra with the biggest rifle investment from the G2 squad makes quick work of them, and Eva looks like they just want to either get some exit frags or die to the spike here, not wanting to donate any additional orbs to that Nightfall or that Rolling Thunder. Insane side take ultimates, and it's going to be a relatively clean second round for G2 Gozen. Going to keep some of these bigger weapons going in, and it really was, you know, a solid opening from Amy to shut down that trap play on A main, and then the response from Vanya to clean up the leftovers. So they're gonna even be able to force up an additional rifle here. So this is a stronger third round bonus conversion that they're gonna be going for than Falcons Vega had in the last half, where they had, you know, 4 bulldogs and 1 pistol.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And even Mimi picking up the sheriff there, headshot with that is almost lethal. So yeah, they've definitely got a strong bonus round going into this one, and interesting to see how they've switched it up this time. Looking to just get straight up ramp already at the very beginning of the round and start to create pressure up ramp. But Resk is just going to get completely punished by Toki there. A little bit of a raised diff.
Yeah, the
if one
fault
could
line
say.
came in late. I mean, you saw me trying to support them, but it's
Yeah.
after Toki has claimed the frag, claimed the trophy, and they're not done hunting. Even with the reveal, Mad V just uses that as bait to swing themselves and collect the rest of the frags. Toki doesn't even fall in the chaos after getting revealed. A flawless way to secure double digits for Falcons Vega.
Yeah, and that's exactly how you want to see your Breach and your Raze playing off one another. And again, a fault that we maybe seen in G2's defense was that they weren't fighting for that site strongly enough, whereas Falcons, they're just ready to take those fights one-on-one, trade each other, pick off one another, call for that utility should they need it, and they're just ready to face it.
No, completely. And we saw kind of glimmers of that strategy from D2 Gozen towards the end of the half, but those adjustments came in a bit too late here. But for now, we go to the next round where obviously the bonus ensures that G2 Gozen can have another rifle round to follow. And again, it's these aggressive plays, this raise breach combination to clear out space to kind of force back Amy a bit. So now they have to keep them there to have kind of an assurance of that presence, but instead, the fast pivot is going to be respected from Falcons Vega onto the B site. They're going to fall back into CT, wait for the rotations from the rest of the squad, and this might be the first 5-on-5 retake we see for a hot minute, unless Amy, you know, picks off Toki on the way.
Yeah, G2 looked to make early pressure in all areas of the map that round. They had Amy towards A main, they were taking space up mid, and of course they had Petra funneling through B main. And as you said, it's a 5v5 retake coming into this one, so are G2 ready with the post plant? They have 2 players sort of set up towards May.
Oh, and the Shrouded Step gets caught out. Amazing, though, sees there, catches all the members and allows every member of G2 Gozen to find their frags. You asked if they were ready for that post plan, and I definitely think they were. I mean, they had plenty of time to set it up, you know, and then just follow through on the plan.
Oh yeah, they shot me up real fast there. I didn't even get a chance to think about it and the round was already over. Yeah, G2 really strong in their post plant there. Obviously comfortable with how they wanted to play out that round, and yeah, it was just lovely to see. I mean, it all happened within a blink of an eye.
This is a nice spot.
Quite literally. So now only 4 rounds separating these squads. Another eco buy for both teams, but if Falcons Vega loses this round, it does seem like their economy is going to be reset more to an eco status. So we're not going to see too much of an adjustment coming out from them just yet, right? They're still going to go on a little bit more aggro here in main to clear out that space to kind of cause assurement towards the rest of the map, but with that aggression comes a lapse in control of mid, right? And G2 Gozen has taken advantage of that round after round, and this one be having no exception.
Yeah, G2 looking to do a 1-3-1 here, but always aware of Amy being on that A main and looking to punish it each time, the Falcons. But coming in on a B split here once again, this time with a player down on the post plant situation. But Mimi is going to have that Rolling Thunder online with that post plant. Be interesting to see how that gets utilized in this round.
I was excited to also see how the showstopper gets used, but a stunning fault line nullifies its impact. Petra as well with this amazing seize to delay. They haven't even seen Resk in heaven either, so when the Rolling Thunder comes out, it is their chance to frag. They're only spared by the backstab from Luge here, so still in good sorts, still in a 3v3 situation here, but time not in their favor, and the double swings are clean out of the right side of Pillar, and the rest of the frags follow suit, and G2 goes in, is tallying these rounds down on their attack half.
Yeah, I mean, G2 still came out on top in that round, but that could have been an absolutely beautiful combination there with that Rolling Thunder up towards heaven. They knew that there was 3 players looking to retake from that position, with Resk lurking up mid there, not expecting it because they had already taken down EMEA on the Sentinel. So yeah, it could have been amazing. It still worked out for them in the end, but just lovely little plays that we get to see here in EMEA Game Changers.
Oh yeah, the adjustment from Toki was beautiful, right? 2 rounds prior, Amy gets away on the stage after the trapwire is destroyed. This round, they're caught a little bit too pushed up and punished, so that number no longer a favor. But regardless, this round, again, mid kind of an afterthought for Falcons Vega. This time, instead of the Omen playing on Raptors at the B side, yes, they're playing a little bit deeper towards Male with the Sky with Eva, so it'll be interesting to see what differences that brings, but G2 goes and looks like they have other plans. Maybe they want to go for Events A crunch this round. I mean, the difference is Toki is B main this round, not A main.
Yeah, and Petra hasn't shown any presence really towards B main this round, so they are aware that it's not looking likely to be a B split. Although in saying that, they do have Eva rotating background to B, so just completely unaware of the fact that G2 until that information comes out. And yeah, it looks as though they're going to funnel out onto A site.
I mean, the spy cam got an early indicator for the rotation to come through, but Sandra wanting to contest, and suddenly Falcons Vega is getting a little bit too eager on this eco round, taking solo fights, hoping to throw these hero plays into the wind to see what sticks, and none of them have so far. 5 members still, and it's a flawless execution, a flawless denial of the eco for G2 goes in, and suddenly we're only 2 rounds separating us, Billy. I mean, when do we see the Falcons Vega timeout? There it is.
You call it, they time it out. I love to see that. Yeah, I think even just in that round, you know, G2 have kind of conditioned Falcons that they like the B split. Whereas this time they've taken that early mid control and instead put a little bit of pressure B heaven, enough to draw out a rotate from Falcons Vega, the people that were sitting on A site, and then ended up going up ropes and going into A heaven for free, aside from the cipher information from Falcons. So yeah, I like that they're trying to switch up the pace now. It'll be interesting to see if they continue that fast mid take with the breach stun, the satchel up mid, and what Falcons are actually going to do to counter that, because right now they're not really fighting for that space in mid at all.
You know, I completely agree. And that's what I hope they're also going to change here. And with 3 members in B Heaven, including that Cypher present, I am hopeful. But I do want to see more lines on that spy cam to keep the A Heaven control, because they have not only the spy cam, but they also have Mad V playing there, right? Versus you could have them playing in vents or, you know, in the top of mid. Because as we mentioned, that initiator utility is so powerful for denying those kind of satchel duelist plays. But for now, it looks like the answer is still to kind of aggress towards an extremity. This round, it looks like a full investment towards B main. So they could catch these players for G2 off guard and get spiked down in lobby. But we'll have to see if the frags and the plans can follow suit, or if they get out of dodge fast enough.
Face your fear!
Yeah, I think they've just taken the information off of that Sky utility and decided, actually, guys, they're not here. And then off of that, that fade nightfall towards A, they're like, okay. Yeah, precisely. The double ult into A, getting nothing off of that Sky flash initially from the B main, which just allows G2 to walk into B main with the spike.
Toki knows. Toki's aware. The Seekers see that they're headed towards mid, so suddenly it's a mad dash minus these 2 players on screens to contest the reflank from Rescue, who's not expected. So they're not in as bad of a situation as you think they would. I mean, they have the Rolling Thunder still, but Vani and Petra running rampant. You can see Falcons Vega having a hard time pinpointing the members of this squad, but still, Rolling Thunder gets the job done. Neural Theft as well to double down and say they want this round following their timeout, but Amy, the backstab responds in time with a Neural Theft of their own and a frag to follow on to Luge. They get the diffuser off as well. 2v2 now. Sandra needs to get it to half, but Petra has the time. And
Last
even with the
player
3K from
standing.
Mad V, I mean, is there even enough time? No, Petra won't even give them the chance to see.
What a lovely little round. A lot of ultimates coming out that round. A lot of ultimates coming out that round. But even just digesting it was just lovely to watch. I know I kind of broke it down when we were mid-round anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, just seeing that Sky Flash come out, be main from Falcons, from Eva, getting no information, allowing G2 to just kind of make their timing up there whilst their other teammates were faking out A Heaven. And then the retake, yeah, it kind of just the idea was correct from Falcons. You know, use that Rolling Thunder, get in there. I just didn't feel as though they capitalized off of it as well as they could have. They got that kill on Vanya and then struggled to make their way into the site because Petra was, of course, causing havoc.
We love Petra causing havoc, but this round, a completely new look for G2 Ghost and no mid control, no kind of lurking individual. They're going full into this A site, feeling that confidence off the rounds they've tied together in this half, and gonna have to be a full retake here with worse weapons for the Falcons Vega squad, and with most of the ultimates invested last round as well, not too many tools in the toolbox. Only advantage time on their side. All the members here as Spike gets planted. So let's see what they can cook up or who can be the hero player that they need.
Yeah, 5v5 retake. G2 with the better weapons in hand. And it's just so mean to see that. But yeah, it was going to get dicey. It was always going to get dicey in that round. And G2 taking us to 10-10.
Bailey, it's not over till it's over. You said it
It's-
yourself.
It's really not over till it's over.
So we're tied 10-10. And I mean, we talked about the adjustments we wanted to see from Falcons Vega from that timeout. What have we seen so far that is lacking in delivering what we were asking for?
This goes here.
They're really struggling with that mid presence, I would say. That seems to be an issue for them. But looking at this round, they do have 3 players stacked over there. I was hoping to see some more crunch plays, whether it's Vents or B Heaven, but I've not really seen that from either side at the moment. And yeah, just not enough adjustments being made, and we're not seeing those early peaks from Falcons either. They're not playing as aggressive on the defense, and I was hoping that we'd see a couple of aggro peaks from Toki.
Oh, they tried to go for an aggro peak. It was Luge, though. And I think it was just that utility not allowing Toki to swing off the paranoia like they initially planned, mainly that
Yeah.
pain shell. So a great counter there. But they are doing what you're trying to ask for, Billy. It's just G2 punishes, at least Petra's able to. Regardless, the dust settles a 3-on-3. The space still occupied. And now the attention turning towards the B site where Spike is headed as well. Ooh, but it's just the breach. So, I think they want to go back A and cash in on the EMEA lurk.
Looks as though that is what they are looking to do, and Amy's starting to take her space up ramp,
Cage triggered. 30 seconds left.
waiting on her teammates to come in and support her should she need it.
Yeah, but look at the reposition from Sandra as well. In a great place to punish off the trap wire contact. They deposit themselves into screens, the angle not checked. They know that Amy was in cubby, so the pinch play from Eva comes through. With 13 seconds left, they can't make it to the B site. They're flashed by a guiding light, and Eva just gets the job done with a 3K on the round. As the spell is broken, they finally reach 11.
Yeah,
Look
that
at
was
5 rounds in a
lovely.
row.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. They've broken it. They've broken it. It's not over till it's over. But no, it was nice of Falcons to wait on each other and no one trying to go for a hero player, a solo peak, even just to stop Amy from getting into sight there. So yeah, they played that really well, waiting on each other, getting back to sight so that they can play with each other in that situation.
Yep. I mean, they definitely, had the read and were able to get more members over to the A site. So that was pretty well equipped. Probably, Mad V saying there isn't really much noise there, B main, or any contact or utility being used. But this round, they tried the fast A hit. Now they're going to try the fast B hit with the Paranoia Rolling Thunder combination. And this has been beautiful coordination to take the site thus far, but nobody home for Falcons Vega to contest, and I'm expecting to see a Toki showstopper out following this paint shell, but we'll see if it delivers. I mean, all this utility, like the fault line to the initiator, is getting used, but with no response from the squad. There's the response, but again, they completely ignore it. They focus on the players funneling in. The frags, once again, mainly the Petra 3K, just controlling the chaos and tying things up at 11-11 again.
Yeah, I mean, G2, they clearly had a set round that they had in mind that round, using
This is a nice spot.
the breach shot coming in there. And yeah, it was just, I mean, Falcons had an answer for it. It just, unfortunately, didn't quite pay off for them. But looking into this one, Falcons are going to have to go for a save, which is not ideal when we're looking at this scoreline.
And they're going to be playing for overtime at this point, like you mentioned, unless we can get a Thrifty on the board. But GT has been very good at countering these Thrifties, ensuring that they don't fall for these trap plays like Falcons Vega would in the first half. So we've seen this mid-handled pretty well this go-around from Falcons Vega. I mean, all the members basically just taking a field trip down memory lane, now down sewers as well. And with a slower hit from GT goes onto this A site with the Nightfall invested, they could have the potential to go huge here on the flank if they get the timing right on the spy cam. But in the trap wire there, so
Yeah, and
hard to ignore.
G2 have realized that they've not really had to face anyone on site, so surely they have to be aware of this, although not quite. And I am once again biting my tongue in saying that, but bomb does go down.
Throwing Thunder online. Wait. That's huge here. I mean, they've collected the weapons from main. Only Vani here left unaffected by the ultimate, and with Neural Theft online, they're using everything to get this match point on the line. The flashpoint doesn't land, Luge protects or trades, and just like that, as laid out, Falcons Vega gets the Thrifty they need to beat G2 goes into the punch, to beat them to that 12th round, and they punch their ticket at least into overtime, Billy.
Well, you said they needed to do it on a Thrifty, and they did do that indeed. Yeah, it was lovely to see Falcons finally take that early pressure down mid. It gave them all the information they needed to know that G2 were going for a site exec on A. So yeah, it was just lovely to see. And as you said, that Rolling Thunder coming up online just completely swung the round in their favor.
Oh, completely. And I want to say that Trailblazer as well from Eva on ramps kind of distracted them from the fact that there was that flank, that squad coming in. They're like, okay, well, maybe the Trailblazer is what caused it. Or maybe it was Eva that destroyed the spy cam. But regardless, the round goes in their favor here now. And I mean, we're gonna see rifles obviously out of G2 goes in. They have some powerful ultimates like the Showstopper and the Neural Theft as well to guide themselves into overtime here. And although they took that aggressive mid-control last round that got them to Thrifty, Billy, we don't see that same reaction this time from Falcons Vega. They instead went for the B heaven hold, expecting it to be a mid to B, when really it's a mid to A. So Sandra gonna have to deliver, gonna have to inform the team, but with nobody home, it might just be a 5-on-5 retake. Or, okay.
Okay, G2 are aware of it. And are they looking to take CT space there? No, they're not. They're dipping back. Although, in saying that, yeah, they're looking to dip back here. But Toki ready to come up through heaven, and Falcons are so cautious of the fact that G2 could be sitting in CT right now, but Skyot comes out helping clear out that space, and just going to see G2 using whatever utility they can to deny these Falcon players funneling out onto site.
Worthless.
I mean, they use so much utility to isolate me, but then no players are able to follow through on the kill, and frag after frag, Mad V left swinging into 3 members, and just like that, map 1 going the distance, Billy. We are headed into overtime.
Honestly, it wouldn't be my first cast without an overtime. Like, I knew this was gonna happen, but it's fine, it's great. It means that we've got great, healthy competition in EMEA Game Changers, and of course, it's the last day of groups. Why would we not have a little overtime going on? So no, it shows how much that even this team, Falcons Vega, I think the last time I watched them, bearing in mind, it wouldn't have been this complete roster. It would have been the core of your Mad, your Luge, and your Sandra. But seeing how these players have developed throughout their time in Game Changers last year, coming up from contenders, finding themselves in the main Game Changers circuit, it looks like a completely different team being able to take G2 to overtime.
No, completely. This is a huge showing from Falcons Vega. And I am curious to see if, you know, Eva being that former BBL player with Vania, it's like insider information where maybe the Vania effects of G2 goes and are allowing them to get these reads in effect. But regardless, don't want to credit it just to that. Like I said, Toki's been really good about the first blood here. A little bit of a sleeper on the second half in regard to that, but now that they're back to this attack half where it truly shined, I think they're going to have no trouble. But for now, a more aggressive B stack from G2 goes in, unlike what we had previously seen with them kind of attributing additional members to that mid control. So we're actually to see Falcons Vega take that with ease.
Yeah, and here we have Falcons looking to just go for G2's own game plan with a B split possibly, and it has worked out in their favor. 4v3, but they've just not cleared out this B main just yet, and Vanya looking to be deadly in here.
enemy
Pedra
remaining.
as
Last
well.
player standing.
Oh, that's gonna hurt for Falcons.
Still
30
though, the
seconds
dust
left.
settles and it's a 1v1 here. Amy has the nasty off angle onto Raptors. They probably expect them to be that anchor point on the A site. No utility used to clear out the angle, but they narrowly dodge those bullets, literally and figuratively. And the wraparound good, and the frag to follow. And suddenly Falcons Vega pulls ahead, the first to strike here into overtime. I
sides.
mean, it started
Match
out in
point.
chaos and shambles, and
Yes.
still they're able to wrestle the round back.
I think that just goes to show the importance of your timing when you're looking to split a site. If one anchor of the split is struggling to take that space, you then need to crunch that space together, right? So you had the players already out on site, but they didn't come in to help their players gain main and crunch Petra and Vanya, who were looking to take those main players on. So it ended up a little bit wishy-washy, but nonetheless, Falcons still being able to clutch that one out.
And so now, I mean, an interesting timeout. Like, I do respect it since the defensive half is where things kind of were let slip after they got the 9-3 on their attack half. So a little bit the difficult half to get across the finish line, but they're still kind of disrupting their own momentum. And we talked about how important mentality can be. So we'll see what Fools has cooking to see if it is, maybe I want to see it with weapons, right? That was an eco strategy that got them the thrifty of taking that mid control aggressively. Can we just see a war for mid? Like they all just meet mid and fight it out there. I feel like that could be how Falcons Vega ends this.
I think that's one thing you can compliment about the ecos as well, though, is that it forces players to use their initiative and do something maybe a little bit outside the box or something that they haven't been doing in other rounds. And a lot of the times we're finding both G2 and Falcons Vega find success from doing that when they're just using their initiatives and going for these plays that they maybe ordinarily wouldn't have won with a rifle round.
It looks like not gonna take my advice, not wanting to throw their lives away mid. I mean, I understand how it is, but they do have Toki here, kind of the first line of defense off of Sky Utility in Heaven. The issue has been that when they have this trap play set up, G2 goes and falls towards vents in that A pinch. This round they might get what they're asking for, but Petra able to deliver. Once again, fault line is late and Eva now asked to do the hero's work, and they don't want to invest their life too heavily on that, instead just defaulting into an information collection position here on stairs. But G2 goes in, right? This could be the last round of the map, so they're not too eager to just throw themselves into one strategy. They'd rather go with the safer route, where they know no one has pushed up A main off of the control that Amy has garnered.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just looking to kind of point pressure at another area in the map and see what they can get. However, time is ticking, almost only 30 seconds on the clock, which is going to allow them to start funneling into this A site here.
seconds
But
left.
the rotate from Falcons is only just starting to come in at the moment. And Sandra, again, in that
Spike
position,
down
has been
A.
deadly this map on the defense.
Enemy remaining.
Oh, what a beautiful flash might be the final nail in the coffin. A 1v3 that Sandra navigates beautifully to get the 3K, to close out and get the victory on their map pick. And not gonna lie to you though, Billy, that was the first map and the only map that we had really any information about these teams and what they bring to the table. So we're flying blind now, pretty much going forward. Other than we might have seen Falcons Vega on Sunset. Yeah, we have seen them, and it's a strong map for them. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, precisely. I mean, we're going into these next two in the complete unknown, which is so exciting. Like I'm so excited. What better way to end off the group stage than going into this? It doesn't get much better.
I mean, even if it's a 2-0, we're gonna see Breeze for the first time from both of these teams after the break. So get some water, take a quick break, and we'll dive back into the unknown together after this. Welcome back to a Game Changers EMEA, the last match of the group stage for stage one. My name is Zobi. I am joined by the amazing Billy, and we are getting ready for a very heated map 2 on Breeze between G2 Gozen and Falcons Vega. But Billy, we were talking about this before the break. This is a complete unknown, and so all we can do is craft, theorize what these compositions are gonna be. So I'll divert to you for starting with G2 first.
Okay, so G2 a little bit easier to go off of. I know that we were kind of saying Falcons, a little bit confusing, but I'll let you get to the points on Falcons. G2, I'm thinking we're gonna see Vesk on the Jet. She's been insane so far on the Rays, but I'm thinking a little bit of Jet for Breeze. Amy, probably gonna see her on the Cypher again. Would not be surprised at seeing that whatsoever. Vanya, we know that she is the queen on Omen, but
Mhm.
wouldn't be surprised to see her jumping over to that Viper pick for Breeze. This was where I got confused because I was like,
Me too.
are they going to be running a double initiator? Are we going to see double smokes? You know, we've seen Mimi switch to that brim on Bind, I believe it is.
Yes.
So I was like, they wouldn't run a brim on Breeze, right? They wouldn't do that. So I was like, okay, that one throws that out the book. So I'm thinking Mimi's jumping onto that KO, which love Mimi's KO, and Petra will be jumping onto that good old Sova. So that's what I'm crafting for G2's comp here, based on the fact that we have no information of this G2 goes in roster for
Well,
Breeze.
we're getting ready to jump into Agent Select here, so we'll get to see if your predictions reign true. And for Falcons Vega, we were kind of confused because we know they have so many flex players that fit the map. But look at us go! We got it down to a T for
Yes.
G2 goes in. And I brought up the idea of this being a mirror composition during the break, actually, because I saw that in the cards here in Falcons Vega, they actually deliver on it. I mean, I didn't think I was gonna be right, but I even said that I thought Mad V would be on the KO, Sandra on the side. I am surprised actually that this followed suit. I thought we could see Eva on the Sky instead of the Sova because this is one of the squads that has been
Mm,
still defaulting towards it despite the nerfs. But otherwise, I mean, I think for an unknown, having this mirror comp is gonna be even more.
mm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's going to become the boring vanilla Breeze comp, right? I was hoping to see a little Gecko or
Word.
Harbor in there from Mad. You know, she has experience of playing both controllers and initiators, and I quite like a little bit of Gecko at the moment. I'm quite
Me too.
enjoying it.
Maybe maybe we'll see from Sunset from G2 goes in. That's my only hope, I guess, I have for you for the Gecko player. But regardless, here as we get ready to jump into the first round, I mean, looks like a pretty aggressive hit from G2 goes in towards this B site. I mean, as we said, the tried and true mirror comm. So what better way to start than the tried and true default B hit? Nice style of backspace control off of that Viper hit, not allowing these fights to get taken early on by Sandra, but they're happy for the fights to come to them. Unfortunately, Rescue good for the trade here, so that deposits themselves on this outside of wall. Eva aware, and we're gonna see a further 0 point to confirm, but the flash lands, so the frags
Ooh.
follow suit. Mad V not able to spare their teammates, so a 2v3 now favoring G2 goes in.
Yeah, that's a lovely little flash that comes out from Mimi there. Always there to support her teammates in times of need. And Toki
One
just
enemy
looking to
remaining.
work her way in. But Amy, again, you need to be cautious of that lurking sentinel. And G2 picking up the first round of Breeze.
Textbook execution there. And I mean, nothing really to fault Falcons Vega for just yet. I mean, Eva doing a good job keeping on track of where Rescue was. I mean, evident by those wallbang shots, but as aforementioned, Mimi, that flashpoint basically sealing the deal on the round. So they get the weapons force up. It's interesting to see the Marshall and the Vandal in the same arsenal. So we'll see how they leverage that kind of dueling weight of weapons. But for now, the stack from Falcons Vega on the B site. And at what point do you think they would rotate over to A? Now?
They're already starting. Oh, maybe thinking about it. Gonna stay for a little bit. Looking to pick up some sort of information mid though, and this little walk up from Toki might perhaps be all the information that they need to start making their way towards A. However, looking to group mid, which is very brave considering the majority of the team are on classics here for their eco round, and
Mhm.
G2 looking to just walk their way into a site for free.
Yeah, I thought for a second we were gonna see Resk find these players, but Toxic Screen makes that a little bit difficult here. So they get the A site uncontested, that Owldrone clearing it out, lit the green light, the rotation from Mimi over despite them being in spawn on that default. And now with Vanya depositing this poison cloud here, that is huge. And you can even see that Falcons Vega doesn't want to push through it. They know that would be a death zone of a choke point. So they'd rather challenge the Vandal on the flank, I guess.
Falcons, I don't even think they know what they want to do. They're kind of just
Maybe
teamwork.
don't give orbs away.
Yeah,
Force the team to go into your spawn so you can all die to spike.
they're kind of using the power of friendship right now to just run around the map and just hold each other's hands and see what they can get. But yeah, not much else you can
Peculiar round.
dissect from that round, to be honest, is there?
Look at that. Wait, are they gonna? Okay, I thought for a second that the members from mid were gonna be late on getting to the spike before its radius
Oh,
receded.
goodness.
But yeah, that was the strat, right? I mean, we saw how important ultimates were to Falcons Vega on split, so they don't want to give that same kind of opportunity over to G2 Goes in now that we are on Breeze. So no, I mean, the 5 ults on the table, or ult orbs, I should say, and none of them gonna be given over in that regard. But that does mean that a very strong bonus buy to come out as well from G2 Goes, right? You don't take that hero rifle out of Resk's hands, and we'll see if it comes back to bite them in this round. But for now, I mean, a more defaulted approach, right? Yeah, you have, you know, the standard A hold while you have some mid aggression from Toki to play contact here, and it can't catch Bonnie off guard. That's a huge burst blood.
Yeah, that's really nice. They're going to be missing having that Julius and Toki looking to go for an early engagement, but yeah, just completely shut down by Vanya. And you'll notice that G2 is still kind of chilling towards A main with the spike there, looking to make pressure in other areas of the map, with Vanya just scoping out what's on B and looking as though they're going to start regrouping towards A main.
Yeah, but they haven't dislodged this Luge and KO, this Mad V combination. So we'll see if the Owl Drone can spot it out here, but that 0 point gonna rob them of a lot of that information gathering. Unfortunately, though, Mad V gets caught trying to support Luge with that flash point out. So now Luge on the off, but 35 HP. It's the power crunch of back sight from G2 Goes in contest. Yes, Ava was able to cut off one of those loose ends, but numbers advantage still
30
thoroughly in
seconds left.
G2 Goes in
Spike planted.
favor, and the members now grouped up CT. We'll see what they can accomplish.
Yeah, that was lovely from G2 there. Just crunching those players' backside and recognizing that they had the numbers advantage. And
Silence.
Eva, though, going to take that away from them coming into this post-plant situation. And Petra and Amy just looking to double up together. But Amy taking a solo peek is, yeah, not so good from G2 there. Playing a little bit disconnected, if I say.
I mean, especially after how strong they started out that round in terms of that
Yeah.
cohesion. I agree. It's a little bit of a disappointing fall off in that regard. I mean, they do make obviously the buy for Falcons Vega hurt, but that easily could have been a 3rd round bonus conversion. So now you can see those repercussions, right? You see the Guardian Light Shield. You can see Toki still debating what to buy. I mean, they can't even really buy the Light Shield Guardian to follow, just like Mad V. So it's going to be an interesting round where we either tie things up off of a pseudo-thrifty from Falcons Vega, or it'll be a chance for G2 Goes in to solidify their lead, because it will be an eco to follow for Falcons Vega if they lose this round.
Yeah, absolutely. And this round, I want to see G2 starting to farm those orbs out. I think we've seen that Resk was only 1 away from her ult, so she'll be wanting to keep that in her pocket should they be forced to go into an eco. And this round, G2 just looking to pressure up mids. And they've got that Viper wall to hide behind should they need to. But the Silver Dart comes in, giving them that information. And at the same time, they've got Amy and Vanya holding any push-outs from Falcons Vega on the other ends of the map.
Oh, and Toki, we said they were great on the first Bloods for split. They struggled against the fight against Vanya, but this time they right the record. They grab the frag onto Resk. A huge shutdown. Now no entry force here for G2 Goes in, at least as deliberately. So they're going to lean more into this mid-doors aggression, hopefully to surprise the members of Falcons Vega. But not only do they not catch Mad V, but they haven't figured out Luge's position here as well. 0 Point will get that job done, forcing to take the fight. The sprays connect. So Mimi wrestles one back
30
for
seconds
G2
left.
Gozen, but no sight control still established here. So we're going to have to see a huge play out of Anya to cut off these rotations or even backstab the members backside B. But we'll see which follows. Look at that. They thought they had the read.
One enemy remaining.
Okay,
Yeah,
down.
Toki, Guardian,
10 seconds
Gober,
left.
like just insane this round. And G2 kind of just running into them at that point.
No, completely. Very well navigated here. Like I said, an important round for the early stages of this game to ensure that G2 goes and doesn't already get the off foot. And I feel like before we advance any further, this is a good time to ask you, Billy, do you think that Breeze is still really attack-sided with the given changes that have occurred? Or do you think there's a certain like threshold G2 goes and has to hit while they're on their attack half to be kind of, I guess, in good standings before the sides swap?
I think Breeze is one of those momentum-based maps where when you get rounds under your belt and you're on a run, like you're on a run at that point. But whether it's attack or defensive sided, I think since they decided to open up tube again, it's maybe swinging a little more in the attacker's favor, just with the lurk potential. It's hard to say. I feel like people have very mixed opinions on this one.
Agree, but Risk trying to, bring the opinions back into their favor here. With the initial blood off of Blade Storm, but Sandra again has been a menace here on this backside control. Unfortunately, they're only able to wrestle away that one. Vanya not able to get the frags from mid-tunnel either, so Mad V able to get one stolen away from Nest. Toki on the backstab as well, not read by Vanya. So Spike down, they sneak away with the numbers advantage. And you can now see that G2 goes and resorting to these hero plays. I mean, Amy was about to wrap around Nest, but doesn't think they have enough time, and Petra's kneecap just barely visible will cost them the life, and the double swing as clean as that, and a 3K from Madavi. That's third and the lead back in their favor.
Yeah, that's gotta hurt for Petra there, just slightly peeking out and getting taken down. But yeah, wishy-washy rounds coming out. There doesn't seem to be any clear sort of plan. They know what they want to do in the early round, but it's when it gets to the mid round that they start to drop players or have a little bit of confusion. It kind of seems to fall apart. Like they just don't have an end goal in mind when it gets to that mid round as to where they want to finish.
And I mean, I've had the privilege of sitting in some Breeze scrims for some NA Game Changers teams. That is a kind of a common issue. Like, you take all this mid space, you take all this mid control on these defaults, and then, like you said, you don't have this set end goal. But once those end goals become apparent, it'll be a very smooth sailing, I should say, for G2 Gozen. And the fact that they now have, the Hunter's Fury and Null Command online, they'll take that space that they've been kind of uncontested on from Falcons Vega, and then they follow through on these crunch plays. And it is going to be a beautiful A site take and very deep space towards spawn established. But then again, I mean, look at the response from Falcons Vega. They were aware, right? Both the Viper and the Cypher early to get out of dodge, and now setting up for this retake in their own spawn.
Yeah, and they've also got the no command ready to come in should they need to use it. But we're going to see G2's Sobalt come out first, interestingly enough, just to kind of add some time onto that ticking spike in the hopes that it stops Falcons from running out. But Resk has this incredible positioning, playing just to stop them from funneling out again. They're just not allowing them any space onto the site whatsoever. But look!
Not the shock dart!
There's no way she does that and then gets shut down by a shock dart. That is just... oh, such a shame to see. But good effort all in all from Falcons trying to get back in there. But the aggression from G2, just unstoppable.
Like we said, I mean, couple the Null Command with the Hunter's Fury to buy down the clock, and with you already having kind of a pushed up line of scrimmage there onto Orange, back site, that definitely makes it a lot harder for Falcons Vega to kind of position themselves for a retake attempt. I liked the effort there of breaking players up between CT and Door, but ultimately we finally got to see that G2 goes in cohesion we were talking about. And with this round, right, the goal was to have this this operator be a staple of the defense, but I mean, the read and the denial of that utility basically has already taken Toki out of the fight for the round.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, G2 just looking to show some presence mid. They're liking this 1-3-1 action they've got going on, but just seeing and scoping out who's on what site, aware possibly off of that silver drone that Sandra is there anchoring on the cipher. And again, Falcons, they have all of that information. A main.
But Luge, even with that A-main information, is going to be asked to hold on to this A site unless Toki can reposition adequately, and they do. That's like a pixel headshot required, and oh, not again. The shock dart forces them to take the fight against Vanya. They lose that, and Vanya just doubles down for more aggression, more frags there from Halls, and Toki
planted.
gonna give some hope into this round, I should say. It brings the neural theft online, allows them to try and isolate now the fight against Mimi. The recon bolt not quite landing where they want it to. Petra tries the waters on a jiggle peek as well to try and reinforce Mimi in this position. Once again, I love the angles G2 Ghost is holding. I mean, I don't even think they realized the cipher that Amy is here just yet towards mid doors, and like I said, the surprise, the cat's out of the bag, and the frags are all coming up. G2 goes in here as Eva might even be forced to consider a save if they can get the operator and get out. I guess it's to save the Vandal.
Neutralized.
Okay, she gets out of there. With a pick and a Vandal, we take it. But yeah, like you said, the positioning from G2 there, all of them just ready to peek off one another, knowing that Mimi was trapped behind Orange there, and Petra looking to support where she can, and then of course you've got Amy coming in through double doors late. So that's the kind of stuff we like to see, and that's the kind of stuff I think we see quite frequent from G2 Ghosten, is they're just ready to support one another and play off one another whenever they need that extra teammate to come in and help them out, whether that's with a bit of utility or a double peak or whatever it may be. They know a teammate's in trouble, they're there to pick up the pieces if need be.
I know, a little bit slip up in that kind of coordination in rounds 3 and 4, but picked it up here pretty quick to get the lead back in their favor. And even when that kind of cohesion was falling apart, we've seen Vanya, the hero plays, to kind of open up these sites and ensure that Falcons Vega can't be too quick to the uptake on these retakes. But speaking of quick, Toki steals away a first blood again. I feel like the jet on jet violence has kind of determined the early momentum in these rounds and kind of has forced, right, these plays, like I said, out of Vanya. So we'll see if a similar kind of reaction follows suit. I mean, no change to this B-site defense, really just Sandra hoping that they get the frag that they need back sight. And this round again, it's 1-for-1 trade, but Eva gonna be like, that's enough for me to go huge here. And Mimi now in the 1v4 sees the gun barrel for Eva. Nobody protecting them either, so they slip through the cracks for Toki's frag. But regardless, the trade follows the round, and we are even again at 4-on-4, Billy.
Yeah, Toki proven to have a lot of impact this game. I would love, if we get to the third map, to see what her first kill percentage has been like, and how the round ends based off of that, because it seems as though whenever she's going for these frags, Falcons take the round. So yeah, having incredible impact taking these early engagements, wherever it may be. And I'm surprised at G2 not clearing out Sandra, who's been sitting on that backside of B for majority of the time she's been anchoring it. No punishment seems to be coming in for Sandra there, but going into this one, G2 looking to have a different approach here and funneling up elbow.
Yeah, I mean, if Toki wants to take that space of a round, we might as well contest it earlier rather than later when it's unexpected. But this time, they're not there. They're the one clearing out A main. So they still gain information. They still gain this contact-based collection of players. And, I mean, it has found nothing so far. I mean, I would want to break this trapwire if I were them and then retreat a little bit too. So there's that constant kind of worry in the back of your mind. But even now, if they updrafted over it, they might be able to catch the players if G2 goes in off guard. And looking like that's what they're setting up for here with this A crunch through mid door is about to happen. That's kind of what I want to see here, because now Luge is going to be on an island and expected to do the hero's work. And I mean, when there's that many players funneling in towards you, it's really difficult. So Neural Theft Online will will rob the opportunity to make a hero play out of Toki. Now they know their aim main as well, but I mean, this is a beautiful Hunter Fury from
30
Eva,
seconds
the
left.
perfect distraction for Toki to get these frags. And albeit the Viper Spit's online for Vania, but they have a
Spike
3v4 now.
planted.
Yeah, I mean, they have to be conscious of the fact that Toki's going to be up A main there, but looking into this one, Viper's Pit goes down on site and
Wait,
Falcons Vega. Huh? Okay. Okay, that kind of slows Amy's lurk down there, but now Falcons Vega have the information that there can only be 3 on site. They're going to take the 3v3 fight to them, but in saying that, Petra is going to be sat outside the Viper Pit looking for these peaks, and Petra and Mimi are seasoned veterans, able to clean up the round there.
amazing timings and positioning playing around that Viper's Pit. And I mean, you saw the worry there of the Amy lurking with 5 HP, keeping Toki out of the fight longer than desired. And I love this early timeout from Fools because it does feel like it's been a little bit of a back and forth affair between these two squads, and it can be really, really tiring, especially when you're on the second map. You're antsy about closing things out into a fashion, not wanting to take things to that map 3 on Sunset. But what do we think that they're discussing here? Because the initial strategy of Toki going out and gathering information was working, right? They were getting
Mm.
these consistent first bloods. They were informing the rotation, so they were ready to contest as soon as Spike was going down. But it's not working anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think that round in particular, I don't necessarily think that Falcons Vega did anything bad. Like, they had all of the information A main, like Toki was still taking that information held there with the op, and she got a couple of picks still propped up in main when G2 goes and we're funneling out into the site. So it's going to be interesting to see if they actually do switch it up here. And it looks as though any mistakes that have been occurring are just little, maybe miscommunication almost, because the way they're spread across the map and not rotating too quickly or too slowly,
Mhm.
it's really just coming down to the wire in a lot of these rounds.
Mhm. Well, timeout has concluded. We see the buy that comes out of whatever strategy they're going to work to accomplish here. I mean, we'll see, further efforts once they actually have a buy following this round. But looks like the answer is just to double down on the Toki aggression. I mean, you can see here
Hmm.
they farm that orb to be made. Now they're going to rotate instead of follow through on a flank. So they want them to be in the game faster on these retake attempts, perhaps, which, like I said, was a little bit of an issue in my mind previously. But I mean, there's multiple layers as this G2 goes in A execution, right? You have Amy, you have Vania, both in this halls are trying to set up a pinch play, but Eva pieces it apart for one. Toki looking for the trade here, but I mean, Vania not gonna let that happen. They want this consistent pressure on halls, and it's acting as the perfect distraction for the Jets, but only good for one as numbers equated here yet again. But look at how low Sandra and Luge are.
Oh, that timing behind the wall might have been everything, but Resk is just cleaning up here as well. And
Player standing.
yeah, it's going to be difficult for Falcons to come back into that one. They're on a Nico, and Luge just looking to pick up whatever they can with the Marshall in hand. Struggling, maybe.
Clearly for them the fights, but yeah, those shots are hard to hit. And I mean, I wonder if I want to see Hall's aggression out of Falcons Vega actually. I mean, maybe you couple Hall's aggression with the Toki aggression A main so that you can kind of see, like, okay, if there's no A aggression early, we can recede the player that was pushing down Halls to divert more attention towards the B site where G2 goes and likely it might be happening. But if it is going to be that A split attempt we've consistently seen out of G2 goes in, then they're prepared for it, right? They can take out one of the sides of this front and adequately address the other. But for now, that's all theory crafting because the operator is holding down the B site. And it looks like a more defaulted approach for G2 goes than this directive A split. Oh,
Yeah.
that's clean.
Falcons Vega looking to play a little bit more passive this round, and it works out in their favor. Toki getting that first pick on Amy in B main, and G2 deciding to work their way up the map. And do they have a cipher? They do have a cipher chip up there. So although they
Yeah.
might not be aggressing Tube, they've got the information there should they need it, and it comes in there. But
Yeah.
Falcons Vega, they know about this. That they're aware that they can't really be anywhere else at this moment in time.
I mean, the trapwire was a little bit further back towards bridge, so them moving it up before door does keep that semblance of control. Does allow Luge to now play a little bit closer to switch here, but regardless, with that trapwire broken, they've just completely disrespected the space that Falcons Vega was trying to maintain, and they're even trying to flip the script into spawn, and in the meantime, while they try and deal with the Hall's pressure, they've lost control of their own spawn and of the A site.
30
But
seconds left.
Sandra, Luge, who were playing back pyramid, quick to grasp you back, Toki as well adding the frags, and suddenly they have to make a mad dash to the B site where there's still a Cypher utility, mind you.
Yeah, for sure. Petra, she at least gets this bomb down. She has her ult, but
10 seconds left.
walking through a trip, her game plan is almost given away. Looking to hopefully take one before she finds a position that she wants to connect to, but that Cypher utility is just not helping her in this 1v2 situation. But if there's one person to clutch it,
Aw.
unfortunately today it's not going to be Petra.
Yeah, just very, very thorough, very detailed, and looks like Toki's even going back for the operator there. They weren't even risking them carrying the operator into that 1v2 retake because they know how important these rounds are to try and get that 6-6 half before the sides swap. There's the operator collection, there's the defuse, and just very well, a nice rebound for Falcons Vega. I mean, it looked
Last
scary
round
for a
in the
minute
half.
there, right, when they lost control of Resk and they were able to backstab onto that force that was trying to keep track of all the Hall's players and that pressure. But regardless, they definitely get back up onto their feet. Now, looking at the buys coming through and the ultimates online for G2 goes in, do you think they just think that was a fluke and are going to try the A split again, or what do you think is the go-to here?
Yeah, I think if anything, from what we'd seen from G2 on Split, they go hard when they've got their ults online. They're ready to take sites and get going. But Falcons, it's nice to see these adaptations from Falcons come through now. Playing a little bit more passively and not trying to go crazy on early information gathering. But yeah, like you said, it's a fake coming into A, and
They're aware.
yeah, Falcons are fully aware of it, and oh, someone needs to help Resk out because she's on knives, and that's not going to be particularly nice. And Mimi goes down on A site now, but Falcons Vega, they've already started rotating towards B and are fully aware of this plank coming in on B site.
Ooh, and Sandra's usually good for at least one there. So the fact that Amy's able to find them means this is going to be a numbers disadvantage for Falcons. Vega, and even now with the re-wrap coming in through elbow, it's going to be a little bit scary, but trades come through. A 2v3 now. Toki's cleared out main, so they have to know they're coming from the extremities
Last player
or are
standing.
stacked back site. But even then, look at the protection line. It is so clean from Amy there. Able to hold their own, able to close this half
Switching
out for a
sides.
7-5 advantage in G2 goes in favor.
I love that from G2. I love that they don't necessarily have to be paired up in those situations and that they can leave Amy to lurk throughout the map when they need to, but she's still there to cover the line of sight when it comes down to the wire. Yeah, lovely stuff from them.
Could not agree more, but I do feel like just because of the pinch plays you're able to set up, that Breeze may be a little bit more attack-sided. I mean, even just like the defensive trap plays you want to set up aren't catered to these longer angles like mid, like Halls, or even just backside A to A main. So we'll see that now that Falcons Vega's on the attack. If they have a similar run, I mean, that was their strong half on Split, mind you, versus we had them kind of swap their starting sides with this map change. So seeing a very different approach from G2 Gozen, kind of what we wanted to see out of Falcons Vega, right? Clearing out, trying to take care of this Hall's pressure early, but Mad V is getting good for, I would say, both frags, but we have to see the fight end first, and yeah, Eva has their back.
Yeah, Eva coming to pick Mad V out of that sticky situation, but already a very early engagement coming into this one. Very different compared to what we had just seen there. But nonetheless, Falcons Vega looking to work their way towards the A site.
But early indication from toxic screens here. 0 point as well will allow a nice funneling into the backside. I'm excited to see what Amy's able to find off the flash, and answer is not much. The rest of the team prepared. Still on par for a flawless, but
Last player
Mimi
standing.
contesting well. Somehow they don't find the frag onto Mad V, who was one bullet
Spike
away. So
planted.
Petra left in the 1v4 situation, does have a solid amount of utility to work with, but with so many angles to clear out, the last one you expect is towards your own spawn, and Luge makes quick work of that, putting Falcons Vega on a pace to tie things up here. And if your GT goes, and I don't expect a force here, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, it was tough. It was a nice idea from Amy and Mimi to have the flash through the Viper wall there. But given that they'd lost 2 players very early on in the round, it was always going to be hard to come back from. But nonetheless, we do see a force buy up here. I'm surprised to not see that Guardian handed over to Toki, given the round that we've seen her play the Guardian, but it's okay. I believe.
Yeah. But Falcons Vega not even wanting to take fights towards where the players would be stacked, which are sites. They want to fight for mid control this round, but because of that A stack, it's a quick rotation into the exchanges here through mid door, and Eva and Toki are just
Enemy remaining.
farming the frags, 2 apiece. Mimi left in the 1v5 situation, and with having to worry about 2 many angles at the same time, the recon bolt reveal, the high-low exchanges from multiple angles. That's an easy flawless for Falcons Vega to tie us up.
Yeah, I mean, not much more you can say than that. G2 had the right idea, but even then, a little bit of a comms issue, perhaps. Like they peeked out one by one by one by one. Like
That
there
is
was
true.
no unison and no sort of cohesion involved, and they just gave them free picks instead of at least trying to put up some sort of a fight. So perhaps maybe see a timeout come out soon, because to me it looks as though the comms are not at the form that they should be at right now.
This is true. But then again, we saw that slip up as well in like the second and third round of the game, and then they cleaned it up a few rounds later. So maybe it's just the jitters of the new half per se. So even a timeout can kind of remedy those issues if Falcons Vega somehow converts the third round bonus and suddenly G2 goes and is at the disadvantage. I'm sure that's when we would see Tempest getting involved, but for now, they haven't breached that threshold just yet. I mean, even Falcons Vega not really deciding where they want to take this round per se, and this prospects are leaning towards the safe side.
Yeah, for sure. Not really putting any pressure in any other areas of the map and looking to just walk up, but that knife alone has caused a Viper Molly to come out and the cloudburst to go up. But still, the unknown is what's behind this cloudburst, and due to that, you're going to see Falcons Vega start to execute onto the site.
And again, this flash play through the toxic screen gets absolutely demolished. Fortunately, the recon bolt does land in the chaos, so Petra able to get one back unscathed. Evo overstepping their bounds as well into the back site, gets punished by Mimi, who has Petra's back. So 4v3 favoring G2 goes in. You also have Sandra very low HP in this situation, so they need to play their life a bit more here, but they're the one at the forefront of the fight and winning them at that. But another trade follows suit, and Lou just to the left in a 1v2 situation. Strike that 1v1, reload coming through. One snake bite left as well, but cannot expend it. Amy quick on the uptick, quick on the fight, quick to deny the prospects of that bonus round for Falcons Vega and take the defuse.
Yeah, costly one for G2 goes in, and a cute little crab peek from Amy at the end there. Quite enjoyed that, but yeah, that was a costly one for them, and they're going to be feeling the pain of that one now, but a round on the board is a round on the board.
That is true. But, and again, makes this buy a little all over the place. We get to see the Outlaw, I feel like, for the first time on a G2 goes in recently, so that'll be interesting to see depending on where Resk is playing, and the answer is going to be between pyramids here, or perhaps the side of one over on the A site. But Falcons Vega look like they want to go back towards that mid kind of default. That was kind of uncontested other than the 4 stack out of mid doors, but doesn't look like G2 goes and wants to make that same mistake as they did previously. So they hold on to the sites, hold on to the objectives, and you can see they take that pressure and then they relinquish it on the side of Falcons Vega, already falling back to spawn and setting up now for this A hit.
Yeah, for sure. And it's nice to see Sandra putting a little bit of pressure up tube there and now deciding to walk up there. And I'm really surprised at the lack of information gathering from G2 goes in over towards the B site. You know, having a very passive approach to their defensive half here. But nonetheless, Toki taking the first pick there, and the trade comes in from Petra. Ready to come down and support her teammates.
Once again, an unimpeded A site take minus that initial entry frag. I mean, it's an occupational hazard with the duelists per se, but Petra's shock darts, they have some sort of homing on them. They get frag after frag here. And Petra's actually on par now for an ace, even with just the Guardian. So we're even headed towards a potential kind of pseudo 30 situation with the 2v3 in the cards. I do like where Vanya is as well, so they can't address these backside players. And Thunderstreak coming in with 10 seconds and counting left. That's going to be relevant for Luge to make a hero play to ensure that nothing else can contest the plant, and they get punished for it. Sandra's position known to swing, and Amy is good for the frag, and just like that, G2 goes and extends their lead to 2, and do we see a timeout? What do we think we're going to see Falcon Vega's reaction be?
I think that they surely need to start prodding other areas of the map at this point. You know, they've got their mid down, that's good. They're sending Sandra up tube, also good. Like, they need to be doing some more information gathering, in my opinion, before they decide to just execute out onto these sites, because for the most part, they've been executing into the unknown, and really leaving it down to the wire. You know, we've seen that plant come in very late with not many seconds left on the board, and yeah, a little bit more information gathering before they decide at that point what they want to do with the mid round.
No, I agree. I mean, it is kind of an issue that Toki's getting first blooded as well when they are that kind of information gatherer. You can even hear they're about to get an early fight, but I mean, is that enough information gathered, right? You take out one of the solo players on the A site, but the neural, that's gonna make up for all of the lost control elsewhere in the map. But regardless, I mean, the shock darts again and doing huge damage allows quick work now for the Outlaw if need be, but even then, they might not give the backside players a chance to get these frags because the mid-door ones are full steam ahead. Luge in a 1v now 2. They should have seen Petra cross over, but the Owl Drone more just going to try and bait Amy into the fight, and there it is. And it is full steam ahead for G2, goes on to double digits.
Yeah, I mean, completely that round we were like, you need more information, and boom, you get the first pick, so you go. You're on an eco. They had the right reaction to getting that first pick there, and unfortunately, yeah, I mean, it didn't work out for them, but I don't disagree with the reaction that they had off of that first pick. And now coming into the timeout, hopefully it's just gonna get them to calm things down a little bit, you know, breathe, hydrate, just get back into the zone. You've got a map up. Let's not let this one slip so easily. We got this, guys.
I agree, and I just took that time to close my eyes and breathe in with your soothing voice as well. But
The accent.
we're seeing kind of an uncontested rotation from Vanya and from Amy through mid, and you mentioned that we're seeing Sandra push in through tube, which wouldn't matter if G2 goes and was setting up this high-low retake attempt. So maybe we should see Sandra instead lurking through mid, right? Maybe we should see, you know, I don't want to see a toxic screen, but maybe an orb lineup there as well to kind of facilitate Sandra so they feel a bit more supported on being that solo hold of the mid rotations. But that could be a thorn in their side. It can make it a lot less fluid because G2 goes and looking pretty much uncontested on where they go on these retakes. So that's my, I guess, kind of suggestion, because like you mentioned, the A-takes have been clean. They're making the right reactions to getting those initial picks, mainly from Toki entering. But we'll see what they cook out of their timeout. That's clearly a different suggestion than what I had recommended, because they're going back to that more mid default.
Yeah, and in saying that as well, they've not really been touching B at all. They kind of fear the Cypher setup that's been on B the past few rounds and have just decided, actually, we don't really want to have to deal with that. So again, you're going to see them group towards A, but do they expect Vanya to be taking this much early information? That could have been risky for either side there, but decides to dip off, and again, like we said, we see them early round going towards A and Tube and not really making any other adaptations, but G2 just deciding to play so disciplined and not moving until that no command comes out now.
Yeah, they're trying to repeat more the A take that G2 goes and accomplished to get momentum back in their favor. And while it does set kind of a line of scrimmage farther into the site, they still won't address these mid rotations. But fortunately, none of them actually coming through this go around. And an early call to actually save from G2 goes. And with that Viper's Pit executed, they're like, already. They used 2 of those powerful ultimates to get the round. That's a fair trade. We'll save our ults, we'll save our weapons and hit back stronger. We're still gonna have a 2-round lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think they expected a strong round to come out after the timeout, and like you say, they're very happy to just let them use those ultimates and have this round. They're on double digits, they've got enough in their pocket at the moment, and they'll regroup and try to come back stronger for the next one. But yeah. 8th round on the board for Falcons Vega.
Yes, and a flawless one at that. So that'll help it kind of center the economy that has been kind of wish-washy with the recent run G2 has gone on of those 3 rounds. So great way to kind of recover here a little bit. They also keep the Hunter's Fury online, so a nice post-plant strategy when, as you kind of mentioned, post-plant has been more their weak point. Last round the exception, obviously, because of the early save call from G2 goes in. But looks like they're gonna try and make a repeat of last round in regards to early mid kind of knowledge and space, so that G2 goes in doesn't feel like they have full control over the map. But look at where the operator is positioned with Petra in Nest kind of as the bait here. I'm excited to see what Resk is able to find.
Yeah, I love that. They've clocked on that Falcons Vega are going for this early information gathering in mids, and
There it
that
is.
is, yeah. Completely punished though.
I mean, that was wanted to see what the operator would get, and shutting down Toki is huge here, especially before the members for Falcons Vig are able to find their way onto a site. And even the read now, pretty well suited for G2 goes in. Full trust Vani to hold down the A site while the remainder of the players culminate here on B. Hunter Fury trying to force Resk into an uncomfortable situation with this operator. The cages as well, kind of doing favors for Falcons Vega more than anything, but Amy delivering, being this defensive force from back sight. And suddenly Sandra's left in a 1v2 situation. Knew Amy the location beforehand. Doesn't know though where, what? They don't know where, but they still can break their neck. They still can break their wrists and go from one end of the site to another to get the 4K, to get the clutch, and that's faster than I can react to, Billy.
Sandra was doing cartwheels around that pillar. That's all I can take from that. The way she was able to isolate those fights into 1v1s and just completely denied G2 being able. She should not have been able to do that in the middle of sight, but somehow she did, and we just have to accept it. And Sandra was clearly the GOAT of that round, and it is what it is.
No, completely. And I mean, G2 Ghost looks so shaken by that clutch that they're just like throwing all thought away. They're like, all right, let's run it down on our eco round off the blades that Resk has been sitting on. Sandra, nice to receive the pressure, playing beautifully off their trap wire. And Toki equally as sound with the response. I mean, they just completely obliterated that eco strategy from G2 goes in. And we're tied here again at 10-10. And I remind you, this is the kind of fight we had on Split, and it ended in Falcons Vega favor.
Oh, Lord. I mean, I did say it might be a 2-0 today. I didn't say in whose favor.
The predictions from the pre-show called it a lie, Billy.
Yeah, that is true. You got me there. You got me there. But yeah, a complete punishment to G2 trying to find some initiative in their eco round there, and probably starting to think, okay, guys, well, what's going wrong? How have we allowed them to catch us on double figures? But again, we are starting to see these ultimates come in, and it'll be interesting to see how G2 goes in, decides to use them, if they perhaps do decide to use them this round. and taking into consideration the adaptations that Falcons Vega have made these past few rounds on their attack. You know, they've switched it up. We said we wanted to see them pushing up through mid a little bit more, maybe not be so scared and have a wander onto B and see what it's all about. And they've done that. And now it's caused G2 Goes in to have a completely reset economy. If you look at Falcons Vega, they've got plenty in the bank and rounds to play with.
No, they're set for either the remainder of this game or until they get into overtime, which is huge. But my real concern here is the fact that this is a full investment. I mean, even the glass cannon operator from Resk, and if they lose this round, that pretty much ensures Falcons Vega's map point, their ticket to overtime, or that 2-0 unexpected victory. But I do like this Viper's Pit, right? It's gonna force the hand towards this A stack that G2 Goes and is playing for. And I wish that Mimi was a little bit further back because of how important that null command is. But they can't give it that mid pressure either. So I understand the reasoning for it.
Yeah, for sure. And again, we are just going to see Falcons Vega look to have a couple players push up tube, but in saying that, Eva is just holding up for any pressure that G2 Goes and might make in A main, and both teams remaining really quiet with only a minute left on the clock already, and no sort of engagements have been sought after. But that shooting of the tripwire is going to give G2 Goes the information that there are indeed Falcons Vega players up tube and looking to split out here onto this site.
Oh, Mimi does a good job. I mean, every member
30
now,
seconds
G2
left.
Goes and doing a
One
good job
enemy remaining.
finding their frags, addressing the multi-pronged attempt that was coming out of Falcons Vega. And Eva in the 1v5, I mean, as we mentioned, they have the weapons to continue buying, so a challenge is warranted, but still doesn't go in their favor nonetheless. A flawless round for G2 Goes, and like I said, a very important one at that, because if they lost it, it would have been a surefire 12th round for Falcons Vega, unless the Thrifty came out of left field. So now it's going to be Falcons Vega again, fighting from this back foot, fighting to tie things up. And I mean, I think we're going to OT, Billy. I mean, I don't want to call this earlier than I have to.
Say psych right now.
It's your first cast. Why not go to OT on both maps?
Yeah, why not? Why not do that to me? Nah, I can see it going to OT. I have to agree with you. I can see it going to OT. But it really just depends on Falcons Vega being able to dig their teeth back into this one and get us there.
I mean, now you can see the nerves to settling in a little bit from Falcons Vega. They've been more confident in these site executions and taking space. Now they're being a little bit more thorough in terms of what they think through. And there's already only a minute left on the clock. And that's when this B hit's going to hit. They're going to try and, patty foot around this Cypher utility. But Vanya and Amy... I feel like as soon as you see a Viper and a Cypher on the same site, that should be a red flag. Like,
Yes.
Do not pass go, do not collect $500.
Run the other
rotate.
way.
Exactly. And finally, it seems like Falcons Vega might have caught wind of that. But even then, I mean, the 0 point makes it seem like mid control is not in their favor. So they feel like they're kind of surrounded, even though they aren't.
Yeah, for sure. And still choosing to try and
30 seconds
go
left.
into this site now, but 30 seconds left on the clock, and that is a
Ooh.
nice entry pick from Sandra there to bring it back up to a 3v4. But Amy,
Oh, man.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I mean, Sandra's clutched in these weird
Sandra?
situations before, and they might be able to again.
10 seconds
Technically, a 1v1 as the Mimi is
Time.
dropped. Yeah, they can't get Spike. I think they should have grabbed Spike there. Oh, that's a devastating way
Oh.
for this to end. Rescue just narrowly skirting around corners away, and the 4K is all that Sandra's able to secure. And G2 goes and
Match
pulls
point.
forward onto map point, meaning we need to see 2 rounds in a row from Falcons Vega to get us to OT.
oh,
No, grab the spike in!
a devastating round from Sandra. But I think that's again where, like, perhaps the experience is outweighed in these players, you know, like having those in the moment decisions. And don't get me wrong, Sandra has been an excellent player both
20 and
series,
12.
but yeah, like you can't fault that. But just being able to make those in the moment decisions is where you have experience from the side of Petra and Mimi. They've been in these situations before. And what I will say about the previous two rounds is Falcons leaving it down to the 1 minute before they start entering into
Yeah, I was
sight is
nervous.
they've lost both the rounds and it's making it more difficult.
Yeah, so this round, trying to extend further on this mid control, and even Rusk is punishing that. Making it seem like we are headed towards sunset, that map 3 on the horizon. The sun is just setting, but a nice attempt through mid door for the first time this half, but even then, Mimi able to handle that accordingly. Vanya has a main on lockdown. I mean, we really need to see Mad V win that fight against Mimi or against Vanya, but neither of them are even willing to swing it.
Yeah, just a really disciplined side from G2, which is why they're allowing the time to run down on the clock because
Oh, nice shot.
they know they can just let them push out onto site in these crunch
One enemy
situations. But
remaining.
And that's it.
G2 just closing that one out there for us. I didn't even give it the hype it deserved, but it was just, it felt like it just all crumbled at the end for Falcons Vega. Unfortunately, they were able to claw back those rounds, and then G2 just showing that the discipline that they have is what won them in the end, I would say.
I mean, all the pieces just falling into place, right? I mean, everything that Falcons Vega tried in that last round had a counter to it. Started with, Toki's aggression mid. The operator checks that. The lurk play from Sandra, the trap wire from Amy checks that. The aggression through mid doors by the remaining the three players for Falcons Vega. And you have this Mimi and Vanya crossfire. I mean, even I think it was, yeah, Vanya even found to pick a main. Like, they were just beautifully pivoting between these choke points and handling the pressure that Falcons Vega was throwing in. And I kind of wanted to see kind of that more directive default from Falcons Vega earlier on in the half, right? Before this, I would say, completed defense was perfected by the side of G2 goes. But regardless, like we said, that was the first time we saw both of those teams play on this map, and an amazing showing from both sides. And I want to point out that both of these teams, they've already qualified for the playoffs, so they likely are, saving strategies, as we've all mentioned in the green room, that this might not be a full demonstration of strength from either squad. But regardless, Billy, there still has to be a winner, and we still have one map coming up in the form of Sunset.
Yeah, I know. I'm super excited. Like Sunset as well. We've not seen G2 on Sunset yet, so it'll be interesting to see what they've cooked up for this map. So yeah, I mean, it's all to play for. One of these teams has to lose a series in groups, and it's just great. I'm just so excited.
I am too, which is why I want to send us into a break sooner rather than later so that we can get to sunset and crown the victor of Group B here in the GCEMEA group stage for Series 1. So stick around and we will be back after a short break. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the last now map, I should say, guaranteed for the group stage of Game Changers EMEA Stage 1. And it has definitely been a wild ride so far, Billy. Both matches going to double digits. First OT on Split, then a very close match or call on Breeze, and now we go to the decider Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, what better way to spend my first cast? Never mind my first cast on Game Changers. I mean,
That's
I wouldn't have
true.
had it any other way. They really are pushing us to the limit and making us put in the work today.
Completely. So let's go right into discussing Sunset. A really strong map for Falcons Vega. They are currently 4-1 on this map, running what I would call the first meta composition in terms of that Breach Fade combo. Versus this has been G2 Gozen's Instaban the entire, and I mean the entire. I went through like their first matches and it was their Instaban. So what do you think that they were thinking by letting this slip through this time around?
I mean, I know we spoke about it in the green room. I feel like GT Gozen are a team that will have most maps down. They'll have them solidified. Um,
Mhm.
and maybe they just weren't wanting to show this one in the group stage. Maybe this one were keeping it up their sleeve for
Ooh.
playoffs. But in saying that, you would think that they would have gotten rid of it this time. But it's the last day. They're like, "Ah, let's give them a little treat. Let's show them our sunset." But that's me possibly on the hopium. And looking at the comp here, I'm liking this Phoenix pick coming out from Rescue.
Thinking about how Rescue's been playing on Split and Breeze, I agree with the Phoenix pick in
Mm,
itself. But then once we get into kind of the other members of this composition, you really have no capacity for destroying the trap wires on the defensive side for Falcons Vega. And I saw this was a big issue for teams like Focus Sakura, who still had that choice to run the jet, for example, because it does make your attack half a lot harder. So yes, you may have to run it back time and time again, but it's getting wasted by them running through a trap wire. And then
mm.
with the cipher buffs, that trap wire still isn't destroyed by you just running through it. So you still have to invest somebody either to shoot it physically or figure out some sort of utility to destroy it. But tried and true now. Only difference is, what do you think of Luge and Sandra switching kind of up from their roles from the first two maps?
Um, Switching up, I think to be honest, this team they have like quite a deep understanding of agents. Like we're used to seeing Mav flex from the initiator to smokes should they need to. We're used to seeing Luge. I mean, I'm sure this is the only map that we've seen so far that Luge actually picks up the Sentinel. Other than that, they are usually on the
Mhm.
controller role. But I think it just shows experience as well. Like Sandra has experience of playing Sentinel. She plays Duelist on a couple of maps. I believe she plays Reyna on Bind and Raze on Lotus. But can flex onto this initiator on Sunset when she needs to. So, if anything, I think it shows that the confidence that each player has within each other to switch up the roles. And I mean, you can't go wrong with having flex players either. Like, if someone needs to switch up to fit the mold of the direction of the team, that can only be
Mhm.
a good thing in my mind.
Well, going back to G2 Goes on that comment, they really aren't flexing away from any roles, right? I mean, Amy on their strong suit of the Cypher, Vania on their strong suit of the Omen, Mimi even I would argue on the Breach, one of the more played agents in their compositional history for the group stage. Even Petra, right, is they went ham on the fade over on Split, so I'm expecting a similar performance here. But we do have a very quick tech pause, so that gives us time to kind of readdress some of the concerns we were talking about in the pre-show. And I want to go back to, like I said, the history of Falcons Vega on this map because I did say they had one loss, but that was their first matchup in the group stage period, right? So they were still kind of probably trying to mesh that team chemistry. It was a 9-13 loss against Valiant GC, so I don't even wanna count that against them necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, shaky start possibly in the group stage. They've gone
Mhm,
on to show that they do, well, they have dominated this map in the past. We will yet to see how this one goes on against G2 goes in, sorry. So yeah, 4 wins, 1 loss. I wouldn't even be looking at that loss too deeply considering the
mhm.
scoreline was somewhat tight, but again, like shaky start in the beginning is what I would say from that one.
I mean, we saw something like that out of BBL Queens as well, and then we saw how the rest of the group stage went for them, so I'm quite excited to jump into the action here. And with, the sides being that Falcons Vega starts on the defense, G2 goes in starting out in the attack, we'll get to see if that Phoenix pick is truly what G2 goes in needs in order to start things off right. But my eyes are gonna be on how, we get to see Luge denying these entries off of those trap wires. But usually you see them as an anchor on the B site solo player, and this round they're actually going more towards the A site. Well, that camera, I think that watches main, like the link
Hmm.
main, yeah.
I don't. Do you know what? I don't hate this. I don't hate leaving your sentinel to set up solo site on the pistol round and have the four of you over towards the other site. Because at that point, the sentinel is just information gathering, and then they can call for their teammates to come and help retake should they need to. So I'm not totally against this setup right now from Falcons Vega. I think it's a somewhat good setup from them.
No, I agree. I just think it being on A and not B is interesting.
Yeah, for sure.
But but the read is correct, right, in its own regard. So I can't critique it too much considering they have 4 players here on the site, which is exactly where G2 goes and looks like they want to follow through on. I'm expecting to see some sort of paranoia play maybe as well from Market if the hit ever comes through, but G2 goes in maybe a fifth sense, not wanting to break the threshold that is B main, and I'm curious as to what they're waiting on. Maybe it's yeah, I don't know what are they waiting on.
I think they're a little bit cautious of that early pressure. Obviously Falcons Vega
Yeah.
using that early pressure to hopefully direct them into a little site setup on A that their Cypher has, but Falcons Vega have got the complete wrong end of the stick here and have just gone off of nothing other than what Petra lurking up A main on her own, and they've decided, oh, actually, yeah, let's just give them B site for free. And G2 goes in, they're just able to get onto site.
Yeah, it's so interesting because that kind of play on split on Breeze never really drew the rotations, so
Hmm.
it might just be the map 3 jitters here, but it does ensure that they get a 5-on-5 retake. With it being a pistol, that is not the end of the world. They also have eyes on Petra, that lurker now coming in instead for the pinch play, and Luge handling it early on means it's not too much of a distractor or a time waster. I love this taunt too. Confirms the backside position, and the timing is beautiful. Amy not really able to help out just yet, and I feel like they're corralling these players around, frag after frag, going in favor of Falcons Vega. They get someone on the spike, they'll be good for the defuse and good for the pistol.
Yeah, for sure. And Petra maybe not able to cause as much havoc as what G2 goes and had hoped for there. And yeah, just dicey 1v1s coming out on site, just trades coming back and forth. There wasn't really too much you can read into that other than the over rotation from Falcons Vega to go on to A site off of just Petra wandering up there on her own. So I wonder if that's an indication to things that we've yet to see on this map, or if Falcons Vega will go for a more disciplined approach on their defense now that they're setting up the Cypher on the B site, which you wanted.
Yeah, I mean, they just can play so beautifully around this backside pressure and get into more favorable kind of fighting conditions. And as I mentioned now, I mean, they're trying to head back into this B site where now that trap wire becomes a huge issue, very difficult to destroy without a shock dart, without a paint shell. I mean, you can see Amy here trying to, like I said, it's just so hard. And you have to put yourself so on the line. And fortunately, the dark cover kind of helps them facilitate that. But even then, there's no follow-up. The rotation now to the A side is what G2 goes and is going for.
Yeah, for sure. And you've got Sandra taking that early information here, just looking to gather a little bit off that Prowler, but then taking a step back once it goes after the people it's in front of. And that is most likely because she's got no one paired up with her at the moment, so no one there to trade. Should she isolate a fight there, she knows she's at a disadvantage. But nonetheless, you're going to see G2 goes in looking to push through mid here.
I really wanted to see Toki punish off that fault line, but no, the wall doesn't provide it, but the frags still follow once all the utility has faded. I mean, they're crunched between 2 better weapons, and I believe it was the Breach Mad V doing a good job holding their own there in spawn as well. Doesn't hand any weapons over in flawless fashion, and they'll bring the 2 Bulldogs, the 2 Spectres. I really want to see Sandra buy a Vandal here, but it'd be understandable if they don't as well.
Yeah, I can see why they wouldn't. I would say maybe stick Toki on that Vandal. Go for a crazy play. But yeah, like you said, they're going to be playing it safe and just banking up that money for the meantime. But an early aggressive A push coming out from Falcons Vega here, and Paranoia and Fade Seas paired up, but they don't have anything to capitalize off the back of that. And G2 goes and are just going to
There
have
it
the
is.
right reaction straight into B site. But yeah, as you said, that Cypher trip, just nothing to break through it with, and therefore they get a trade for trades coming into site.
Yeah, I mean, luckily Petra's good on the uptake. Unfortunately, the Prowler doesn't spot them in this close angle, so they can punish, and with the Prowler out as well for Sandra, they really don't get the refag. Petra, left unchecked pretty much in this round thus far, escapes to the comfort of their teammates, namely Vanya there on the jump up as well, and even the close hunt only is going to spot one of them. So even if they die here taking the fight, Vanya left unchecked, but we might not even get that far. Toki, okay, maybe we will. Toki forces Petra position to be known. Makes this now a 2v2, but time not in their favor. We have to see a hero play, and Petra on par for an ace. Please let us see this before the spike detonates. Take the fight, and Madvi, you have to rob him of that, really?
I know, come on, it's our last map of the day. Give us an ace or something, please. Oh, heartbreaking. But Petra being the star player for me that round, you know, just taking that space, not getting caught by that Prowler there as well, allowed her to take that peek off the back of it. And yeah, just being able to play off her teammates, turning around when Amy fell down to the market player. Really just good awareness all around from Petra there and being able to support her team.
No, completely. I mean, they were everywhere at just the right time after time. I know I hyped them up because of their performance on the fade over on split, but delivering when we were only 3, rounds in. Now though, a change of pace from Falcons Vega, trying to contest this A main early on, and this is a strategy I have seen a lot on Sunset so far at GC EMEA, and I do like it because it does force the hand of G2 Gozen, but I don't think Falcons Vega expected it to force the hand into their spawn and into Boba, but Eva expected Mads B as well with the backstab from spawn itself, and what seemed like they had caught Falcons Vega off guard quickly reined in, quickly flipped into their favor, and now they even have eyes on where Amy is coming from directly. The crossfire set up, but the extended ledge on the right side, and Amy's doing a great job isolating one after the other until Toki finally stops the bleeding and gets the round on Falcons Vega's side.
Yeah, Toki shuts that down there. And I think what we've seen from Falcons Vega there is just pretty happy to concede mid there. Give it to G2 goes in. They are confident in the abilities of Mad and of Eva to be able to pick up those kills should they fight through mids. And they were just ready for it. They just knew that they had to play off one another in order to stop that crunch coming through. And it worked out in success for them.
Yep, perfectly. And this round's gonna be, I would say, pretty interesting, right? Yes, it's an eco for G2 Ghost, but they have the run it back, they have the Nightfall, they have the tools to convert it if they get a hero rifle or 2 in their arsenal. And with them being met by the aggression from Falcons Vega, they might offer it up if the fault line lands in time, but no! They can, even utility in their face, Sandra just providing the cover Toki needs. I really want to see that from Petra's perspective, just to see how the last member standing feels about that double swing that is. That is Sandra and Toki.
Just ate every single bit of utility that was thrown their way there. As I said, that previous round, we have Eva and Mav playing off one another. The same thing carries through into the next one. We have Sandra and Toki going for those plays together. And the key point there is that they do it together. And that's what helps them win out these rounds, is they're doing everything in pairs.
Yep, and no, this time, no pairs. I mean, you could say it's a pair with Toki on the flank and the aggression A main, but even then, Amy recognizing it from Toki challenges the showstopper to no avail. And Falcons Vega feels like, yes, the last 2 maps might have gotten double digits, but we want to close this out as fast as we can. Get on with the playoffs. This is just for brownie points, for bragging rights. And I mean, with a 2v5 in store and them just leaving an eco round, I mean, G2 goes, and I would be contemplating a save. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I mean, I would also be contemplating a save, but when we're looking at the 2 players that are left alive, Mimi
That
and
is true.
Petra, never count them out in a round like this, but just the early aggression from Falcons Vega there, being able to push G2 goes all the way back into their spawn, And now, still 40 seconds left on the clock, in all fairness.
Last
And
player standing.
oh, Madla's going to catch out there. But
Ooh.
Mimi looking to work her way in and still has a big job up ahead of her, but
30 seconds left.
going for it either way.
Narrowly avoiding the pain shell, so stays at full HP, and while they're able to find Sandra, the flick doesn't come on to Toki fast enough. A nice dent into what would have been a flawless round for Falcons Vega, but the round goes in their favor nonetheless, and this is a good time to take a timeout. You have 4 ultimates to work with, so you have the kind of chips on the table to bet to gamble, but I am concerned about what the economy is going to look like and how they plan to kind of distribute these ultimates over the next 2 rounds.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, if we're 6 rounds in, it's not many. And Tempest has obviously caught on to something that G2 goes and haven't yet. So this is probably coming at a good time, and he's probably relaying that information to them just now. Um, so yeah, completely agree. It'll be interesting to see how they spread out these alts throughout the rounds, or if they just go all in just to get themselves back up on the board, having only 1 round under their belt at the moment.
Mm-hmm. And so now, timeout will soon come to a close. I mean, it does feel that Falcons Vega has just been steamrolling them. I mean, after I would say, relatively slow start, right? G2 goes in waiting for that aggression to come and it never
Mhm.
coming. Falcons Vega suddenly being like, all right, you guys were expecting the aggression. We didn't deliver. Now we are going to turn up the heat at just the right time when you aren't expecting it. I kind of want to see GT goes and go back to that, I guess, defensive offensive approach, right? Where they are further back in kind of in B main, when they are a little bit further back into tiles and A main towards spawn, just to kind of whittle away at this initial kind of peak, like Amy, right? Them taking this fight here is a green light for this duo to swing out, to take this fight. Versus if they waited for that Prowler to pass, then started prodding, they wouldn't find themselves here with the boombot exploding in their face.
Yeah, you're so right. Like Falcons Vega just constantly going for this early aggression. And whilst those 2 players from Falcons Vega have been focused on Amy, it means that G2 goes and have allowed themselves to work their way up mid in the hopes that they're going to be able to get out onto this B site. Falcons Vega aware of it, however, and the rotate starts to come in now that they...
Oh, that's brutal. That's
they know-
brutal.
Yeah, that's tough.
I mean, the blaze wall was up and you just shoot through it, and then that was a nightfall investment as well to find nobody here. Mimi trying to stop the flawless, but they can't stop the Evid's terrain, and just like that, without even having to leverage ultimates, it's a 6-1 already in Falcons Vega favor. And I mean, all right. So we had a 7-5 half favoring G2 goes in on Breeze. We had a 9-3 half favoring Falcons Vega on Split. Do we think that G2 goes to be able to reel this in? I mean, they already took their time out.
It's hard to say. It looks a little all over the place in the sense that I don't think they really know what they want to do right now. And I think that Falcons Vega's approach to the game is taking them off guard by the looks of it. The way that Toki is just getting away with this early aggression every single round. But we see G2 come into this B site.
Oh, nice trade.
Yeah, going back and forth.
But even then, like I said, they hadn't tapped into these ultimates before, so now we see them getting leverage when things get a little iffy in a round. And I wanna note on that, a little iffy, right? It was just a run it back entering. The Nightfall gets invested. Resk trying to be the hero player, but Sandra, Backstab, and Eva from backside, they completely close out the round, and the 7-1, they continue chugging on forward with 5 now in a row.
Yeah, I mean, either G2's defense is insane and out of this world, and they're not worrying whatsoever, or they're just saving it all for playoffs. I have no other like we need an answer from G2 because Falcons are just gonna run away with it if we don't see one soon.
I mean, this has literally been a perfect half, right? I mean, 3rd round, you're kind of expected, I would say, to lose that since you have the worst weaponry. But other than that, once I get the rifles online, it's been smooth sailing here. And look, they took my advice. They waited for that utility dump to come in from A main, and now they're going to start readdressing it. They're hoping that the distraction maybe here from mid tiles as well would pull the Raze into elbow, and it has. So Sandra on an island here a little bit. Hunt should allow them to reposition accordingly. Know that there's a force coming barreling at them. But even then, I feel like with the shots they've been hitting, they could challenge this. It's an eco, and they're gonna do just that. They avoid the curveball. They follow with the frag suit, and now they're the person on par for an ace. I mean, Eva, don't steal this from them. Get the paranoia and leave. I mean, look, there it is, the 4K. Oh, Eva, you had to do it to him. Give us a please. It's map 3 on the last map of the group stage.
Yeah, a lovely positioning from Sandra. The readjustment as soon as she got that information to just fall back should she need to. And then even playing anti-flash when Rescue was going in to trade her teammates. Like she just read it like a book. Lovely shots that we've seen from Sandra so far.
Look at what Falcons Vega's about to do. I think we're gonna see a push out mid here.
Knife fight? Maybe?
That would be a great way to end the group stage. But I mean, we're still gonna see at least a peak potentially coming out here from Mimi and Petra. They wait for the haunt to fall into place, and now is when they pounce, when it's least expected. I'm curious about what utility is gonna get utilized, but they just use the Prowler as the perfect excuse. Paranoid late as well to punish any closer members, but nobody is there to bite, and Mimi slips out. So only one lost in the battle for mid, as now they kind of re-divert their attention to the ace site, but that's the same time as Falcons Vega is.
Yeah, Falcons Vega completely have the read on this. Q2.
Ooh, I like
Looking
this.
to take the fight CT, which, yeah,
They're prepared. Look, they're prepared.
that high or lower, they just ready. They just know.
I mean, we know G2 goes and has a deep playbook, and I'm sure Falcons Vega is aware of the same thing. So when things are working, expect the unexpected, like a push up into CT. But with Spike being down after that escapade, after that gamble, it is a clear indication for Mimi that they should save. I mean, 5v1. I mean, are they gonna go searching just warm ups for like a death match here, or what are they doing?
Nah, they're Avengers Assemble and run that Spike. They ain't going anywhere right now. Just gonna let that clock tick right down. But yeah, no, I'm not really. I feel like we're seeing adaptations from G2 in the sense that they're speeding up when they need to, they're slowing it down when they need to. But still, just getting lost. Like Falcons Vega, even in that round, did the adaptation to put 3 mids because they noticed that Mimi and Petra, as the 2 initiators, kept trying to take that space up mid, and were ready to punish it should it happen again this round. So I feel like Falcons Vega are getting a better read on the game than G2 are currently. It's tough.
Which is ironic, right? Because G2 Gozen is the one that had all this review material on Falcons Vega.
Yeah.
I mean, they've played it 5 times for crying out loud, versus this is the insta-ban for G2 Gozen. And maybe we're seeing why it's the insta-ban, you know? Maybe G2 Gozen, like I said, wanted to try out the strats, maybe wanted to try out this composition before it mattered in playoffs. And we're seeing that they might not have been fully prepared to take this map on. But, I mean, as mentioned, and as Pyrexia, our producer, we love them, and the work that they've done has kindly reminded us they think that G2 Gozen isn't gonna show or demonstrate anything that they don't have to. But Amy demonstrating that they still have the Guardian prowess to get frags.
I know exactly.
Gets one, but again, that numbers advantage ripped right back in favor of Falcons Vega without any ultimates being leveraged. And there's finally an ultimate used after how many rounds, because Falcons Vega didn't need them. And what is this? An amazing crunch. Okay, Togi. Okay, Amy.
That's so unlucky from Amy. I think she thought that she was safe in that position, but Toki's gonna find that one there. And another ult invested from the defenders here. A third? Are we okay? They're really wanting to guarantee this round, even though they're already sitting on 9, hoping for the double digits. Ooh, it's gonna happen.
Oh my goodness, such a dominating performance here on Sunset. I mean, they were sitting on those ults for a while. It might as well have happened to them. I mean, they would have had them online, I feel like, again, since the run that they have started. I mean, they haven't started a run, technically. Like, they've been running.
Yes.
It's literally since the 3rd round of this game has been this now 7-round lead. And, or I guess lead in, I should say. And they're looking for 8 in a row. Sorry, wait, I can't do math apparently. 9 in a row to get the 11th. And I mean,
Okay. So a counterpoint to us
Counterpoint.
saying that G2 aren't showing everything. Maybe G2. I'm not saying they're deliberately throwing, but are they maybe just not playing at their best because they don't want to show what they've really got on this map until playoffs? I don't know. I can't find a reason for them to be playing like this. It doesn't quite look like G2 at the moment.
Catch them.
I agree. Maybe they're just treating it like a scrim, seeing what sticks. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, if we see a complete like composition rehaul going to playoffs on this map. But I do think is they let Sunset slip through, hoping that Falcons Vega would take it because they know it's their instrument. So then there is no material to be reviewed here. And with the domination that Falcons Vega is bringing, like you said, this doesn't look like G2 goes in because they don't want it to look like G2 goes in. They don't want any kind of indications of what they have in store. But I mean, 10-1, almost now 11-1 with it being a 5v2 with them rotating right into the belly of the beast, the Cypher setup that is Luge here. And I mean, even now, the rotation getting taken care of in market. Mimi, the 1v5, can't even get one. I mean, we were highlighting Petra, right? Early on, because they had a solid first few rounds
Switching
despite
sides.
losing them. And then, I mean, look at Sandra, 14-4, Toki, 18-3. They've been a dynamic duo here. I mean, we already know this is a match made in heaven in terms of compositional compatibility based on like these seasoned plays we see on Lotus and other maps, but
Mhm.
they have given it new life here on Sunset.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's something that we've seen from Falcons Vega all throughout this map on the defense. Just then was that you had Sandra in Toki's back pocket when needed. You had Eva and Mad being able to play off each other, and then you had Luge just being able to anchor those sites appropriately and calling for backup when needed. So yeah, it looks as though Falcons at Vega have got this comp solidified as to how they would like to play it. Now we just need to see how that replicates in their attack.
Yes, new half, wipe the slate clean. Lean into what you're confident in, like your frag ability, which I think is why G2 goes and is pushing this aggressively down mid. I mean, they're gonna just expect hopefully Amy to deliver here a little bit on this A side hold, but space being taken, information gathered by Luge as well, so you can see the immediate response from Falcons Vega, right? We have an entire team hurtling at us on the flank. We aggress into the defender spawn, and the fault line a little bit late. Sandra and Mad V each getting a frag on their own, and now the reinforcements from Elbow arrive as well, and the players remaining for G2 Gozen are splintered. Petra, though, not going to go down without a fight. 18 HP. Gonna invest the last Prowler. No, Luge doesn't even give them the opportunity to. And Falcons Vega on map and series point here.
I'm sorry, but that can't be real. She's like pulling her pistol out and then pulling her prowler out and then pulling her like there's no way that's real. I can't take this seriously right now because it just doesn't look like what we're used to seeing from G2 Gozen. I feel like they're trolling us. I can't lie to you.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We should ask them afterwards. But
absolutely.
Like, can we just get a knife fight mid in chat, please? Like, that
Yeah,
would be the
please.
perfect way to end the group stage here for GC EMEA between these two teams. Such a hyped matchup, like since the beginning. I feel like so.
And not even to doubt Falcons Vega either because they've been playing wonderfully as well.
Agree. Point, I'm just like, come on, G2 Goes, and why don't you just let them have a comeback on breathe? Oh, but all right. They look like they've gotten a little bit more serious, at least in terms of the distribution of players this round. I mean, Petra going for that early information collection A. Now that they have validation, they fall back to hopefully have rescue there to reinforce. The only issue here is that it is a Stinger for them. It is a Spectre for Petra. Nice flash, but like I said, Stinger cannot get this long-range fight done. The Page Shell forces them out as well, forces them right into the crossfire of Eva, and this is looking like the beginning of the end, even though it is a 4-on-4. Even though A site is still occupied by G2 Gozen, let's see how the late round goes.
Yeah, 4v4 coming out and Mav looking to just spray through that box there off the contact from Mimi
30
and
seconds left.
Luge starting to solo make their way up halls. Entirely sure if I agree with that decision, but she's called in for backup now and that's going to come through. But the flashpoint just delays them ever so slightly and Falcons Vega looking to take this one out and here we have it. Falcons Vega will take that last map on Sunset and cleaning up the series as a 2-1.
And so that does mean that not only are the victors of this series Falcons Vega, but the victors and the only undefeated team for Group B. And I mean, that was such an insanely hyped up match for a reason. We knew this was going to be toe to toe. And I mean, Sunset, I think I will agree that that was more of a, no penalty against G2. They know it's not their strong suit. They know they haven't prepared for it. They just wanted to see what happened if they pulled it out in a low stakes match like this when you're guaranteed playoffs. But let's check out the results from like that match and our previous matchup of the day that was brought to you by uh kind of Zach, Jaren, and as well as I believe it was Veteran. So we have those results as well. So there it was, the 2 over BBL Queens, but Carmine Corp putting up a lot stronger of a fight than I thought they would, Billy. I don't know if you got to watch it or not.
I was unfortunately working, but Carmine
Yeah.
Corp as a roster in general, I feel as though for group stage, they've
Hey, that's
not
good.
had the same kind of time to gel, maybe as other teams have. It feels as though they're still kind of getting used to the players that they've picked up. So yeah, unfortunate to see that fall to BBL Queens, but yeah.
Yep, and then obviously the matchup we just brought to you guys, Falcons Vega versus G2 goes in a 2-1 victory for them, which then leads us to the final standings for the group stage of GC EMEA stage 1, where at the top of their group for Group A, undefeated is Giant X, mirrored here for Group B by Falcons Vega with the same record. And then sad to say, but Carmine Core and Mad Lions Koi, the two teams that are going to find themselves in relegation, having to battle their way back to the main stage if they want a chance in stage number 2. So, I mean, are there any things that surprised you? I feel like you're the more knowledgeable individual here. Yes, you may be new to casting, but not to the GC EMEA scene. So, are there any surprises here to you?
Yeah, so one thing I will say is groups, obviously it somewhat matters, but playoffs, I feel like there's a complete new level playing field when it goes for playoffs. Mad Lions Koi, I am quite sad to see them drop considering that they had won the last contenders. So finding themselves back in contenders this time round
Hmm.
is, yeah, it's quite sad. But it was nice to see them in the main event. Um, whilst it lasted. Focus Sakura as well. Obviously, that's a new roster for Focus, but it's nice to see them make it through to playoffs also. And Giant X, interesting considering that was the pickup of Scooby Doo Mix.
It was.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. I can't lie, I do miss the Scooby Doo Mix name. I liked it. I liked it a
Did
lot.
you? That definitely felt like a lot of like free agent unsigned players that were like
Yes.
still powerhouses and very experienced players. So I'm glad to see it with that level of success. But Billy, we already kind of laid it out, so there's no surprise here. But let's swap over to a better screen of our qualified teams, the top 8 that are going to be in to playoffs that are happening March 4th through 11th, right? So these teams get time to reflect on their group stage performance to prepare now before, as you put it, the very important playoff stage. And I mean, specifically for the playoff stage, the first 2 days are going to be covered here on Dive. The rest, going to be brought to you by the action over at, Striker and Riot. So we finally get the love we deserve for the GCMEA broadcasts, Billy. So I am quite excited.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to playoffs. It's going to be super fun. As I said, it's a complete new slate when it comes to playoffs. So maybe teams haven't given their best in groups and they can just reset and have a new mental coming into playoffs. It's definitely going to be an exciting one to watch for sure.
And yeah, so there you have it. Our top 8 teams: Giant X, Nazar Ignite, Falcons Vega, Valley and GC, BBL Queens, Neon Blade, G2 Goes In, and Focus Sakura. Your 8 teams advancing to the playoffs March 4th versus 11th. Now, Billy, you would think that's the end of our coverage for today, but our very amazing producer, like we said, Pyrexia, has been coming at you live from the Falcons Vega headquarters, actually, right? So we have a very unique opportunity to interview the fragging menace themselves there on Sunset Sandra. All right. So we are gonna get that very special, I guess, insight or scoop for you guys.
Ooh.
So we're gonna go to a quick break, right, to set that up. Billy, do you have any last words before we jump to a break?
Chats, get your questions in because this has
Oh
just
yes,
been
I'll check
completely
chat
thrown on us. So any questions that anyone has for Falcons Vega, get those questions in and we'll have a look.
after the break. Welcome back to Game Changers EMEA with a little special segment here to end off our group stage for stage one. I am Zobi and I am joined by Sandra from Teams Falcons Vega. First off, just how are you feeling after defeating the Giants? D2 goes and to end the group stage. That's great. And I have a question from Billy. They've been around in the scene for a while, so they remember when you joined Falcons Vega in Contenders last year. So, what has the journey been like with the new squad and growing now into C number one for Group B? I'm excited to see you guys in the playoffs as well. But Billy and I now wanted to kind of pick your brain about some of the changes and the adjustments that we were seeing during the game against G2 Goes. And so first, we wanted to talk about Uh, we're double checking to make sure audio is working perfectly. So give us 1 second. Um, we might have to ask you the questions again. So now you know what the questions are, and um, you just everyone gets to see your beautiful face, and that's all right now. Yeah. So I'm gonna wait for an update from Pyrexia. Um, we might throw back to a short break question mark so that we can come back for the interview after we get the issues fixed. Yeah, we'll be back. We'll be back, guys. We're just baiting you. All right, and we are back. There's going to be a little bit of a trial by fire to see if it's working this time around. We're 80% sure it will be. So, welcome back, Sandra from Teams Falcons Vega. Congrats on winning. I had
Thank
asked
you.
you before, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling again right now. I'm just calm, but I'm super happy. Super happy.
I'm sure you're excited now for playoffs. But the first question we asked that you had a great answer for was that you actually started out on Falcons Vega and Contenders last year, as Billy brought up. The master of the scene and last year's knowledge, and now you've kind of fought and grown as a squad into the seed one for Group B. So
Mm.
how has that gone?
I mean, again, we learn different things at different aspects since contenders. So right now we're learning more and more about the game. So it's just incredible, honestly.
Perfect. And speaking of learning about the game, we're going to switch into kind of questions guided towards the adjustments you were making specifically against G2 Gozen. So,
Mhm.
first for your attack half, compared to the past opponents you faced in the group stage, how was it adjusting to a team that is as passive on their defense as G2 Gozen, especially on like split, for example, where they very rarely were contesting you on the site when you were hitting it?
It's just different play styles, you know. They had good retakes, they know it, and they're just using that to their advantage. So we just had to like react on that. Like, okay, they're not playing side, or one plays side, tries to get one kill and then leaves. So we just use that and then react on them. You know,
Yeah,
that's
those
but
reactions
they're very yeah.
were good.
Thank you.
They allowed you to close out splits. I mean, 9-3
Yeah,
half got a
they
little
did a
dicey,
good
but
comeback. Yeah, they
you win
did
at
a
the end. You
good
win at the
comeback.
end.
Yeah.
All right. And so I want to stay on this kind of trend of difficulty, right? Because this matchup didn't matter in the end, but it shows you what you can fix before going into playoffs. So I
Exactly.
want to focus on the attack half of Breeze, which is a little bit rougher. Um, so your transitions from these mid-heavy defaults into side executions, you kind of looked lost at times, or they were a little bit too
Yeah.
late into the round. So what do you want to clean up in regards to kind of that before playoffs when looking at a map like Breeze?
I mean, we needed to understand that the fact that they're not playing mains, they're not playing side, they're just playing like from far yellow, or like
Mhm.
they're playing stairs in yellow. So we need to split on them, you know. And I think we kind of understood that a little bit late, but
Yeah.
uh, and then again, there were some miscommunications in some rounds, but we will fix all of that. It's fine.
Yeah, I definitely saw you guys starting to kind of do it. I think I actually said to Billy, I'm like, it's great that they figured out these adjustments, but it feels like it came just
It's
too late.
executed, yeah, and it was sometimes executed wrong, you know. But at the end
Mhm.
of the day, it's fine. Like they deserve that map.
Yeah. Well, a map that you guys clearly deserved was Sunset, a very dominant performance, but it was a little bit
Thank
of
you.
the outlier, right? I mean, how close map 1 and 2 were, then you come out and dominate on map 3. It,
Mhm.
it obviously was a map G2 goes and had never played, and it was their insta ban during the entire group stage. So do you think that kind of affected how they were playing it, or do you think that how that affect how you guys were playing it as well?
So two things, okay? First thing, I think I don't know if they kept it as a surprise, but they took a very risky comp, and it didn't work out in their favor because, like, again, you're playing with a phoenix, so he can't
Yeah.
dash, he can double satchel, he can't really break traps. Like, he has to put a molly and then hope the trap is low. So
Mm.
that really like it held them off from knowing how to like go into sight, and it's very hard. Especially our comp is a stopping comp. You have fade, you have nade, you have stun, you have traps and everything. So
Yeah.
that's the first thing. The second thing, I think we kept our cool. We didn't throw, we didn't troll, we didn't give them space to make that comeback, you know? We learned
Yeah.
from split, so
Learn from the 9-3 curse.
yeah.
Very, very well put. I mean, echoing a lot of what Billy and I said on broadcast. So it's nice to have that validation. So just wanted to thank you for taking the time to interview us with
Thank
us.
you.
And
Thank you
we only
so
have
much.
one more question, which is
Yeah.
just do you have any last call outs like either to your team and what you want to work on or to your opponents before playoffs start?
I mean, Mimi said she would win 2-0, you know? And that didn't work. I love her. She's adorable. That didn't work out, but we will see each other again in playoffs.
I'm
And
sure.
they're a really good team, so I'm excited about that. But GG's.
Yeah, GG's all around. I love, the banter on the GT goes in on the Twitter. So I completely agree with that. But
Yeah.
again, thank you so much for stepping in for the interview. And thank you everybody for stopping by to the Dive community stream. As we said, that concludes the group stage coverage here on Dive. We will have 2 days of coverage back when playoffs begin on March 4th before it swaps over to the more right official broadcasts. So we hope to see you then, and we hope you guys have a great week off. Bye.
Bye bye.